Hey truckers, today we're seeing Isekai as Ghost Doctor. Let's dive into the video. Sun Glory Kingdom. Cloudy Moon City. Green peaks loomed, hidden behind surrounding clouds. Dense tall trees covered the high slopes as they swayed under the wind. The mountainous woods was seemingly tranquil and quiet on this dawn. However, deep within the remote and desolate woods, a cruel and bloodied scene was unfolding at that very moment. A girl dressed in fine satin silks was being held down in a kneeling position with her arm twisted behind her back by two burly men. Her head hung low, barely conscious, her messed-up hair covering over her face quickly getting soaked by the blood gushing out from her face. The bright red blood dripped drop by drop off the ends of the hair onto the ground, slowly seeping into the earth. The badly weakened young girl gritted her teeth to raise her head when she heard footsteps approaching, revealing a blood-covered face. That was a face that had been badly disfigured, the flesh on the face slashed open by blades, looking a complete gory mess, a shockingly terrifying sight to behold. "Who are you? Why do you want to harm me?" The young girl's voice was extremely weak, as it came out of her throat barely a whisper. She resisted strongly against blacking out from the excessive loss of blood as she focused her gaze on the face before her, shielded by a light gauze veil, and the shapely body of a beautiful lady. The veiled lady wore a dress of light blue, the color of cloudy skies, with tassels of the same color hanging down softly from the hip, swishing gracefully in tandem with the lady's light steps. The lady's steps stopped before the young girl who was held down to kneel on the ground. The lady glared down at the disfigured young girl, her beautiful eyes curved into two crescents as she smiled and said, "I am Feng Qinggu, the eldest young miss of the National Defense Mansion, daughter of the formidable General Feng Shao. The Feng family's young miss, the future inheritor of the Feng family, and also, the fiancé to the proud son of the heavens, the third Duke of the Sun Glory country." The familiar-sounding voice and the words the lady in front of her said made the young girl open her eyes wide in shock. "You? Who are you really?" "I am Feng Qinggu. I am the real Feng Qinggu." The weakened body trembled as a thought formed in her mind, her eyes filled with disbelief. Fair slender fingers gently tugged and the light veil covering slowly fell. A face of unparalleled beauty with delicate features was revealed and reflected in the young girl's widened eyes. When she saw the all-too-familiar countenance before her, the young girl was suddenly too shocked for words. The flawlessly beautiful face raised up slightly as she glanced at the shocking and terrifying-looking girl on the ground. Her voice was filled with endless anticipation and almost irrepressible excitement as she said, "Feng Qinggu, from today onwards, I will be taking over your identity, your status, and naturally everything you own entirely. As for you..." Her voice paused a moment and she gave a soft laugh. "As intelligent as you are, why don't you guess what would happen to you? Your F4 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm." Hearing the person before her use her original voice to speak, Feng Qinggu froze a brief moment and she suddenly stared at the person before her and exclaimed, "Rua. Rua Yun? You. You are Su Rua Yun." Su Rua Yun was an orphan who had grown up together with her. She had picked her up from the streets and brought her back to the National Defense Mansion and kept the little orphan girl as her companion. The little girl had become a close friend whom she was able to talk to about everything under the sun, someone she had seen to be as close as a sister. So, she would never have thought that the person who had gotten her disfigured, who wanted to steal her identity, would turn out to be Rua Yun. "Why? I treated you so well. Why are you doing this?" The pain of being betrayed sliced at her heart. When she thought of how her face had been disfigured, how her identity was about to be stolen, and they would all be unknown to anyone, a burning hatred began to pound from within her heart. "Why? Ha! Of course it's for everything that you possess. A grandfather and father that dotes and spoils you, a proud son of heaven that loves you to bits, and..." Her crescent smiling eyes looking at Feng Qinggu on the ground. All this will soon belong to me. The indulgent pampering of a grandfather and father, the deep love and gentleness of Big Brother Morone, will all be mine. She was filled with a sense of satisfaction as she looked down at the duly tormented and wretched-looking Feng Qinggu on the ground. However, she did not stop there and continued to say, by right I should kill you here to prevent any future nightmares, and completely erase all traces of your body so that nobody will ever find you. But, ha ha ha. Hearing that viciousness in her laughter shook Feng Qinggu visibly, and the demonic laugh sounded once more. Do you know why I asked them to only specifically destroy your devastatingly good looks and not harm the snowy white skin on your body? She bent down over slightly and looked into Feng Qingji's face and went on to say, that is because I am going to sell you to a place which is most degrading, the type of place that offer pleasure to men. I believe even when you have been so monstrously disfigured, your snowy skin and smooth flesh should still be rather popular with them. What do you think? You don't need to look at me like that. Your beautiful face has already been destroyed. Even if you were to tell people you are the eldest miss of National Defense Mansion, nobody will believe a word of it and only call you a lunatic. Escape? Your power as a mere second-grade warrior wouldn't measure up to anything there. As she spoke, she shoved a pill into Feng Qingji's mouth and stood back up with a laugh. 7 days. If you manage to survive 7 days throughout your ordeal, the poison I just gave you will then kill you. New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. Feng Qinggu gritted her teeth in anger and screamed, Su Ruoyun. Even as a ghost, I will never let you off. Ha, you can't even deal with me as a human now, you will be even more helpless as a ghost. She laughed chillingly and ordered the men, bring her away, make sure she is sold multiple times and do not leave a trace. It will be best that you silence the recipient. Yes. The two burly men acknowledged respectfully and immediately delivered a chop onto Feng Qingji's back. They lifted Feng Qinggu onto their shoulders and with a few leaps, they quickly disappeared into the trees. Standing behind Su Ruoyun all this while was a middle-aged man dressed in full black who now took a step forward. Young miss, it is getting late. Will you be returning to the mansion now? Yes, I should be getting back. She showed a gentle smile as she looked up into the skies and said softly, from this moment on, I am Feng Qinggu, and Feng Qinggu is me. 2 days later. Night. Dalang City, scented sky house. Detecting a strong fragrance, the unconsciousness Feng Qinggu opened her eyes. She was still immensely groggy when she heard a strange sound of someone's clicking tongue and feeling her arms being caressed by another pair of hands. She gave out a scream in fright and she rolled herself off the bed. Heh heh. Awake already? That's great. Your master here does not like dead fish when I conduct my business. Your master here loves the lively and sprightly ones which taste better. A vulgar-looking man looking to be in his 30s was looking at her lustily through his beady eyes as Feng Qinggu rolled to the ground and shrank back into a corner. The man's eyes were filled with excitement as he said, I had not expected that they would give me something this great tonight. Although her face has been disfigured, but that unbelievably smooth flesh and fair skin, it's comparable to those young miss from distinguished families. Feng Qinggu shrank further back, her eyes filled with an unshakable panic. You. Get away from me. Go away. She stood up suddenly and ran towards the door, but she was grabbed into an embrace by the man after barely 2 steps. Trying to run? Once you entered this room, you think you can get away? Come. Let your master take a good look at your snow-white skin. The man said gleefully in excitement. His hand rose, tearing off the thin and light cloth sleeve from her clothes, and a whole arm's length of perfectly flawless skin was reflected in the man's eyes, and his eyes started to shine with a burning excitement. Ah! Feng Qinggu screamed, as she felt her goose pimples rise from the disgust she felt from being embraced by the disgusting man. In her struggle to push the man away, her hands brushed over a dagger at his hip, and without even thinking, she quickly pulled it out and thrust it right at the man's heart. "Damn it! Slut!" The man's lust had gone to his head, and for a moment, he was slow in dodging and he got slashed across his chest. The pain caused him to push out and he flung Feng Qinggu away from him. Ah! Bam! Her head slammed into the corner of the bed and bright red blood flowed out like a spring. She tried to stand, but her body swayed heavily and she fell back onto the ground, in a dead faint. Heavens be damned! The man looked at the blood oozing out from his chest and rage filled his mind as he lashed out with a hard kick to the abdomen of the motionless heap on the ground, and he roared, "Get up! Don't play dead with me!" As he shouted, he grabbed at her clothes and lifted her limp body and threw her onto the bed. The excruciating pain in her head and abdomen made the initially unconscious person's face crease up in a deep frown. A voice was weeping noisily in her mind, further frustrating her with her already throbbing head. "Shut up!" She hollered loudly, and at the same moment she opened her eyes, her brow pinched together. There really was a voice still sobbing in her mind, and before her eyes, there was a vulgar-looking man who had stripped himself all the way down to his underwear, currently eyeing her lustily. Her gaze swept past the vulgar-looking man and his equally disgusting body and saw that she was in a room filled with old Chinese vintage decor, and her mouth turned into a hard straight line. In her mind, that weeping voice had, after her shout, seemed to slowly subside and just finally stopped. "So, you finally realized that playing dead doesn't work? Just be good and play with your lord here or else. I know of many ways to make sure you comply." Once he finished saying those words, he pounced like a hungry wolf on his prey as he leapt towards Feng Qinggu on the bed. "You seek death!" Her face filled with utter contempt, she shouted out and lifted her bent knee and lashed at her leg with a swift kick to send the vulgar-looking man flying. Crash! Oof! The vulgar man had taken a direct hit from that kick and he fell sprawled onto the floor, landing on all fours like a toad, groaning in pain. He struggled to recover and stood up quickly, staring angrily at the girl sitting by the edge of the bed. He clenched his fist tight and threw a big punch. "You dirty slut! You dare to kick me? I'll kill you!" But he was completely stunned when his punch, thrown with his full strength, was caught, and without knowing how she did it, she grabbed the back of his hand and pulled back sharply. The sound of bones breaking cracked in the air, and the excruciating pain made him scream out, almost losing his mind. A pair of cold hands suddenly closed around his neck and another crisp crack sounded. His head lolled to one side with his eyes bulging, and he fell over like a limp doll. With death, not another sound came out from his mouth. Time seemed to stop at the moment as silence fell in the room. It was so quiet you would be able to hear a pin drop. At that moment, the girl sitting on the bed stretched out her fair slender fingers and she stared at them. Frowning slightly, a faint smile with a slight perverse tinge played across her lips. But that sinister smile, when paired with her disfigured face, was chilling to see, whichever way you looked at it. The man who just died must have left instructions that no matter what happens in the room, no one was to come in. Hence, the two guards standing outside the room had not been bothered when they heard the loud crashes earlier, thinking that it was just the man torturing the girl. The young girl on the bed walked over to the bronze mirror and sat down. She looked at the abhorrent countenance reflected in the mirror and her eyes narrowed. She tapped her finger lightly on the top of the dressing table to elicit a soft knocking sound. "Speak! Who are you?" she asked, staring into the mirror, as if talking to herself. And, just as she finished her question, a sobbing voice spoke at the back of her mind, "I am Feng Qinggu." "And who are you?" "Feng Jiu." She opened her mouth to say, "I think you should already have died. Why have you left a sliver of your consciousness in my mind?" Follow the latest novels n/velbin.com. I refuse to resign to my fate. My hatred for Su Ruoyun continues to burn. Su Ruoyun put me in this pitiable state. The sobbing voice was suddenly filled with hatred as it resounded within her mind. Feng Jiu remained silent and did not say a single word for quite a while, only listening to the voice weep. The sobs were filled with resentment and hatred, and the raw emotions passed from her mind and crept into her heart, making her strongly feel an indignant rage that did not belong to her. "Stop crying a moment and tell me all about it," she said with a frown, silently thinking to herself, if not for her the fact that she wanted to clear her doubts about this spectral presence in her mind and the situation before her, she would have walked out long ago, instead of sitting here to listen to the voice's incessant weeping. The voice in her head stopped a moment and the weeping was reduced to spasmodic sobs and sniffles. The voice did not share her story in great detail, as she was at least smart enough to realize what would serve her best interests best at that moment. Hence, she went to say, "I've died, and my body has now become yours. Feng Jiu, I will only beg for two things. First, I want Su Ruoyun to suffer a living fate worse than death. Killing her quickly with a thrust of the sword will not appease the hatred in the heart. And only when she lives, suffering endless torment, will the hatred be appeased and for my heart to rest in peace." F0 low new hapters at nov/el/bin/.com. Her voice had thick hatred wrapped around it. At that point, she already accepted that she wouldn't be able to recover anything for herself, and hence all she yearned for at that moment was to make the person responsible for putting her into that abominable state, that Su Ruoyun, to live out her life in endless suffering. Feng Jiu's eyebrow raised, but she did not speak. Only the ends of her mouth lifted slightly, but it was undeterminable whether that was a smile. And at that moment, as if knowing what Feng Jiu was thinking in her mind, Feng Qingge continued to say, "I do not know where you came from, and I do not know what kind of status you held before. But from the cool-headed way you handled the situation and the calm I can sense from you, I believe you were someone extraordinary. Or at least, you will not be as dumb as I have been, to end up having someone steal your identity and ending killed in a dingy place like this." Upon hearing that, Feng Jiu's eyes lit up and the ends of her mouth lifted slightly higher, and she said, "Go on. What is the second one?" Hearing those words, Feng Qingge knew that meant Feng Jiu has agreed, and she heaved a silent sigh of relief. But at the same time, her voice grew sorrowful and depressed. "My family members are all very kind people. They treasured me greatly and doted on me. I hope you can care for them on my behalf and do not let them know. Know that I am no longer around." The fair and snowy slender fingers tapped on the table softly. The light gentle tapping made Feng Qingge nervous. She had no way of knowing what Feng Jiu was thinking, and left with no other choice, she feared hearing rejection coming out from Feng Jiu's mouth, so she went on to say, "I will leave all my memories to you to allow you to know everything that has happened. Feng Jiu, you must help me, you must help me." After hearing the voice in her head fade off, Feng Jiu suddenly felt an intense pain in her head, feeling just like someone was forcibly stuffing something into it. Her brows drew close together as she closed her eyes to endure the sharp pain, and it was a while later before she slowly opened her eyes. And in her mind, she suddenly found many memories that did not originally belong to her. It might be due to Feng Qingge's memories melding with hers, but when the memory of being disfigured surfaced in her mind, she could feel the same feelings Feng Qingge had felt then, almost just like she had been the one who had actually suffered under that knife. Su Ruoyun? Ha ha. Interesting. The melding of memories in her mind had also allowed her to understand her current situation and what was going on around her. Hence, she stood up and walked over to the dead man's side, emptying the man's stripped-off clothes of anything that was of value. She saw that the dress on herself had a sleeve torn off and the front lapel was ripped. She quickly decided, and she tore out a piece of cloth from the inner layer of her skirt to hide her face. Her disfigured face would stand out too much, and if she wanted to leave this place, she needed to do it stealthily, without catching anyone's eye. A pity, a thorough search of the room had not given her any pieces of clothing she was able to wear. As for the man's clothes, she saw that they were really too dirty and she did not want to wear them. She suddenly remembered that this was a place where men seeked pleasure of the flesh, so she simply tore off the other sleeve and revealed her fair and smooth shoulders. She adjusted and fixed the dress further, quickly turning it into a tube dress as her gaze fell onto the light gauze draped over the bed frame. She reached out her hand and pulled the gauze over her shoulders before leaping out the window at the back. She landed firmly and her eyes quickly surveyed the surroundings but saw only one way out right before her. She snuck into the courtyard in front and blended in among the girls teasing and laughing there. Just as she was about to take a step to leave the place, a shrill scream rang out. "Ah! Someone's been murdered. It has been exposed. Run!" That was her first instinct and immediately ran towards the exit. However, a cold gleam flashed before her eyes and she sensed a terrifying and bloodthirsty chill speeding towards her. Seeing the cold gleam quickly closing in, she crouched down to dodge it without thinking. Swoosh! Arg! The cold sharp wind from the speeding blade passed just above her head. Her ears heard multiple gasps of shock and screams broke. Everyone was pushing and shoving in a terrified frenzy and Fengjiu found that a big amount of space had been cleared around her. She lifted her head. With her in the middle of it all, a wave of people surrounding her were all dead with a blade wound that had severed their throats. I was lucky I dodged that one. She thanked the gods on this one and she was about to want to tiptoe away when a pair of black boots stopped right before her. A pair of eyes staring down at her flashed darkly a brief moment and she warily lifted her head, her body shaking. Woo! Standing before her was a man dressed in black. His face was covered behind a black scarf hiding his looks. But that pair of eyes were filled with a cruel and vicious glint that drove fear and terror into the hearts of people. The sword he was holding in his hand was pointing to the ground and fresh red blood was still dripping from its point, drop by drop till it seemed like the ground had blossomed with red plums. Not knowing whether it was intentional, her trembling body caused the light gauze draped over her shoulders to fall onto the ground, exposing her snow-white shoulders and flawlessly smooth skin. Her face was veiled, but her enchanting eyes were brimming with tears, and matched with that slightly trembling slender form, she looked, oh so helpless and pitiful. The man in black was obviously not one who gave in to lust easily. Those cruel and vicious eyes had upon seeing that snowy smooth skin wavered just the slightest of moments, and they quickly shifted to stare at the mass of people who had retreated backwards against the wall, seemingly looking for something, and the hand holding the sword suddenly shifted slightly at that moment, preparing to get rid of the person before him who was in his way. The killer's intent grew stronger, filling the air, and Fengjiu suddenly wailed frantically, "Wu! Don't kill me!" But, at the same moment she was standing up, her hand waved over her thigh and a dagger with a cold gleam was suddenly moving faster than sound towards the man's arm that was holding the sword. Sock! Clang! As he had not felt any murderous intent from the girl before him, he had gotten careless and had relaxed his guard against her. With the close proximity they were in then, his careless slip had caused his arm to be cut and a great amount of blood was flowing out. His arm trembled and the sword gripped in that hand fell heavily to the floor. As if by reflex, he immediately lashed out with a swift kick. That kick was imbued with an airstream and delivered with his internal force. Even people who cultivated would be hard-pressed to survive his kick, but against all his expectations, the kick he had aimed right at the girl's chest was dodged by her through some strange move she used with her body. With that brief momentary distraction, he next saw the girl leaping right at him, the dagger aimed right at his chest. He instinctively reached out his hand to neutralize the attack, but it turned out her charge was actually a feint. While that dagger was thrust out, her leg swiftly whipped and sped straight between the man's legs. Ung! A hard-rending pain tore through him as he groaned out in agony. His legs closed together involuntarily putting him in a half-squat. That presented her with the greatest opportunity, and she flipped the dagger in her hand in a reverse grip and sliced it across his throat. A knife across the throat. Killing with one move. Till his death, the black-masked man's eyes remained wide open, filled with resentment and rage, seemingly as if he refused to accept that he would die under the hands of a girl. The mass of people who had retreated far behind looked on in shock at the scene before their eyes, widened in utter disbelief. They couldn't believe that such a weak and gentle-looking girl who had been just wailing pitifully barely moments ago would suddenly transform into such a lethal god of death who executed flawlessly smooth and merciless critical strikes upon the black-robed man, killing him instantly with one quick move. Before any of them could recover, they saw that the girl had already run out with looking back once, and disappearing into the night. A small thin figure was squatting by an inconspicuous street corner, yawning his head off. His half-closed eyes were looking at the patrolling teams roving on the bustling street as he pulled out an apple from within his clothes and began to take bites out of it in a big show of utter boredom. Dressed in beggar's rags, old, tattered and filthy, his dirty face was even well smeared with mud and grime, his hair wrapped within a broken rag, looking every inch a malnourished skinny little beggar. Nobody would have guessed that the very one person who had so greatly angered the town's mayor as to make him order an all-out search for that woman from the brothel would be this little beggar by the street corner. What bad luck! How do I get out of here? Even if I have the patience to wait, the poison in my body wouldn't allow it. Taking bites out from the apple, Feng Jiu sighed softly. If she had known that the vulgar and disgusting man that she killed last night was the town mayor's only son, she would have at least let him live, and the mayor wouldn't have deployed all the guards to comb the entire town to search for her. But, who was that black-robed man then? Assassin? Remembering the energy that had surrounded that man's body when he executed his moves, she began to feel a little jittery. She had thought that after being reborn, she would at most just have to deal with living under the rule of some ancient dynasty. Who would have thought that the people here cultivated immortality? Immortal cultivation, that was something that entered the realm of fantasy. But thinking back to the fact that she, a person from the 21st century, had even been reborn into a goddamned place like this, made everything else seem not as strange anymore. Immortal cultivation. Then her whole arsenal of skills her body possessed would amount to naught before these cultivators of immortality. She flung the half-eaten apple away and sat there sighing to herself, dispirited. Until a crisp and clear sound rang out right before her. Clink! 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 The broken bowl before her suddenly had a tiny nugget of silver spinning in a circle within it before settling down in the middle. Feng Jiu stared blankly at the silver within the broken bowl and picked it up to inspect it. It felt not different from a common rock except that it was silver on the outside. She looked up and turned her head towards the person who had thrown the silver nugget into her bowl and saw the wide back of a person dressed in a black robe. He was walking slowly, his steps light but firm, and a chilling aura emanated from his entire being that drove people to stay away from him. With that turn of her head, without even thinking about it, she leapt up to grab at that man's leg, wailing pitifully in a loud voice, "Woo-hoo! Brother-in-law! I've found you at last, oh my brother-in-law!" The man suddenly dodged in a flash and she ended up grabbing at air and she fell forward from the forward momentum, scraping both her hands and groaning in pain. The black-robed man frowned, his sharp and penetrating gaze sweeping over the little beggar on the ground briefly, before he resumed his steps to continue striding forward. A single glance, and he was able to determine that the beggar on the ground was just a commoner that did not practice cultivation. Of course, Feng Jiu at that moment was just a common and ordinary person. The little bit of cultivation that her body's previous owner had achieved had been completely undone by the poison that Su Ruiyun had forced into her mouth, and she was now just an ordinary person who did not possess any cultivation powers. And it was exactly because of that when those cultivators of immortality saw her, an ordinary person who had no cultivation, would relax their guard against one such as her. "Brother-in-law! Do not desert me! Wah! I suffered so much hardship before I managed to find brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. She got up and pounced once again, falling a few more times, until the black-robed man in front finally stopped in his tracks. Brother-in-law. The chance was not to be missed. Fengjiu clasped both her hands and feet to hug herself round the man's leg, clinging on tightly, as she raised her tear-brimmed eyes, injected with some timidness, to look at the man. Upstarted T from N, 0/V/LB/co/M. And when she saw the man's countenance, her mouth suddenly developed an involuntary twitch. This leg she was clinging onto like a koala might have been a mistake. Looking at broad back, the man before her eyes stood out as a great example epitomizing what made a man. But when she saw his face, she only felt like slapping herself on the forehead to say with a long sigh, "Come on." This is obviously the face of an aged uncle already in his 30s. The sharp-featured, stalwart and hard face was half covered in his beard, and his face shape could hardly be made out, just as was his countenance. Although the pair of eyes were endlessly deep and mysterious, but whichever way you chose to look at it, he was an uncle in his 30s, and he couldn't quite fit into the profile of being anything like her young nubile-body's brother-in-law. But she had no other choice in the matter before her, and she was not going to let go of the leg she was latched onto, so she continued to cry out, "Brother-in-law. Boo-hoo! I finally found you. Oh, brother-in-law. Visit novilbin.c/m for the L-test updates." Ling Mohan's up-slanted brows creased together as he stared at the koala-like little beggar latched onto his leg. As he was unused to being touched, his entire body was currently completely frozen. He tried to shake the beggar off his leg and he gave a low holler, "You've mistaken me for someone else. Let go." However, the little beggar was clinging on too tightly and he could not shake him off. "Woo-hoo! Brother-in-law, I am not mistaken. My sister told me you had a great big beard. I saw you when I was very young and I will not mistake you for anyone else. Boo-hoo! Brother-in-law, don't drive me away, there is no one at home anymore and my stepmother wants to sell me off. Boo-hoo! Brother-in-law. I am not your brother-in-law. You've really got the wrong person." Ling Mohan's expression was turning chilly and the chilling aura emanating from his being was intensifying terrifyingly. But the little beggar clinging onto his leg was not loosening his grip in the slightest. He shook his leg a few more times but he still failed to dislodge the person. When he stretched out his hand wanting to pick the little beggar off, he suddenly screamed and held on even tighter, his head even pushing against a sensitive area between his legs, and his body suddenly stiffened, his face darkening immediately. "Let go! No way! Unless you agree to take me with you." She was stuck unabashedly onto the man's leg and completely unaware her head was pushing against the person's sensitive part, secretly celebrating in silent glee that although the aged uncle was a little cold in his demeanor, but fortunately, he was harsh only with his mouth and not in his actions, seemingly like he wouldn't use his powers on a commoner who did not practice cultivation. Valiantly suppressing the urge to kill, Ling Mohan drew in a deep breath before he said, "Let go. I'll let you come with me." Sniff. "Brother-in-law, I knew you wouldn't desert me." She wiped at her dry eyes which had not been wet in the slightest and she quickly got to her feet. Seeing that the man had already turned and walked away, she immediately hurried to catch up. Seeing the distance between them being pulled apart, Fengjiu's eyes flashed and smile curled up on her face. No wonder he had agreed for her to follow him so easily. So this was what he had planned to do, to leave her behind like this? Unfortunately for him, he had gravely miscalculated. There was no way she wouldn't be able to keep up with his pace. At the very least, before she manages set foot outside of this Dalang city, she needed to stick to him. This man was obviously not from a simple background and sticking by him would ensure that the guards will not dare to stop them. "Brother-in-law. Wait up, I can't keep up." brother-in-law. She ran slowly behind him, and when she saw that he was going towards the city gates, her heart leapt with joy and she quickened her pace to catch up. Ling Yimo Han's steps faltered as he turned his head around slightly. He saw the little beggar's filthy little hand was tugging at a corner of his robe. He flicked his arm down to brush off the little beggar and he continued on with his wide strides forward. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, don't be angry with me, at most I won't pull at your clothes anymore. Brother-in-law. She jogged along as she cried out pitifully, noticing from out of the corner of her eyes that the guards at the city gates suddenly stiffened when they spotted the uncle in front of her, and lowering their heads to bow in subservience. The guards who had been marching straight towards her suddenly froze in their spots when they heard her address the man as brother-in-law, their faces greatly puzzled as they discreetly assessed the two people. Brother-in-law, where are we going? After coming out through the city gates, she started sizing up the people around. Your F4 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. At that moment, Ling Yimo Han stopped his steps and glanced at the little beggar to say in a deep voice, "You're already out here, don't follow me anymore." Feng Jiu was startled a moment and she quickly continued on to say with a sweet smile, "Oh brother-in-law. What are you saying?" The uncle had actually been aware that she wanted to come out through the city gates. That was to be expected now that she thought about it, as the man did not look to be from common stock and her petty tricks should have been pretty obvious to him. But what surprised her was that he still helped her even after being wise to her chicanery. Seeing him walking away quickly with wide strides, Feng Jiu hastened to catch up. Brother-in. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted. "I am not your brother-in-law, stop addressing me that way." The deep voice was a deep baritone, cold and hard, the very personification of masculinity. "Have I really mistaken you for someone else? My sister told me my brother-in-law has a really bushy beard is easily recognizable." She jogged alongside him and began to scrutinize him carefully from head to toe. Suddenly, she grinned widely and said, "Heh, maybe, just maybe, I might have really gotten the wrong guy. You see, my brother-in-law should be a tad bit younger than you." Ling Yimo Han continued on his way, completely ignoring the little beggar at his side. From the way he looked at it, a little beggar with some smarts but did not practice any cultivation in the slightest did not deserve his attention, and hence, he quickened his steps forward, a few times faster than he had been in the city. In regards to his suddenly increased speed, Feng Jiu was suddenly intrigued as she thought to herself, watching his steps, they seemed to tread lightly upon the ground, but at the same time, they seemed to just flit across without touching. He was moving extremely quickly, but it was quite different from her own traceless on snow-cloud treading steps. "Uncle! Uncle! Wait for me!" It wasn't that she really wanted to stick to him, but there was only one road after coming out through the city gates. Moreover, she really couldn't afford to dilly-dally to follow that man around as she needed to go find some herbs to counter the poison within her body. Remembering that fact only reminded her of the fact that Su Ruoyun wasn't just malicious. Despite her body's original owner having treated Su Ruoyun exceptionally well, Su Ruoyun had not only robbed her of her identity, Su Ruoyun had even sold her to a brothel for her to be tormented and humiliated to her death. TSK, this woman was really more venomous than a scorpion. But, according to the original Feng Qingji's memories, this Su Ruoyun seemed to have been just like her, having come from the 21st century as well. And she must be well versed in medicine as well, or she wouldn't have been able to create a mask that looked exactly like her. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Something that she had initially felt to be endlessly dull seemed to be getting more and more interesting. When Ling Yimo Han, who was a distance further up front, heard the repeated shouts of "Uncle," a corner of his mouth began to twitch. He subconsciously felt the beard on his own face and he increased his pace another notch, thinking to ditch the person behind him. However, after about 4 hours when he stopped and turned his head behind to peek, he saw the thin figure still following behind him about 10 steps away, and his heart was rather shocked. For someone who had not done a sliver of cultivation, how did he manage to keep up with him? Feng was panting heavily as she ran up to him, her back bent over with her hands resting on her knees, wheezing, "Phew. That was so tiring, I'm ready to drop." "Uncle! Why were you walking so fast?" Ling Yimohan's brows creased up closer as he sized up the filthy little beggar for a long while before he said in a deep voice, "Do not follow me anymore. The place I am headed to is the 9 Entrapment Woods. That place is filled with endless dangers and you will only be killed if you go in there." "You've got it wrong, Uncle. I wasn't following you, but it was originally my intention to go to the 9 Entrapment Woods anyway. But since you are going there too, isn't it better if we go there together?" Ling Yimohan completely ignored the person behind him and just widened his strides to continue walking. He was thinking that the little beggar was actually some young master from some rich family who had secretly run away for fun. From the moment the little beggar had latched onto his leg, he had not sensed the lowly humility from the beggar, and he had a pair of eyes that showed wit and were sharp, astute, nothing like what a beggar would have. After hearing that he was intending to go to the 9 Entrapment Woods, he was even more certain that the youth was just going there for nothing more than fun. If the youth really did not fear death and followed him blindly into the 9 Entrapment Woods, he would not be a busybody to go save him if anything happened. Seeing that the uncle in front was ignoring her, Feng Zhou did not say another word after that, but just jogged to keep up a few steps behind. However, if one were to look a little closer, they would notice that her steps were a little queer, as the speed she was moving at wasn't slower than Ling Yimohan before her by much. The two of them moved one behind the other. Ling Yimohan in the front did not once stop for any rest, and neither did Feng Zhou behind him. As time was running out, she needed to get to the 9 Entrapment Woods to find the necessary herbs to dispel the poison within her body, or her life would really end senselessly in this world just like that. All West ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/.cm. But this body had after all once belonged to a young miss of a rich family. After running for a whole day and night without any food and drink, the body had reached its limits. Her legs were sore and heavy, her strides gradually slowing down, and the figure of Ling Yimohan in front was getting further and further away from her. However, she still managed to come to the edge of the 9 Entrapment Woods at the break of dawn the next day, and she did not see any sign of the uncle anywhere. "Phew! I'm bushed!" She crashed back down onto the ground, panting heavily. Sweat ran in rivulets, and she was starving. She was feeling a little lightheaded and rather nauseous. From yesterday till now, the only thing she had was the apple that she had swiped from the fruit stall and that had long been digested, and not even the juice was left. Her stomach was ravenously empty, and she wished endlessly for a scrumptious chicken leg to eat at that moment. She rested a while to catch her breath, and after wiping off her perspiration, she stood up and stared at the 9 Entrapment Woods before her, a smile of anticipation showing on her face. He. I should be able to catch myself some wild meat in the 9 Entrapment Woods. Just thinking about it made her swallow with a big gulp, and she immediately moved her feet to go into the woods. The trees were dense and the vegetation abundant. The sun's rays from above her head were half shielded, and the damp smell of the dirt and the fragrance of grass wafted past her nose carried by the light breeze. Feng Zhou held a sprig broken off from one of the tree and swept it left and right before her as she walked. By doing that, she could on one hand sweep away some of the weeds in her path, and on the other hand drive away any venomous snakes that might be hiding in the grass. Her progress was slow, as her eyes carefully scanned for any herbs covered under the weeds. She had studied the poison in her body, and it might be difficult for others to undo, but for someone like her who was highly skilled in medicine and poisons, it was relatively easy. Of course, it was on the premise that she must first find the herbs she needed, or even if she was a medical deity, she wouldn't be able to undo the poison in her body with nothing. Perhaps it was because she was still on the outer edge. Although she had managed to find some herbs, they were all of the more common variety. And as for the wild fare that she was salivating from, it was almost utterly hopeless. Even after having walked for more than an hour, she had not seen a single sign of an edible live animal, but only quite a number of lizards rested upon the branches of the trees. She was so hungry it was making her feel weak. She saw some edible creeping woodsorrel herb growing among the weeds, and she picked out a big bunch of them and chewed on them as she walked. Although the stem of the herb was sour, its flowers tasted lightly fragrant. It might not be much, but it was nevertheless better than her well-emptied stomach. Hey! I can actually find tree root berries here? She ran over in pleasant surprise when she saw the herb growing at the foot of the tree, which was one of the herbs she was seeking for on this trip for her antidote. Biting off the last leaves from the bunch of herbs she held in her hand, she threw the stems away to the side. Carefully digging out the tree root berry from the dirt at the base of the tree, she was squatting on the ground focused on the task, and she failed to notice that a black and white venomous snake was slithering through the grass towards her. As the snake neared her, its long body pushed its head up and it spat out its forked tongue, hissing softly. At that moment, the venomous snake struck, its jaw widened to bite onto Feng Zhou's calf. Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. A sudden change came over Feng Zhou's expression and an austere murderous chill pervaded her entire being, her eyes suddenly turned bitingly cold. Her body pivoted lightning quick as her hand grasped onto the snake's head, the other hand clasped around the snake's 7-inch vital point. Her fingers tightened and with a snap, the fingers grasping the 7-inch vital point were driven deep into the snake's body. Hiss! The snake let out a loud hiss and its body spasmed before it fell limp. Oh! A silver ring snake? The chillingly cold aura from just a moment before now felt like it had just been a momentary hallucination. She had immediately reverted right back to her appearance of languid laziness as she eyed the snake and laughed. I haven't seen any boars and not even a tiny rabbit. You will have to do for the time being when I roast you to fill my empty stomach. But, as she finished her statement, the smile on her face froze. She had just discovered one big problem. No fire. Under these damp and highly humid trees, starting a fire through friction would not be easy at all. She didn't have matches with her and not even a flintstone or stick of ember. She wouldn't be able to have roast snake after all. Forget it! Forget it! Just hold out for a little while more. I will have to at least find a drier place before I think of some way to start a fire. She mumbled to herself in a low voice in regret as she held the snake carcass in her hand, thinking it would be such a waste to just throw the snake away. So, she proceeded to clean and process the meat. She first cut the head off, then skinned it, before removing the snake gall. She then hung the now unidentifiable piece of meat on a tree branch and wiped her blood-drenched hand on the grass. She picked some stronger-smelling plants and rubbed her hands vigorously with them to remove the stench of blood from them before carrying on with her search. So, on this day in the woods, a filthy little beggar dressed in ragged clothes could be seen walking alone within this danger-filled 9-entrapment woods, with a tree branch over his shoulder and a skin snake dangling from it as he skipped along. Throughout the entire day, she traversed alone within, searching for herbs to dispel the poison from her body. She had unknowingly walked from the outer edges of the woods to go deep into the inner reaches, and she was finally able to locate all the herbs she needed before dusk. Taking advantage of the remaining light that allowed her to still see, she found a dry branch and embarked on the most primitive way of starting a fire. But as the environment was damp and wet, she spent almost 2 hours tirelessly before she succeeded in starting the fire. Her hands had blistered badly from her efforts, but when she sank her teeth into the roasted snake meat, everything she did suddenly seemed all worth it. Having found all the herbs she needed for the antidote and her stomach filled, she proceeded to mash up the herbs she found in the afternoon and applied it on her body. Then she extinguished the fire and climbed up a tall tree, to find a comfortable spot for her to get a good night's rest. Being in a place like this, and all alone, she could not afford to keep the fire burning. If not, when night fell, she could easily become the target of wild beasts, and she wasn't exactly brimming with energy at that moment to take them on. So, even when the branches high up in the trees were cold and she did not have the fire to warm her, she would choose safety over comfort without a thought. As expected, as the darkness fell, the howling of wolves reached her ears, ringing through the woods, reverberating chillingly in the darkness that drove fear into the hearts of men. As for Fengjiu, her eyes were closed as she had fallen into a deep sleep, seemingly treating the long ringing howls in the woods as her nighttime lullaby. Naturally, she would also not notice that high up upon a tree not too far away, a dark shadowy figure had observed her every single action in this very dangerous woods. A brief flash of astonishment showed in Ling Imo Han's penetrating jet-black eyes, a fleeting moment, surprised that he would see the little beggar once more at a place like this. He had thought that the little beggar would have run away at the first sign of danger he would undoubtedly encounter in the 9 entrapment woods, and he had not for a moment expected to come all the way so deep into the inner reaches of the woods. He had spotted the little beggar sometime in the afternoon. The young beggar had been bent over digging up a herb from the ground. The herbs that he had thought to be useless were instead picked by the little beggar one by one, and the youth was seemingly extremely carefree and at ease within the inner reaches, looking completely oblivious to all the dangers surrounding him. Based on his cold and indifferent personality, he would not have paid the little beggar any attention. But somehow, for no good reason, he did not leave. Instead, he secretly observed from a distance, watching the little beggar intently as he picked up a piece of deadwood and dug out a small hole in it. He then found himself a small dead branch, and he sat down, placing the point of the branch into the small hole in the bigger piece of wood and turning the branch furiously, held between his palms, seeming like he was trying to bore a hole in the wood. He did not know what the little beggar was doing, and it was only after watching him for about more than 2 hours that he saw a thin wisp of smoke emanating from the piece of wood that he was thoroughly shocked. With just 2 pieces of wood, and he was able to start a fire. He had never seen anyone use such a strange method before. He knew that to start a fire, people usually used either a stick of glowing ember or flint stones. In the worst-case scenario, he had heard that people would even strike 2 weapons together to induce sparks, but through the method like what the little beggar just did, that was a first in his entire life. But that also told him that the little beggar had not been oblivious to the surrounding dangers. The youth had had the mind to extinguish the fire after he roasted and ate the skillfully skinned snake before clambering quickly up a tall tree to find a place to rest for the night. The young beggar had been callously inconsiderate, as he could hear the kid snoring loudly all the way here. If Ling Imo Han knew what Fengjiu was thinking in his mind at that moment, he might not having the same thoughts. Initially, Fengjiu had not noticed that someone was watching him, as she had not sensed any malicious intent in the air surrounding her. But, just as she was up in the tree and had just closed her eyes to go to sleep, she suddenly felt that a pair of eyes were trained on her, probing and assessing her. And because of that, she let out loud snores, pretending to be deeply fast asleep. In reality, she was wondering when those eyes had started watching her, and how did she fail to notice that she was being watched? But since the other party had not chosen to show himself and not caused her to feel threatened in any way, she decided not to expose the person hidden in the darkness, but chose to silently raise her guard. After all, the people in this world cultivated immortality, and she could not afford to carelessly see them as an average human, or she would put herself at a big disadvantage right from the start. At dawn the next morning, Fengjiu awoke under the chirping of the birds. She reached one hand out groggily before giving out a mighty huge yawn, and she stretched her back fully in a graceful arc. But that full stretch caused her to lose her balance, and she suddenly fell from the tree. Arg! Bam! She screamed out and fell to the ground with a loud bang, lying among the tall grass on the ground. Ouch! This hurts like hell. She stood up and rubbed at her hips and twisted her body before heaving a sigh of relief. Luckily nothing is broken. A distance away, the dense canopy of leaves half covered the figure of Ling Mohan as his penetrating eyes glanced briefly at the figure away off from his position before quickly looking away. From the moment the little beggar had awoken, his eyes had been open. He had seen the little beggar still groggy with sleep as he stretched high above the trees and falling off it. He knew the ground below the tree was filled with weeds growing on soft soil and a fall like that would not cause much problems, hence he had just glanced over unsympathetically and had not bothered to go help the youth up. He saw the little beggar rub at his hips and then proceed to find two sizable pieces of rocks before sitting down to pull out the herbs he had previously gathered from his clothes. He then mashed them up and stuffed it into his mouth. Ling Mohan could not help himself but made his brows tilt up in a deep frown as he stared at the little beggar and thought to himself, the little beggar had just eaten roast snake last night. Was he so quickly famished that he needed to eat the herbs to quell his hunger? Even if that is the case, you can't stuff herbs into your mouth in such a manner, can you? Doesn't he know that eating herbs indiscriminately like this might cause you big problems? He was just thinking that when he saw the little beggar suddenly gagged and he vomited out a dark mouthful of blood before collapsing onto the ground. When his eyes saw the scene, his arrow-straight brows furrowed into a frown as he stared and thought deeply about it. Half a heartbeat later, he still saw no sign of the little beggar awakening before he summoned his powers and leapt off the tree to walk in that direction. Dead? He stuck out a foot and nudged the unmoving figure a bit. When he saw that there was no reaction, he squatted down and wanted to check to see if the little beggar was still breathing. Who knew that at the very moment he had just lowered himself, the motionless little figure suddenly leapt up and pounced on him. In his state of unpreparedness, he was caught completely off guard and he was pushed onto the ground. Uncle! Ha ha ha. Ha! Feng was laughing hysterically when she suddenly stopped, and the expression on her face froze. She stared at the startled uncle lying on the ground and then turned her eyes to look at the dirty claws clasped upon her chest. Her entire being froze and she was dumbfounded at that moment. What? What is this? Had she just been molested? The feeling of soft flesh under his hands made Ling Mohan's mind turn completely blank. Utter shock filled his eyes and stuttering for the first time in his life, he said, You are a girl? And he quickly retracted his hands as he spoke. But with the sudden release of his hands, the blanked-out Feng Jiu still had not recovered, causing her body to suddenly lose its support. Feng Jiu fell forward and in the worst way it could happen, her mouth smacked straight right onto a pair of bushy bearded lips. MMPH 7 sit envelb/n, c/m for L test vels. The two of them groaned under their locked lips as the pain from the impact shot through their mouths. This time, Ling Mohan was the one to freeze, his eyes flared wide open, filled with utter incredulity. And as if he was terrifyingly shocked by something, his eyes rolled back and he fell into a dead faint. When she saw that the uncle had fainted, Feng Jiu's expression turned dark. She got up and massaged her face, which was hurting from being pricked by the bushy and bristling beard, and spat out repeatedly, going, "Pooey! Pooey! Pooey," as she wiped at her mouth in disgust. "I have not even complained about an old cow like you feeling up a pure and innocent young girl, and you have the cheek to faint before me." She rubbed at her dirt-streaked face and stared at the really unconscious uncle and suddenly felt speechless. After she processed the herbs needed for the antidote, she had mashed them together and tried to swallow it. But the effects had been too strong and it caused her body to vomit out blood. She had then quickly decided to grab at that opportunity to lure the person hidden in the shadows to see who it was. She had not expected to hear that uncle's voice and she wanted to play a trick on him. Who knew she would end up being taken advantage of and was even forced to witness the man shocked into a dead faint after having taken liberties with her body. She sat down at the side with her legs crossed and she took the opportunity to observe the man before he woke up, and she found that the uncle was actually rather good-looking. Although half of his face was covered by the bushy beard, but his arrow-straight brows, his highly pointed nose, with his strong chiseled jawline, and those sexy lips hidden under the beard, somehow exuded a kind of manliness all over. Her eyes filled with admiration, her gaze slowly traveled downwards, over that strong and buff body, and those long and muscular legs, and she nodded in approval as she thought to herself, this physique would be the type when they put on clothes, they look stylish, and when they took off clothes, they look manly. Without even needing to check, he would undoubtedly possess the full set of abdominal muscles. Her hand was just involuntarily reaching out to feel the abdominal muscles when at that moment, a cold and hard voice rang in her ears. "What are you doing?" Ling Imo-han's eyebrows were tilted up at an alarming angle as he stared at her, before quickly flipping himself to stand up and putting some distance between them. At the first moment he had awoken, he was suddenly confronted with seeing her with her eyes brightly lit as she stared over his body. Although he saw only admiration in those eyes, but was it really appropriate for a girl to be staring at a man with eyes like those? Those claws had just begun to reach out when she heard his voice, and she immediately tried to, as naturally as possible, move her hands to scratch at her head, before saying sheepishly with a laugh, "Uncle, I wasn't going to do anything." "TSK. Why did you have so wake up so quickly? I had wanted to feel those abdominal muscles." He stared at the grinning girl before him, looking back at him with sparkling vigor in her eyes, when he recalled the softness his hands had grasped earlier and the touch when their lips had met. In a moment, his face darkened, but his face was covered by his great bushy beard and it could not be seen. Seeing the man turn and walk off without a word, Feng Jiu was surprised a moment. She thought about it for a while before she opened up her strides and followed. "Uncle, don't you think we are fated to meet? See? We've even managed to meet once again in here. Since that is the case, shouldn't we just travel together?" When the man continued striding on, completely ignoring her, she didn't feel the least bit bothered by it. She was thinking just with her own meager power alone and wandering aimlessly in this place, it might just be a tad bit dangerous. But if she were to be with a man like him, it would be a lot safer for her. Hence, whenever he walked, she followed, and when he stopped, she would also stop. But compared to her completely heartless lack of concern, the cold chill that was emanating from Ling Imo-han's being in front was growing more and more intense. At last, when he could not bear it any longer, he swung a chilling gaze onto her and his face creased up in a deep frown as he said, "Why do you have to keep following me?" All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. He knew himself to be a person who wasn't exactly all that approachable. All this while, which human didn't stay beyond a 3-step boundary away from him whenever they saw him? Even the most tactless of people, when chased off by him repeatedly, would not be so shameless as to continue following him. But this girl was just like a thick hide plaster, one that he could not shake off no matter what he did. "Because you are the only person I know here." She looked at him like it should be obvious to see, her eyes trying to hide that mischievous glint. But her face betrayed not a thing and was serious as she said, "From the moment you gave me that nugget of silver, I was certain of it. You must be a really kind person." Green veins bulged alarmingly on Ling Imo-han's forehead and a corner of his brow started to twitch. His thin lips stretched into a straight line, and his flinty gaze was cast upon her a brief moment, and he continued walking forward without another word. If he had known earlier that his carelessly tossed-out little nugget of silver would give him such a persistent piece of thick hide plaster, he wouldn't have thrown out that piece of silver no matter how much of a hindrance it would cause him. The heavens knew that it wasn't out of kindness that he had given out that tiny piece of silver, but it just so happened that he had that one small piece of loose silver in his belt and he had happened to spot a little beggar in front, so he had thoughtlessly tossed it out. Who knew? Following behind Ling and Mohan, Fengjiu noticed that he was moving in deeper into the woods, and her eyes flashed momentarily as she looked at the figure in black and asked, "Uncle, I heard that there are ferocious beasts in the deeper reaches, is that true?" She had not expected to hear any reply, but his cold voice sounded out with careless indifference to reach her ears. "Since you know that, hurry up and leave. Uncle, I'll just stay beside you and pick some herbs, and I promise not to give you any trouble." She had just checked her pulse, and a large part of the poison in her body had been purged with the blood she had vomited out earlier. She would only need to take another dose of the antidote tonight, and she should be just about fine. She had initially intended to leave the 9 entrapment woods after she manages to fully purge the poison from her body, but who knew that she would meet the uncle once again? So she had changed her mind and decided to follow beside him to pick more herbs. Although she had managed to come into the inner reaches of the woods, it was nevertheless still just the inner reaches of the outer edge. Now that she was going to follow him deep into the real inner reaches, she could not help but feel a little excited, and her heart was filled with anticipation. Wonder what kind of wondrous herbs will they have in there? It is said that the more dangerous the place, the more highly possible it is to be able to pick magical herbs. It would be just fantastic if she really manages to find some magical herbs, as even if she was not able to find a use for it, that would most definitely at least fetch her a hefty sum. Moreover, her looks had been destroyed to such a sorry state by Su Ruiyun, and even she herself thought she looked horrifying. She would naturally need to find a way to treat the wound on her face, or if she was forced to live with a face like that, that would just be an insult to her devilish reputation. The two of them walked one behind the other. Because of Ling and Mohan's warning, despite her still following, she maintained a distance of 3 steps away from him. And she knew as well that the uncle was not used to being in close proximity to women, or he wouldn't have fallen into a dead faint after being accidentally kissed by her. Although she didn't feel that comfortable about that as well, but the other party was after all already an uncle who was old, it would be better if she did not bring up the incident anymore to avoid making it awkward for both parties. But something was making her mood improve. The deeper they went into the inner reaches following behind him, she managed to pick quite a bit of magical herbs along the way. Those magical herbs were infused with spirit auras, and although they were magical herbs of the more common variety, it was nevertheless enough for her mood to gradually lighten. Is that the red clover blossom? Those are the best for treating external wounds. Get your Avrite Ovals at no/v/e/lbn.com. Having spotted the bunch of magical herbs growing wild among the weeds, she ran over in joy and picked it carefully. The red clover blossom was after all a magical herb that would be worth quite a tidy sum, and they could only be found here in the deep inner reaches, never once having appeared the outer reaches. These magical herbs were actually the same as the most precious of herbs that she had known in the 21st century. Whether it was the name or the portrayal of the herbs, they were exactly the same. The only difference was that the people in this world cultivated mystical powers and spirit auras, and their herbs were mainly magical, infused with spirit auras, enhancing and amplifying their effects. Swoosh! At that moment, a chilling swishing sound was shooting straight towards her. Fengjiu, who was carefully picking the magical herb, did not even look up as she dodged to one side quickly. At that moment, the red clover blossom had already been picked, and she was holding it in her hands. Hearing the noise from in front, Ling and Mohan turned his head back immediately. The hands hanging at his sides had raised when the sharp arrow had been flying towards the little beggar. But when he saw her having nimbly dodged it, he discreetly put his hands back and turned his eyes towards the people coming from the other side. Fengjiu was staring at the spot that she had just been squatting in that now had a sharp arrow lodged in the ground. If she had not been quick enough to leap away, that arrow would have landed in her body. Faced with such an unprovoked near brush with death, her lips split into an unthreatening smile, but her eyes did not show the slightest tinge of mirth as they looked at the people approaching. It was a team that had about 20 people. The leader among them was a middle-aged man looking calm and steady. Beside him was a younger male roughly about 20 years of age and a young girl of about 15 or 16. Behind them, the men were all dressed uniformly in the same liveries, looking like members of a clan, and the entire group seemed like they were a clan out here on a training mission. Observing the group without making any moves, Feng Zhou's eyes fell upon the young girl. She saw that the girl was dressed in a suit of pink gauze tube dress, her voluptuous chest half exposed looking highly alluring, her slender waistline tightly bound, a mystical bow in hand and a quiver of arrows across her back. It was obvious, the arrow that flew straight at her earlier had been shot by the girl. Hand over the red clover blossom. The young girl's gaze was filled with arrogance as she stared at the filthy and messy Feng Zhou, and sneered, a mere beggar not squatting by street corners to beg but coming out here to seek death, you must be tired of living. Feng Zhou did not hide her scrutinizing gaze as her eyes looked at the girl from head to toe, and she copied the girl's sneering tone in sarcastic mimic and said, "Why are you not staying back at the brothel but have come all the way out here to put your flesh out on display? Who are you trying to seduce?" Once Feng Zhou's words came out of her mouth, Ling Imo Han, who was standing in front, felt the corner of his mouth give a twitch, and inwardly, he shook his head and thought to himself, how can she be a girl? She's obviously just a uncouth ruffian. When the men on the girl's side heard that, their expressions hardened, and their murderous gazes threw endless daggers at Feng Zhou. Only their leaders and the young man's expression did not change, except that their eyes were looking at Feng Zhou as if they were looking at a dead corpse. "You're asking for death." The young girl was stunned at that moment, her face one of pure disbelief, unable to accept as fact that she had been overpowered by a little beggar who stole the dagger from her and that she had been caught. What shocked her even more was that the little beggar had been so brazen as to have taken advantage of her before so many pairs of eyes. "This niece of mine has been spoiled and have gotten too used to her willful ways. If she has offended you in any way, I implore for the young master to forgive her." A deep voice filled with inspiring awe sounded, and Feng Zhou raised her eyes to look at them, her eyes narrowed. The one who had spoken had naturally been the middle-aged man. He had spoken not in threat, but in apology. The fact that he had been able to suppress the rage in his heart and maintain a composed expression despite his displeasure to speak to her in such an amicable manner was really surprising. So when used to being spoilt and willful means you can indiscriminately take the lives of others? If I had not been quick to dodge, I am guessing I would have reported to the king of Hades already. She glared icily at the middle-aged man, her mouth curled up in a mirthless smile. To not reciprocate in kind would be rude. Actually, I should really repay the pretty lady back. As she spoke, the dagger pressed against the young girl's neck was pushed down a notch, and a drop of blood flowed out, glaringly red against the fair white skin. Ow! The young girl snapped back to consciousness from the sudden pain. As the dagger was pressed against her neck, she stiffened her body and did not dare move an inch, her face filled with fear and panic to say, You don't do anything rash." "Ops. Really sorry. I got frightened by the arrow you shot at me earlier and my hands are still trembling. Seems like I have made you bleed." Watching the scene before him, the middle-aged man's face darkened. His previously amicable expression quickly faded. He stared at Feng Zhou and asked in a deep voice, "What do you really want?" Hearing that, Feng Zhou's eyes smiled. "I'm not being demanding, but I was thinking if I have something golden or those silvery things to calm my nerves, my hands might not tremble anymore." When the middle-aged man heard that, his face relaxed a little instead as he signaled the young man beside him. The young man nodded and strode forward, before retrieving an inconspicuous little bag from his hip, and took out 2 solid gold ingots. "What about us giving these 2 gold ingots to the young master to calm your nerves?" At that moment, Feng Zhou's eyes discreetly glanced past the young man's inconspicuous little bag quickly. According to the memories in her head, that should be a cosmos sack that could hold many things, an item priceless on the market. Looks like this group of people were not from a simple background. She turned her gaze onto the 2 gold ingots in the man's hand and sneered, "You're shooing off a beggar. 2 gold ingots and you think it can calm my nerves?" The young man's face stiffened, eyeing the filth-covered little beggar before him as he thought, aren't you exactly one? Although his heart was filled with contempt, his face however betrayed nothing as he took out another 4 good ingots. Will this be enough? Ling Han glanced at the several good ingots and he silently looked away. Silver and gold ingots like this would only be able to buy them material things. To buy things for the purpose of cultivation, it would not be possible without crystal currency. Compared to the highly prized crystal currency, these gold ingots really paled in comparison. However, that little beggar had not asked for anything else the moment she had opened her mouth, but for gold and silver things, which was just dumb. All West ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/.cm. Feng Zhou could not be bothered how others would think. She looked at the several gold ingots and her gaze turned up as she said, "We will be even after this. After I let her go, all of you must not come after me." Naturally. The middle-aged man agreed in his deep voice. "What do you say?" She leaned close onto the young girl's face and asked smilingly of her. The young girl screamed out in humiliation, but it was not known whether it was from rage of embarrassment when her face turned bright red, and without thinking she raised the bow in her hand once more, pulling out an arrow from the quiver on her back to take aim at Feng Zhou before releasing the string. Swoosh! The ruthless arrow had been imbued with mystical aura as it sped towards Feng Zhou's heart with blinding speed, fully intent on taking Feng Zhou's life in one strike, chillingly merciless. The men with the girl did not move in the slightest, the leader seemingly intentionally indulgent. After all, from what they were seeing, Feng Zhou was just a mere little beggar who possessed 0 mystical powers who might perhaps have been extremely lucky to be able to make it all the way in here. And for a person like that, they all would be able to get rid of easily just by barely lifting a finger. Just a few steps away from Feng Zhou, Ling Han did not do anything to stop the attack this time. He wanted to see just how capable the little beggar girl was. From his observation of her, the little beggar girl was not brainless. In fact, she had shown herself to be extremely shrewd and astute, never committing something she wasn't confident of. The only thing was, it was obvious she did not possess the slightest sliver of mystical aura within her body, so from where was she getting the confidence to provoke others so readily? As he thought to himself, his gaze steeled. He saw her somersault with great agility to avoid the speeding arrow, shooting past under her, not injuring her in the slightest. Witnessing the scene, not only Ling Han, but even the middle-aged man and the younger man on the other side showed a glint of surprise in their eyes. Without the slightest sign of any mystical power on the opponent, and knowing full well how chillingly fast the arrow that was shot out had been traveling, they were certain that the little beggar should not have been able to dodge it at all. But the little beggar had done just that. That just meant that the little beggar was not someone as simple as he was portraying himself to be. Damn! The young girl stamped her feet in frustration and reached her hand behind her back to retrieve another arrow to string onto her bow before pulling back to shoot another one out. But not a single one of those arrows carefully aimed at the little beggar could hit him. After her next several successive attempts hit nothing but air, she stared at the little beggar looking smilingly at her with his chin resting nonchalantly in his palm, seemingly saying to her in ridicule, "Is that all you've got?" She got so angry that she kept her mystical bow, before pulling out the dagger at her hip to charge straight at the little beggar. "Are you sure you want to do this? Any more and I will not hold back." The smile on Feng Zhou's face suddenly looked strange as her eyes swept over the girl's ample bosom briefly and Feng Zhou charged straight towards the dagger being thrust at her instead of avoiding it. "Damned beggar! You shall die!" Ling Han's gaze was fixed on Feng Zhou as she moved, and he only saw Feng Zhou disarming the young girl of her dagger in a blink. The speed that it had been carried out was too fast for him to even see how she had accomplished the feat. The next moment, the dagger was already in Feng Zhou's hand and with a quick step, she was suddenly behind the young voluptuous girl, and Feng Zhou's hand had even slid over the young girl's snowy white exposed skin in a soft caress, which made him suddenly find himself at a complete loss of words. Is that really a girl under those tattered clothes? That really isn't a shameless ruffian hidden beneath? Woohoo, so smooth. Fengjiu exclaimed in praise, her eyes narrowed lustily, with one hand wrapped around the young girl's slender waist, the other holding the dagger in a reverse grip pressed against the smooth white neck, looking like she was intentionally teasing the young girl, even bringing her face close to the trapped girl's neck to sniff at it, and putting on a face intoxicated with euphoria. That smells just absolutely heavenly. The sourc of this content N/O/V/L/N. This time, even the stoically stone-faced middle-aged man's face changed, turning a few shades darker. The young man beside him was filled with rage, his eyes aflame in anger, his hands within his sleeves clenched tightly into fists. If not for the young buxom girl trapped in the enemy's hands, he would not have been able to contain himself and would have charged straight in. Ling Imo-han was still speechless and he averted his eyes, unable to make himself watch any longer. The young girl's teeth were tightly clenched as she nodded, "As long as you let me go, I will not make any moves against you." Read latest chapters at n/velbi.co/m. After hearing that, Fengjiu signaled for the young man to bring the gold ingots over. The young man walked over, gave the young girl a glance, and handed the gold ingots in his hands to Fengjiu. Fengjiu received it and immediately shoved it into her robes before moving the dagger away and tossing it towards the young man. The young man stepped slightly back to catch the dagger, and at the same time, the young girl turned back and raised a leg to kick out at Fengjiu. "You damned little ruffian! You dare touch me!" Fengjiu had not let her guard down. After receiving the gold ingots, she had immediately retreated quickly and the young girl's kick had been in vain. The young girl wanted to rush forward, but at that moment, the middle-aged man's deep voice boomed out, "Ing-ro, come back. Second uncle." The young girl stamped her feet, unwilling to let the matter end just like that. But when she saw her second uncle's gaze in warning, and her elder brother's signal with his eyes, she bit down on her lip and slunk her way back to the group. On the other side, Fengjiu was finding the 6 gold ingots in her chest rather heavy and afraid that they would crush the magical herbs kept in the same location. She took the gold out and showed them off to Ling Imo-han, saying, "Uncle, see how much money I have. What do you say you let me treat you to some wine later?" Ling Imo-han cast a glance at her and immediately opened up his stride to walk away while Fengjiu quickly followed, hollering, "Hey uncle! Go a little slower, won't you?" Watching as the two people leave one behind the other, the young man's eyes suddenly gave a flash filled with murder and he asked, "Second uncle, why do we not kill that brat? That blank-robed man is no ordinary man. Even I was unable to fully ascertain that man's level of cultivation, and that little kid is also very strange. He obviously had not practiced any cultivation but still possessed such skills. He's definitely not just a mere beggar." His voice paused a moment before he continued. "We have more important things to take care of on our trip. So do not stir up unnecessary trouble and this matter ends here. Do not bring it up again." Yes. Although deeply disgruntled, they could do nothing but agree to it. After all, compared to the mission at hand on this trip, the matter with the kid was really insignificant. When she recalled the purpose of the mission at hand, the young girl finally swallowed back her resentment and rage and then asked in excited anticipation, "Second uncle, have mythical beasts really been born into the 9 entrapment woods?" I believe that the respective families will get wind of the news in turn and come to this 9 entrapment woods, or they might already be somewhere around. So, we will have to move fast to not miss out on the opportunity." The middle-aged man nodded as his gaze turned to look deep into the 9 entrapment woods, his eyes strongly determined. Hearing his second uncle's words, the young man thought on it a moment and asked, "Could it be possible that those 2 people are here seeking the mythical beasts as well? I saw them going in a direction deeper in and I am guessing that they targeting at the same goals as us." The middle-aged man's eyes was suddenly filled with vicious malice as he said in his deep voice, "If that is true that we're after the same thing, then we will look for an opportunity to kill them along the way." And he led the team forward, going deeper into the woods as he spoke. Up front, Ling Mohan, who had not gone much further, suddenly stopped in his tracks, the gaze in his set of deep eyes turned sharp and cold as he scanned the surroundings cautiously. Feng Zhou saw him stop and took the chance to remove the outer coat on her, quickly twisting it up into a simple makeshift bundle before taking out the herbs she had picked along the way all this time from inside her robes to put them in. Next, she then retrieved the gold ingots and stuffed them in after that, before finally tying the bundle sack tightly across her body. Although the clothes she was wearing were the tattered clothes of a beggar, she had worn several layers of them, hence, removing a piece or two of them did not matter much to her. But, when she finished tying up the bundle and lifted her head, she was suddenly startled. From in between the trees surrounding them, she saw several sharp-fanged unidentifiable bestial forms, their bodies big as oxen, stepping out warily, and she blinked her eyes as she asked, "Uncle, do these things eat people?" Roar! The response she heard had not come from Ling Mohan but an ear-splitting roar of rage from the ferocious beast before her eyes. The moment the fierce roar sounded, the massive and ferocious beasts had immediately coiled up and pounced towards the two of them, their wide jaws salivating heavily, exposing long fangs that gleamed, thirsting for blood, a sight that made people shiver in fright. Up the tree! Ling Mohan's icy gaze swept around, as he hollered in a deep voice. Upon hearing his call to climb the trees, a wide smile came onto Feng Zhou's face. She had said that the uncle was a nice man. "Uncle, you be careful yourself too." She slipped quickly up a huge tree beside her nimbly and hugged a wide branch to look down at the scene below, eager to see what kind of moves the uncle would be able to throw out. But when she spied out of the corner of her eyes from her high vantage point the young man hidden behind them holding up a bow aimed right at the uncle below her, a cold coming glint immediately flashed in her eyes. Her mind raced as she saw one of the ferocious beasts ramming itself into the big tree she was on. She released the arm hugging the branch and timed herself to fall off the tree at the same moment of impact from the beast's ramming. Ah! Engaged with more than 10 of the ferocious beasts, Ling Mohan instinctively turned his head back to look and his face darkened slightly. The troublesome one! He was about to summon his powers to catch her when he saw her wink at him. Upon seeing that, his eyebrows creased together as he swung his sword at the ferocious beast charging in at him. At the same moment, after Feng Zhou fell to the ground, she immediately picked up her legs and ran screaming, "Arg! Help!" Her movements were queer. Obviously not possessing a sliver of mystical aura as she ran around haphazardly among the ferocious beasts, she had somehow avoided being hit. After running a circle around them, she did not run to hide behind Ling Mohan but ended up running back the way they had come. "Help me!" The 10 over men hidden behind a clump of trees not too far away saw Feng Zhou running in their direction, with her being chased by 7 or 8 of those ferocious beasts, and their faces suddenly paled. "Damn it!" The young man cursed softly. He hadn't been able to get a good aim with the pulled-back bow in his hand due to the erratic movements of the black-robed figure in front of him, and when he saw the ferocious beasts running towards them, he knew his assassination attempt had flopped, hence, he quickly shifted the bow slightly to train his aim directly at the little beggar and released it. "Ready yourselves for battle!" The middle-aged man shouted out and his mystical aura flared out as he whipped out the short sword at his hip. Visit novilbin.c/m for the L-test updates. When she saw the young man release his arrow at her, the corners of Feng Zhou's mouth curled up like hooks, turning into a strange smile that looked decidedly sinister. Once bitten twice shy, against people who had repeatedly tried to take her life, she would however not repeatedly spare them theirs. Furthermore, her hands were beginning to itch. She would use this group of people to test her mettle in this world. Her targets determined, her murderous killer instinct swarmed out, a chilling aura filled with a conqueror's overwhelming presence flared. Just by the change in her eyes and the aura emanating from her being, it had caused the middle-aged man, their leader, to suddenly find his heart awash in illogical fear, shuddering in absolute terror. He had come across all kinds of people throughout his life, and he was acutely aware that the little beggar at this moment was a completely different person from before. His sudden dominating conqueror's presence, that chilling murderous aura, and that exhilarating air oozing with confidence within those eyes, was enough to make him tremble in fear. But, this person possessed not a shard of mystical power. He believed that no matter how strong an aura the little beggar was able to push out, there was no way the little beggar can overpower him in battle. Ling Yimo Han's gaze fell into the little beggar girl as well, and his deep eyes flashed a bright glint. As expected, she wasn't such a harmless and simple girl as she portrayed herself to be. But thinking about it made him realize that he should have noticed the little beggar wasn't an ordinary person. What kind of an ordinary girl would dare to enter the 9 entrapment woods alone? However, without an ounce of mystical power in her, she would not be a match for those people. But very soon, he came to yet another realization that he had still underestimated her. He only managed to see the figure employ some strange moves to dodge the arrow speeding towards her, while leading 7 or 8 of those ferocious beasts towards the group of men. She coiled her legs as she landed, and immediately leapt up as her hands grabbed a tree branch as she spun. Making full use of the forward momentum, her feet kicked out, launching her off the tree, speeding like a bullet straight at her target. Naturally, it was the young man with a bow still gripped in his hand. Quick! Dodge! Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. The middle-aged man shouted out in shock. He had wanted to rush forward to drag the young man away, but the ferocious beasts had pounced towards him and he himself had his hands full. Where would he have the time to help him? Alas, he could only watch futilely as the little beggar flying speedily down, his foot fully extended. Fortunately, the young man had startled awake with the deafening shout and his body had taken a step back reflexively, narrowly avoiding the kick that Feng Jiu had aimed right at his head that would have taken his life. But he was still half a heartbeat too slow and he was still kicked in the face. The young man stumbled back a few steps from the impact and at that moment, a ferocious beast charged at him, but the young girl at the side blocked the blow for him. "Elder brother! Snap out of it!" The young girl shrieked, her voice panicked, her face filled with anxiety. The young man recovered at that moment and the burning pain on his face made his rage rise up in his heart. He kept the mystical bow and he diverted his mystical power into a surge. He gathered the mystical energy into his 2 fists and struck out. A loud bam resounded and the ferocious beast that had charged at him was suddenly sent flying from the impact. Howl! Bam! The ferocious beast howled in pain and its body crashed heavily to the ground as the ground tremored slightly from the impact. When the guards saw that the young man had sent a whole beast flying with just 1 strike, they were suddenly stoked. Their eyes shone as they shouted, "Young master is truly magnificent." As their hearts were boiling with battle lust, the confusion that had wreaked havoc among them having been caught off guard was suddenly quelled at that moment. Just shortly after, they had managed to kill all of the ferocious beasts. Several corpses of the beasts scattered in a mess on the ground, as the pungent stench of blood filled the air. After the crisis was averted, the group suddenly realized that there were another 7 to 8 corpses of the beasts in another area not too far away from them, obviously slaughtered by the lone black-robed man. But the black-robed man was nowhere in sight, and not only that, the little beggar and their second uncle were missing as well. "Elder brother, where is second uncle?" The young girl peered around into the surroundings, but did not see any signs of them. The young man raised a hand to wipe off a tinge of blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes staring maliciously into a specific spot. He did not speak, but instead returned the mystical bow to her, and suddenly started walking off to his left. The young girl and the guards immediately hurried to follow behind him. Under the cover of the dense canopies, the murderous aura was overflowing and even the air had turned colder as the chilling aura permeated and spread. The middle-aged man's keen gaze was locked onto Feng Jiu. His low voice was chilling as he said, "You are not a match for me. There is no need for you to put up a useless struggle." "Really?" Feng Jiu's hooked smile appeared and from her entire being, murderous aura surged out thickly. The middle-aged man snorted heavily as if mocking her for her strong confidence. He summoned his mystical powers and imbued it into the sword in his hand, its honed tip suddenly surging forward the very next moment. Clang! The dagger clashed against the sword, and a loud clang rang out, sending sparks flying. At almost the same moment, the two weapons in their hands had been flipped and went already executing another strike immediately. After several passes, the sword struck out mercilessly as it thrust straight towards Fengzhou. The sword's edge was further honed with sword's aura that would not allow her to dodge. On a tree just a short distance away, Ling and Mohan saw the scene clearly, and his straight brows cringed together. The very next moment, his gaze changed when he saw Fengzhou's subsequent actions, not really expecting it. That sword thrust had seemed to be impossible for her to avoid. But against all expectations, at the very moment when the point of the sword was about to pierce into her chest, her body fell backwards in a flash, and with the force from the backward flip, her hip gave a strong twist and she went into a spin, not only having avoided that lethal thrust of the sword, but the dagger gripped in her hand was also suddenly moving at a blinding speed towards the middle-aged man. The moment he found that Fengzhou had avoided his sword thrust with her strong hips, the middle-aged man was shocked, and the murderous aura was already pressing in close before his eyes. He could not embark on another strike in that situation but to speedily retreat, but was still a tad too slow. Zock! He winced in pain, drawing in a cold gasp of air, his vicious gaze staring chillingly at the figure before him. Although he had barely managed to dodge the fatal strike, he had suffered a deep gash on his arm from the dagger that had bitten all the way to the bone. Ghastly red blood was gushing out, quickly soaking into his sleeve. The pain from the wound made his arm hang limply at his side, trembling violently. "Second uncle!" The young girl screamed out, quickly running over. "Kill him!" The middle-aged man spat out through gritted teeth. The guards responded immediately but were stopped by the young man's upraised hand. "I will deal with this little beggar myself." The young man's body was giving out a cruel and malicious air, as bloodthirsty scent hung thickly on him, the eyes fixed upon Fengzhou exactly like a venomous viper. As she watched the middle-aged man being helped to the side by the young girl, Fengzhou's eyes shifted to gaze at the young man whose being was giving out strong waves of malicious vibes. Her chin was lifted as she said, her voice laced with contempt, "You are not a match for me." Although she could feel rather stable vibes from the young man, but it was not on the same level as the middle-aged man. Even if she wanted to kill that middle-aged man, it would require her to at least execute several moves before she would be able to take his life. But for this young one before her now, she would not even need to break a sweat to do it. Still up in the tree a short distance away, as he watched her lift her chin slightly in arrogance, and spitting out her words with contempt, Ling and Mohan shook his head silently. She is still a little girl after all. But, from what he observed when she battled the middle-aged man earlier, he knew now that she would be able to take on that whole band of people by herself. With her skills, as long as she paid due caution within these inner reaches of the woods, she should not meet with any mishaps. With that thought, he stared intently at the figure a moment, before he summoned his power and leapt away into the distance. "Not a match for you? Ha! Then have a taste of what I am capable of." The young man shouted loudly, and the mystical power surged through his body. An orange glow from his mystical power flared out from his body. He clenched his fists and with a shout, he leapt out and threw a punch towards Fengzhou. "Ha!" Seeing the orange glow from his mystical powers, Fengzhou's eyebrow raised up. The middle-aged man's aura on his sword had also seemed to have been encased in a faint orange tinge. She had not expected that this man's mystical power cultivation was about the same as the middle-aged man's. F0 low new hapters at nov/el/bin/.com. 5-ton punch. Fengzhou saw the wind behind his fist and she jumped back immediately. She saw that the young man's punch had toppled a large tree after she dodged. She spotted a deep impression of a fist's mark left in the tree's trunk. She was secretly astonished. With cultivated mystical powers combined with martial arts, its resulting power was rather shocking to see. Her opponent attacked with his fists, every single swing immensely powerful. If she retaliated with force in counter, it would obviously not work. If that was the case, she would roll along with the immense power to counteract it. Her eyes flashed with clarity as she speedily retreated and kept away the dagger in her hand. After the young girl bandaged up her second uncle's wounds, she saw Feng Zhou putting away his dagger and she sneered in disdain, "Second uncle, has that little beggar lost his mind from shock? He had even kept his dagger away. Does he really think he can defeat my elder brother in a fist fight?" The middle-aged man was instead looking at Feng Zhou thoughtfully, his eyes slightly doubtful, a nagging feeling of unease in his heart. And what unfolded before his eyes next showed him the reason for his unease. He saw the little beggar lift a leg to spread his feet apart with his knees slightly bent. Looking like all his strength had been sapped out of him, both his hands hung limp at his sides before he slowly lifted them up. When his own nephew threw out a heavy punch, the little beggar merely turned his body to the left by bringing his leg back and grabbing at his nephew's fist all in the same motion. The little beggar's hand clasped loosely with pinpoint precision over the web of the palm, between the thumb and forefinger of his nephew. With a sharp exertion of strength, after the little beggar's one step backwards had diffused the brutal force from his nephew's fist, the little beggar turned his body to lock down his nephew's arm and loud crack snapped through the air, and a scream followed immediately after. "Aragrai!" The young man gave out a long scream, the excruciating pain in his arm causing his face to turn deathly pale. But that was not all. His arm was still locked down, he was completely unable to pull it free, and even more so, he was unable to retreat in the slightest. With his hand broken, he struck at the little beggar with his other hand, which in turn was also caught and locked down, ending up in a similar fate. Read lat stchers on n/v/l/b.i.cm. Crack! ARRRRGGGHH. Big brother! Young master! The guards and the young girl turned pale in shock as they shouted out. Their voices trembled due to the horrifying scene they were seeing. Their horror took a turn for the worse when, after breaking both hands, those hands that seemed so weak raised up and clasped over the young man's throat. "No, don't!" The young man's face was filled with terror, as the scent of death engulfed him completely, driving his entire body to tremble involuntarily. "Don't! Don't kill him!" The middle-aged man's expression had changed completely as well as he opened his mouth in plea. But, before he could finish his sentence, he already heard another loud crack. His nephew's head lolled over, his life force forcibly snapped off. Till death, those eyes had been filled with fear and resentment. "Big brother! My brother!" The young girl let out a mournful wail in aggrieved sorrow, wanting to rush forward, but was held back by the middle-aged man in a death grip, not allowing her to move forward a single step. Young master! The guards were also shocked by the scene as they stared in disbelief. The young master had been their family clan's top disciple and he was just killed by a little beggar. When the clan chief got to know about this, just what kind of an incredible rage would he fly into? Kill him to avenge the young master. Over 10 of them charged in, burning with blinding rage. The sharp swords in their hands hacked and slashed, their swords honed further by their rage, and at that moment, only the blood of Feng Zhou's could assuage the unbearable grief and fiery rage in their hearts. The young girl suddenly fell limply to the ground, her eyes staring straight at the lifeless form of her brother, fallen onto the hard ground unmoving. She could not believe that a person who had been still very much alive just moments ago now lay dead before her. "Second uncle, this is not real. Right? My elder brother who is so highly skilled couldn't possibly have been killed by a beggar, right? Second uncle. Tell me this isn't true. It is not real, right?" She held the middle-aged man's hand in hers as she wept while asking, unable to accept the cruel scene before her eyes was real. Her elder brother was the clan's pride, the most outstanding man among them all. It was not possible that he would be killed by a beggar. At the same time, the middle-aged man was not given the opportunity to grieve and mourn, or even feel shocked, as he was seeing the 10 over-guards who had charged at the beggar were falling down one by one. Their numbers were dwindling quickly, and instead, he did not see a single wound on the little beggar's body. "Get up! We need to leave now," he shouted, forced into making a quick and fast decision. He reached out with his good arm and forcibly dragged his niece up, who was still slumped on the ground feeling weak. "I want to avenge my brother. I will kill him. I will kill him." The young girl wailed and screamed, struggling to break free from the middle-aged man's grasp, to charge forward. "Wake up this instant. You will not be able to kill him." The middle-aged man shouted loudly at her, "Run. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." He dragged at her forcibly to leave, and his eyes accidentally saw the smiling face with the pair of mirthless eyes, and his skin crawled. The chilling murder in that person's eyes were just too terrifying. Just one glance had made his heart falter and caused him to lose the strength in both legs. That gaze, that desire for slaughter, he had not ever seen them even from his elder brother. Never had he been so terrified. Who would have believed it? A dignified master of martial arts frightened witless and running away from a kid who possessed not a sliver of mystical powers? But that was exactly it. He knew for sure that if he did not run at that moment, they would not live. When she saw the middle-aged man forcibly dragging the young girl to run away, Feng Jiu was feeling a little puzzled. Didn't he say that she would not be a match for him? Why was he running away? She had thought that after she dealt with the guards, she would be able to have another match with him. The dagger in her hand drew an arc, which sliced the last man's throat. The blood gushed out from the wound, and that man fell in a heap on the ground. Looking at the more than 10 bodies on the ground, her eyes were expressionless, without the slightest pity showing. She had always lived by the rule of "you do not offend me, I do not offend you," hence, for people who seek to take her life, she would not show mercy in the slightest. She retrieved the cosmos sack from the young man's hip, but found that she could not open it. Thinking about it a while, she seemed to remember that something like this needed a person to possess mystical powers before it can be opened. Since she possessed none, she would naturally not be able to do it. But she found a few sticks of burning embers from the bodies of the guards, and she stuffed them into her clothes together with the cosmos sack before she suddenly recalled that she had carelessly forgotten about one person. "Where is that uncle? Don't tell me he left again?" She glanced around at the surroundings and shouted out a few times, "Uncle? Uncle," as she walked further forward, but she only found the area filled with the carcasses of the ferocious beasts. Meat. She eyes lit up as she surveyed the carcasses on the ground, almost salivating, and all that she thought of at that moment was the image of well-roasted, aromatic, fragrant and juicy meat. She rubbed her tummy and gulped on her saliva. Immediately taking out her dagger, she cut off a whole hind leg and carried it off in search for a good place to enjoy her roast meat. It was almost 2 hours later that the middle-aged man and the young girl who had left earlier returned to the spot. "Big brother." The young girl ran forward and hugged her brother's body as she wept in grief. "How am I going to tell father that you're dead when we get back? Big brother, how can you die like this?" Who? When he saw the clan's carefully selected 18 guards were all dead, and even his nephew had lost his life here, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with indescribable grief. One of his hands was tightly clenched into a fist, while the other injured hand just hung limply, unable to exert any strength at all. "Ing Ro, carry your brother's body back and give him a proper burial. We will definitely avenge ourselves for what happened this day." The young girl wiped at her face and said in between sobs, "Second uncle, that little beggar is here in the 9 entrapment woods. If we leave now, how are we going to seek revenge? Once we get out of this woods, we won't even know where to start finding him. No, there is no need for us to do it ourselves. When we get back, I will go to the Mercenaries Guild and commission a hunt for the little beggar, and someone will definitely pluck the head of him." His voice was low and grim as he said it, his eyes lowered. He was looking at his own lifeless hand, and as the desire to kill grew, he however knew that he was not the little beggar's match. Hearing those words, the young girl wiped at her tears once more and carried her brother's body on her back. That was when she discovered that the Cosmos sack at her brother's hip was missing, and she said, "Second uncle, that person has even taken my brother's Cosmos sack." Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com. That's even better. We have many ways of finding him. His eyes took on a vicious gleam as he stared into the deep recesses of the wood's inner reaches. Although their trip here had been for the mythical beasts, but it was obvious at that moment, they were not in good enough shape to venture any further into the woods. As for that little kid, he swore, he would make that kid's life a living hell. In another part of the 9 entrapment woods, Fengzhou, who had had her fill of fragrant roasted meat, had however not proceeded further in. She was seated under a tree deep in thought. Although the poison in her had already been purged, and her life was safe for now, if she left the 9 entrapment woods just like that and returned back to the Feng household, she was thinking it would be hard for the members of the Feng family to believe that she was the real Feng Qinggu. Even though she was Feng Qinggu, with the exception of that Su Ruoyun and herself, who would believe that she was the genuine article? As compared to a person who had been disfigured, the Feng Qinggu with her unparalleled beauty currently in the Feng household would be the one that all of them would rather believe to be real. She was guessing that if she were to boldly go up to the doors of the Feng family and proclaim that she was Feng Qinggu and that Su Ruoyun was the imposter, it was highly probable that she would not even make it past the main doors of the Feng family and would even be beaten to death right there and then. There was another thing. That Su Ruoyun was no simpleton either. Without an infallible plan, there was no way she would be able to return to the Feng family. Haze! This body's previous owner had really left her in an unbelievable pickle. She clasped her hands together behind her head and laid back to lean against the tree and looked up into the sky above. That's right. I should make use of this chance to lead the energy into my body once more. Her eyes lit up as she mumbled to herself, although I do not know the methodology of how I am to induce the energies to enter the body, but it's right there in the memories in my brain, right? When that realization came to her mind, she suddenly felt really excited about it. The people in this world cultivated immortality. No doubt, more people cultivated mystical energies, as on average, only 1 or 2 people in 100 were able to cultivate mystical energies, but for spirit energies cultivation, it was said that the chances were only 1 or 2 in 10,000 people. The difference between mystical energy cultivation and spirit energy cultivation was that mystical energy cultivation was the training of the material body, while spirit energy cultivation was on the immortal body. Immortals ride the clouds and stand on air, summoned the rain and controlled the wind, moved the mountains and overturned the seas, all with a snap of their fingers. But as people who were able to cultivate spirit energies were extremely few and rare, and the fact that examiners for spirit energy cultivators would not exist in a 9th grade small country like the Sun Glory country, hence, regardless whether they were from aristocratic families or even members of royalty, they were usually just tested as mystical energy cultivation, and they would begin their cultivation from there. Unless they were extremely highly gifted, and they had a chance to come out of the Sun Glory country and go to another small country that was 7th grade and above, they might be able to test themselves for spirit energy cultivation. And from the memories in her mind, she knew that in the entire Sun Glory country, the number of people who had been able to cultivate spirit energy came to a grand total of only 3. But the 3 people who cultivated immortality that she remembered from the memories had already left the Sun Glory country for many years, and even then, their families in the Sun Glory country still held a high standing that was unshakable. Following her heart's desires, she immediately set to it. Get the L-test VLS at .o/v/e/l/by.co. In an instant, she sat with her legs crossed in the lotus position, closed her eyes and followed the cultivation rhyme in her head to lead the energies into her body. But the mind's imaginations always painted a beautiful picture, but reality was instead cruel. When she purged her mind of all distracting thoughts and emptied her consciousness, reciting the rhyme for cultivation silently to attempt to lead the energies into her body for almost half a day, she had due to having her eyes closed and having cleared her mind of all thoughts while sitting still for such a long time, carelessly fallen asleep. Howl! From deep in the woods, a howl from a beast rang out and woke her up. Huh? Opening her still sleep-filled eyes, she gave a long big yawn, her entire being still languid with sleep. When she realized that she had fallen asleep while meditating to lead energies into her body, she shook her head helplessly and laughed to herself. Not thinking of a darn thing and having my eyes closed, it's really too hard not to doze off. Massaging her neck, she stood up to limber up her legs, and as she had just woken up from a nap, her entire person was feeling a whole lot more refreshed. Hence, she sat down once again under the tree in a lotus position. Having had prior experience, this time she remained vigilant with her consciousness, and recited again the rhyme for cultivation. As time gradually passed, about 4 hours later, at the edges all around her body, the dim presence of mystical power shimmered faintly. Fongjo slowly opened her eyes, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Her attempt at drawing energies into her body could be considered to have been successful, and it took a little less time than she would have thought. When she recalled that she had the cosmos sac, she immediately took it out from her inside her clothes and injected her mystical powers into it before opening it. Woohoo! That's quite a load in there. The cosmos sac's capacity wasn't that voluminous, but they had stored quite a load of things in it. She gave the things a quick glance over and subsequently removed the herbs and the gold ingots from her makeshift bundle to stuff them into the cosmos sac before tying the sac securely to her hip. She saw that she had some of the roast meat left over, and she proceeded to stuff it in as well before going further into the woods to look for a water source to clean the wound on her face. Ups.t from n0/v/lbn/co/m. The mud on her face was not just something she had carelessly smeared on, but she had carefully mixed grounds core water and grounds core earth together as a mud pack to apply it onto the wound. One of its advantages was that the cooling grounds core water would reduce any inflammation, and secondly, the mud would cover up the wound on her face so as to not let her be so easily recognizable. The mud had been on her face for days and she needed to wash it off, so the most important thing to do at that moment was to locate a water source. The most direct way to determine the location of a source of water was to do it through studying the density of the trees and vegetation in the woods. She did not immediately proceed straight deeper into the inner reaches but followed a path based on the density of leaves in the trees and thickness of the vegetation on the ground. It was around 4 hours later before she found a water source. It was a flowing stream, located on the lower parts of a sloping hill, and the leaves on the trees on both sides of the bank were seen to be denser. Phew! It sure was tough trying to find water in these woods. She let out a big breath of relief and her steps were light as she came to the side of the stream. She squatted down and scooped up a handful of water by cupping her hands together to drink before opening up the cosmos sac to take out a tube of bamboo. She filled up the bamboo tube and kept it away for future use. She then removed her shoes to soak her feet, and she soon felt her weariness flow out of her with the running water down the stream. Resting a little while after soaking her feet, hearing the tinkle of the water running over little rocks, she then started to carefully wash off the mud from her face, slowly cleaning out the wound bit by bit, to free it from any residue of the mud. Until, the water reflected the image of a horrible-looking face, badly disfigured by multiple slashes from a sharp blade. Staring at that face in the water, she eyes filled up with a chill. This body she was in now was supposed to be exactly the same as the body she possessed in the 21st century, and her face had not changed as well. But the very face that she had been so used to seeing for over 20 years had been disfigured to its current terrifying state, and as that thought came into her mind, the bloodthirstiness lying dormant in her heart began to stir. Su Ro Yun, you better keep yourself alive and well. She mumbled to herself in a low voice. The smile that blossomed, lifting up the corners of her lips, was tinged with a spine-tingling chill. Taking out the herbs she had picked along the way from the cosmos sack, she mixed them in together with a couple of stems of magical herbs by mashing them before applying the juice from the mixture onto her face. The thick scabs that had formed on the wounds inflicted upon her face had come off together with the mud she had washed out earlier, but the ghastly streaks left behind from the knife wounds would not disappear. Every single scar left behind by the knife wounds were shown up by their dark pinkish streaks crisscrossing her face after the scabs came off. Compared to when they were still scabbing, she did not look as horrifying. Or at least, she would just be considered to be hideous now. After applying the juice from the herbal mix, she waited for it to dry up a little before bending over the water to look. The crystal-clear water showed her a face that had unidentifiable features, and as the reflection showed up a little greenish, she found it to look a little strange. She continued to stare and her brow suddenly lifted. The crystal-clear running water was suddenly clouded with a bloody shade of red. She lifted her eyes and looked upstream. She paused a moment in thought before she got up and lifted her foot to follow the stream upwards. It was roughly about half a stick of incense time before her steps stopped, and her gaze fell upon a clump of weeds by the stream. A man was slumped there. To be more accurate, it was not known whether he had fainted or was dead. His entire upper body was sprawled within the running stream, and as he was lying face down, his face could not be seen. But judging from the quality of the light brown clothes on his body, his family must have been quite well-to-do. The clothes around his abdominal region was a ghastly red and his head was bleeding as well. Although he was lying face down in the stream water, he was lucky as where he was sprawled over, there was a slightly larger piece of rock bulging out slightly higher than the water surface, which kept his face from being submerged underwater. If not, even if he did not die from loss of blood, it was thought he would have drowned. It was because his body was lying in the stream that the blood flowing out from his head and abdomen had naturally followed the water and flowed downstream. She walked over and flipped the man over. She then reached out her hand to check for any signs of breathing under his nose. She found that he was still breathing and dragged the man onto the grass beside the stream. She examined his wounds and she took out a tiny bottle from the cosmos sack. She sprinkled some of the blood-clotting astringent on his head wound before undoing his clothes to sprinkle the medicine on his abdominal wound as well. Next, she took a piece of clothing out from the cosmos sack and tore it up into looking strips to bandage up the man's wounds. New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. You must be really blessed to have met me. Looking at the unconscious man, she gave a light and easy laugh, and then felt a little surprised at herself as her brow lifted where she mumbled to herself, "When did I become so nice?" In order to not let the scent of blood draw in any beasts, she removed the blood-stained clothes from the man and threw them into the water, letting it be carried down together with the stream. She then took another piece of clothing out from the cosmos sack and covered the man's body with it. Seeing that it was getting rather late and there was a ready supply of fresh water, she picked up some twigs and small branches to start a fire, intending to spend the night here. She had thought that by being near the water, she might be able to get some fish. But after squatting beside it for a long while, she did not even manage to spot a single fish swim by and she sighed in disappointment. Clear waters do not have fish, seems like there is some truth to that. She had no choice but to reheat the leftover roast meat and tore off a piece to eat. After filling up her stomach, she sat cross-legged in the lotus position and began cultivating once more. She was only drawing the energies into her body now. Beginners in the warrior phase start from all the way from zero. But she could sense some minute changes in her body after cultivating the mystical energy, and since she had been able to feel the tangible advantages, she became highly motivated in carrying out her cultivation. She carried on with her cultivation for several long hours. It was not until she felt that the mystical energy that had been drawn into her body was breaching into the warrior phase's second grade's initial mystical boundaries that she finally blew out a long breath of relief and opened her eyes. The sky had turned dark and the air in the woods was getting rather chilly. Fortunately, she had been able to draw some warmth from the fire before her, and the mystical energy in her body could be diverted to drive out the chill. She turned to look at the man at the side. Seeing that the curled-up figure seemed to be shivering, she reached out a hand to check, and she found that inflammation of his wounds had caused his body to be running a fever. She thought about it for a while and she dug through the Cosmos sack. She finally took out another small bottle and poured out a pill into her palm to sniff at it. After ascertaining the medicine's prescribed use and effects, she pulled down the man's lower jaw and stuffed the pill into his mouth before pouring in some water for him to swallow together with the pill. She threw a few more branches into the fire and the flame burned a little stronger. But at that moment, the sounds that reached her ears from within the woods made her body froze, where she tensed up and felt a feeling of dread. Howl! 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 Wolves? She stood up in an instant. Hearing the howl of wolves that sounded especially chilling in the deep of night coming in from far and near, every single howl reverberating in the trees. Wolves are ferocious beasts that forms packs. When they appear, they would most definitely appear in a group. She wanted to slip away quickly before the pack of wolves reached here. However, at that moment, from among the masses of weeds, pair after pair of dark green eyes shone and they began to multiply. Looks like it's too late to go. Her brows creased together as her gaze glanced over to the pack of wolves surrounding her. She took one quick look at the unconscious man behind her and she felt that she really had a knack for seeking out trouble for herself. Facing the pack of wolves, she thought to herself that it would be fine if she was alone, but with an unconscious man behind her, this could be rather troublesome. Howl! A long howl sounding as if it was giving out a command. The previously slowly approaching pack of wolves as they surrounded her suddenly leapt to come right at her. As the stream was running down a sloping ground, she had dragged the man out of the stream and left him below a slight outcropping that jutted out from the sloping ground. At that moment, the steep slope behind her turned out to become a form of defense for her back, and she need not worry that wolves would attack her from behind, nor would she need to worry about being unable to look out for the unconscious man behind her whereby he might be dragged off by the wolves. She pulled out her dagger, holding it horizontally in front of her, fully releasing her killer's instincts unbridled. If she wasn't able to escape, then she would choose to fight. She didn't believe she would not be able to kill all of these 10 over wolves. Her eyes took on a cold chill and they gleamed sharply. She slowly summoned up the mystical powers within her body, her eyes locked onto 10 over wolves who were salivating heavily, seeming to be waiting for something. The pack of wolves were giving out incessant low howls, like they were trying to frighten her into losing her will to fight before approaching her. However, Feng Jiu was no ordinary person and she wasn't the type who could be frightened into becoming weak in the knees and losing the will to resist. As she was at a huge disadvantage in numbers, she could not charge forward at them or she would be immediately surrounded. So she remained in her spot waiting for the wolves to leap at her. Every single one among the more than 10 wolves could feel the murderous intent growing more intense instead of diminishing, and they howled. And at that moment, a larger-built gray wolf gave a long howl from somewhere higher up the slope. Howl! Once the long howl was heard, more than 10 wolves immediately leapt at her. Wide slavering jaws revealing sharp wolves' fangs with drool dripping out the sides of their mouths snapped mercilessly at Feng Jiu. The wolf's long claws seemed to gleam razor-sharp in the dark night. Feng Jiu timed herself properly, and struck out in a flash. Her strange movements when executed together with her mystical powers increased her speed. The dagger in her hand was thrust into the neck of the wolf who leapt at her first and was quickly pulled out. Within the darkness of night, a pitiful howl resounded and she saw a gush of blood spray out. The warm blood carried with it a strong stench as it sprayed all over her and the wolf collapsed. After striking the wolf dead, she immediately took a step back, and the dagger in her hand flashed before two wolves leaping at her from the left. It might have been due to their packmate's sudden death that caused the two wolves to become more alert. Their reactions were extremely fast and they dodged at the same time her dagger struck out while the other wolves were almost upon her from the front. The wolves attacking from the right had taken the opportunity to leap towards the unconscious man lying on the ground at the back. At that moment, she was unable to split herself up and she had just barely managed to lift a leg to kick at the campfire while striking out with her dagger at the wolves on her left at the same time, causing a flurry of red glowing branches still aflame to fly towards the wolves on the right. New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. Wolves dreaded fire and when they saw the flurry of embers flying, they howled out in panic and quickly retreated. That was the moment the dagger in Feng Zhou's hand quickly eliminated two more wolves. Including the one earlier, lying at her feet then, were three wolf carcasses. It could have been the intense austerity of her murderous intent that was too frightening, or it could be due to her insatiable bloodthirstiness that terrified them. The other wolves in the pack were all giving out low whines as they slowly retreated a step at a time, not daring to take another step forward, but still unwilling to leave just like that. The dawn's sun rays slowed crept across the land, and the man who had been unconscious throughout the night finally awoken at that moment. But, when he opened his eyes, an extremely strange scene met his eyes. A little beggar dressed in torn and tattered clothes was sitting in the lotus position beside him, his body covered with blood, and although the stench was still strong, the blood had dried up completely. He was unable to determine the little beggar's features as his face was a deep shade of green, like he had applied some medicine on it. Seeing that the little beggar was holding a dagger in his hand, and his gaze staring forward, the man turned and followed the little beggar's gaze and what he saw made him narrow his eyes warily. Besides the three wolf carcasses that had already turned stiff right before the little beggar, at a distance of about 3 meters away from them, about 10 gray wolves with heavily slavering jaws were sitting on the hind legs, and their eyes were watching them hungrily. Feng Zhou turned her head very slightly, happening to meet the eyes of the man, which were filled with both shock and confusion at what was happening. "Look out!" The man shouted out suddenly in shock, his eyes wide with horror as he saw the gray wolf leaping towards the little beggar. In a state of panic, he reflexively tried to stand up but that big movement tore at the wound at his abdomen and he groaned before falling back onto the ground, where blood could be seen seeping out through his wound again. Read latest OVLS at nv/e/l/buy.com. At the man's shout, Feng Zhou had already turned back, leaping nimbly to her feet in one quick move as her chilling gaze fixed onto the gray wolf. She saw the leaping wolf closing in on her and she immediately crouched and fell into a roll, her dagger slicing in an arc through the air above. Zock! Howl! The dagger was pushed in deep with vicious strength and it cut a long deep slash across the wolf's underbelly. The wolf hauled out in agony and as its moment from its leap carried it forward, it continued sailing through the air towards the man who had fallen to the ground, its cruel eyes widened staring unwaveringly at the man. It fell to the ground and its body gave a twitch in finality, its large jaws moved a little, before its last breath left the huge furry body. A roll! The rest of the gray wolves were getting restless and agitated as they raised their heads giving out long howls. The wolves started clawing at the earth, short whimpers sounding from the throats. Their hungry and bloodthirsty eyes continued staring at Feng Zhou in despair, and they did not dare to rush in recklessly. Feng Zhou had quickly gotten back to her feet in a single bound as her chilling gaze watched the gray wolves once more. Looking every inch like a malevolent demon with an insatiable thirst for blood, her lips curled up and said, "If you still choose to remain here, I will kill every single one of you." Her icy gaze swept over them, finally fixing onto the large wolf standing on the slopes a distance slightly further away, the leader of the pack of wolves. Seemingly having acutely felt the presence of the intense threat before them, the larger wolf stared at Feng Zhou for a moment, before raising its head to give out a long howl. Not long after, the 10 odd wolves closing the humans and got up and loped away into the distance. The man propped himself up on his elbows, staring in shock and disbelief, his eyes widened big as eggs, his face frozen in astonishment. Feng Jiu wiped her dagger clean on a wolf's fur before she kept it away. When she turned around and saw the man's expression, she laughed indifferently and said, "It's good you woke up. You sleep any longer and I would have left." She walked to the side and sat down, pulling out her bamboo canister to have a drink of water. After staring down over 10 wolves the entire night, her mind had been highly tensed and she had not relaxed a single moment. The moment she let down her guard and made the tiniest slip, in that situation, they could very well have been shredded to pieces by the wolves. Who are you?" He might have been frightened by Feng Jiu's malevolence earlier, and the man was now stuttering as he spoke. "Why do you care who I am?" Then who am I?" The moment those words left the man's man, it was suddenly Feng Jiu who was confused. "Did you hit your head that hard? You don't even remember who you are yourself?" As she spoke, she seemed to suddenly remember something and she stretched her hand to feel the back of the man's head. As expected, a huge bump had swelled up there. The man stared blankly at the green-faced little beggar leaning over him, and he still had not regained his senses until he heard the little beggar's voice. "You must have hit your head on the rocks when you fell. The blood clot must be pressing against your nerves, and I am guessing that your amnesia is only temporary and you will be all right once the clot clears." She stood up, brushing her hands off, and said, "All right, since you're awake, I will be on my way then." When he heard that, the man panicked and he endured the excruciating pain in his abdomen as he stood up. Filled with a sense of unease and suddenly feeling rather flustered, he went to stand close beside Feng Jiu. He seemed like he was about to say something, but he did not know how to say it, and he merely looked at Feng Jiu with his mouth opening and closing wordlessly. After the man stood up, Feng Jiu was suddenly taken aback. That was when she saw just how tall the man was. He was half a head taller than she was, his skin was well tanned and bronzed, muscular and built, seemingly a little more muscular than that uncle. The set of clothes covering his body at that moment was a little tight and well stretched, the bulging muscles on his arms looking like they would be splitting the clothes any moment. She turned her eyes and looking at the man following her, she asked, "What are you doing?" She had just rescued the man without thinking, and she had not known that it would bring herself so much trouble. Can't I follow you?" The man looked at her, his eyes filled with unease. "I can't remember anything and I only know you." Feng Jiu was suddenly speechless. Those words sounded rather familiar to her. She herself had said something close to that when she had decided to cling on to that uncle at that time. I will not be any trouble." Feng Jiu rolled her eyes and said in exasperation, "You, yourself, are already trouble to me." If not for him, she wouldn't have had to stare down those wolves for an entire night. With her skills and speed, even if she wasn't able to fight them, she would have no problem escaping. When she didn't hear any reply, she raised her eyes to glance at him, and that one glance had startled her. The source of this content n/o/v/l/by/n/wh. What is a grown man like you crying for? With such a big and well-built man crying with his eyes all red-rimmed with tears before her eyes, looking every inch like a little daughter-in-law having been bullied, what else could she do but be startled? "You didn't allow me to follow." The man looked at her looking all aggrieved. "I don't know where to go, and I don't have anywhere to return to, and you didn't allow me to follow you." Feng Jiu slapped her palm on her forehead and stared into the sky in speechlessness. She had really gotten herself stuck with trouble that wasn't easy to be rid of this time. Was this retribution? She had plastered herself onto someone, and now someone was doing the same thing to her. She walked over to the stream and took out her bamboo canister to fill it up with water while she removed the top layer of clothing that had been splattered with wolf's blood and threw it away. She was preparing to walk away from the place when she saw the man still standing there stupidly, looking like he wanted to follow but not daring to and just staring at her. She gave a heavy sigh and said, "Why are you still standing there? Let's go." Huh? Oh. The man was surprised a moment before he smiled happily and nodded in agreement, taking quick steps to walk over. However, he had a hand over his abdomen as he endured the pain. The two of them walked up the slope and went deeper into the woods. At that time, the slowly ambling Fengzhou's eyes flashed as she discreetly swept her eyes over the surroundings, as she continued walking forward. About that. How should I address you? The man asked, following at Fengzhou's side. Whatever. She replied nonchalantly, her attention not on the conversation. Hearing that, the man thought about it a moment and he said with a laugh after, "You're younger than me, so I'll call you little kid, all right?" She replied distractedly, not really listening to what he was really saying, but was instead tilting her head to stare at the huge clumps of weeds at the back. Hearing Fengzhou's agreement, his face lit up with joy. He was about to speak again when he noticed the little beggar staring at a spot at the back on the left. He followed the direction of the gaze and what he saw made his face change. Those wolves are still around? They are going to keep following us? He was suddenly rather shocked. They have walked quite a distance and he had not realized that there was a pack of more than 10 wolves following behind them. He did not dare imagine. If they had been caught completely unaware and those wolves had pounced on them, what kind of a result would it have been? No worries. They wouldn't dare to pounce on us. They are just waiting for an opportunity. Fengzhou glanced briefly at the wolves, and then turned back and continued walking. She knew after she had brutally and mercilessly killed off a few of those wolves, it had already successfully served as a deterrent for the rest of the pack and they would not dare to recklessly charge in at them anymore. The wolves were well aware that any wrong move they made would only mean certain death for them. But the wolves were unwilling to just leave, so they had tailed the pair a distance away, waiting for a chance. Are we going to just let them follow behind us like this? The man asked in shock, seeing that the little beggar didn't seem the least bit concerned, and found it rather strange. The little beggar was obviously much younger than him. How did he come to possess such guts and those amazing skills? Fengzhou stopped in her tracks and looked straight at the man. Or you want to go chase them away? Har! I think there's no need. Just let them follow us then. He smiled sheepishly and scratched at his head helplessly. Hence, if anyone was close by, they would then see this strange scene passing. Two guys ambling leisurely in front, and on their tails about 10 meters behind them was a pack of over 10 hungry gray wolves salivating heavily at the jaws. Little kid, do you think what's on this jade emblem could be my name? He handed a piece of jade to Fengzhou as he said, it was originally hung around my neck. Fengzhou took the piece of jade and looked at it. There were really 3 words engraved upon it that read, Guanxilin? Her voice paused a moment as she stared at the man a moment before she asked, You are called Guanxilin? I am thinking it might be possible. She returned the jade pendant back to him and said with a laugh, I had thought you might have been called a big oaf. Guanxilin looked at the little beggar wordlessly, but wisely did not say anything more. The two of them covered another stretch and the pack of wolves were still following behind, not showing any signs of leaving. Until, Guanxilin sniffled his nose and he grinned at Fengzhou to say, Little kid, there's people up front, let's hurry up and catch up to them. If those people allow us to follow them, then those wolves following behind us would then never dare to attack us anymore. Get the L-test VLS at .o/v/e/l/by.co. People? How do you know? She peered in front, and besides trees and weeds, she did not see a single sign of anyone there. He nodded his head insistently, there is, for sure. I can smell the aroma of meat being roasted. The smell of roasting meat? How come I do not smell it? She mumbled as she continued to walk another distance. After a while, she could really smell the aroma of meat being roasted and she could faintly hear the voices of people talking. She immediately shot an inquisitive look at Guan Xilin beside her. Does he have the nose of a hound? Heh heh, see? I told you there are people here. He said with a laugh, let's go. When we get there and they allow us to follow them, we wouldn't have to be afraid even if we meet with any more wild beasts. You think people would just allow us into their group that easily? She glared at him and then said, only I would be so free to let you tag along with me. Seeing him standing there dazed and his face helpless, Fengzhou glared at him and continued to say, this place is called the Nine Entrapment Woods and it's filled with many ferocious beasts. In a place so filled with endless dangers, what do you think others will think when they see two strangers suddenly approaching them? What? What will they think? He asked curiously, not comprehending the situation. Moron! They will think what ulterior motives we have in getting close to them. Then what do we do? Fengzhou's gaze changed, and her lips parted into a sinister smile. It's all right. I have a plan. Just watch me. After that, Guan Xilin just stayed at Fengzhou's side as they quietly got closer to the group of people. First they hid behind trees and observed the people for a while from a long distance away, then she led him to walk boldly forward. He had thought that the little beggar was thinking up some scheme to make those people bring the two of them along, and he had not expected that the kid would lead him to walk past the group of people by the side. The little beggar had not said a word, nor had he even cast a glance towards the men. But those men were instantly on their guard when they saw the two men who had suddenly appeared. The leader discreetly gauged them a moment before he relaxed his guard. As the two men's cultivation were not of a high level, they did not pose a threat to them. But at that same moment, he heard his tribesmen shout out in surprise. Third Lord, it's a pack of wolves. Because of that shout, the 30 to 40 men who were sitting down in rest suddenly quickly stood up alert. It was also at that moment that Fengzhou, who had already gone a distance ahead, shouted out in shock after hearing the man's shout. What? A pack of wolves? Where? Where? She shouted out nervously, as she dragged Guan Xilin to backpedal towards the side of the men. Who are you two? Did the two of you lure that pack of wolves here? A middle-aged man hollered, staring angrily at them. How is that possible? She stared back at them and said, those are wolves. Not kittens. How could we possibly make them follow us here? Moreover, if we had earlier known that wolves were tailing behind us, we would have run for our lives. Why would we still be walking so leisurely? Old Sixth, do not be too rash. Keeping our guard up should be our prerogative right at this moment. The leader of the men said in a stern voice. That is a whole pack of ferocious gray wolves and they are extremely quick and nimble. Everybody watch out. Fengzhou saw the entire team of men systematically forming a surrounding protective ring, with several of the younger and weaker youths, both boys and girls, in the middle. She pulled Guan Xilin to go closer to the team of men, but they remained just on the outer edges, and did not enter the protective ring. Even then, they were stared at viciously by a young girl from inside the ring. You filthy little beggar! You had better stay far away from me. Cousin, do not be rude. A youthful boy chided her, looking a little displeased at the girl's spoiled and rude behavior. He looked towards Fengzhou and Guan Xilin and said gently, seeing that both of you do not possess high cultivation, you had better stand inside the protective ring. My uncles and elders in my family with the guards are highly skilled, and a mere pack of 10 over wolves would not pose too big a threat to us. Ha ha ha, that's right. Just these few wolves would be just right for us to stretch ourselves a little. A wide-chested and burly man guffawed loudly after hearing the youth's words, swinging the mighty axe in his hands. Just one swing of this mighty axe will be able to take down one of them. When he heard those words, the leader of the man shook his head to himself and said, "Steel Bull, we must not get careless and underestimate the enemy at all times. Stay alert. We'll fight those wolves if they leap at us." "Yes, yes, yes," the burly man conceded with a laugh as he stared at the wolves not too far away. With that stare, he guffawed once more and said, "Third Lord, look at those wolves. They don't even dare come near us. Ha 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 ha, they must be frightened at the sight of me." Visit novelbin.c.m for updates. Fengjiu could not help herself and a snigger escaped her lips when she heard those narcissistic words before she said to the youth, "Thank you, young master. We are fine just standing here." "Kid, what are you laughing at? Are you thinking I am not capable of scaring off that bunch of dogs?" The burly man's brows arched up alarmingly, his face filled with displeasure as he stared at Fengjiu. Fengjiu had not even managed to say a word when Guan Shilin at the side suddenly pulled her back to stand behind him. He had his chest puffed up standing in front of her as he stared back at the burly man. "Why are you staring at my little kid brother?" Fengjiu was startled a moment as she stared at the tall guy standing in front of her, her gaze a little strange as she glanced at him. The burly man named Steel Bull looked at the guy before him standing there with his chest puffed up and he hesitated a moment before giving out another loud guffaw. "Ha ha ha. Good good good, this kid here has got quite a bit of guts. You dare stare at me Steel Bull like this, that's admirable." Read latest OVLS at nv/e/l/by.com. As he spoke, he was happily patting Guan Shilin on the shoulder, his palm hitting repeatedly, while Fengjiu who was watching from behind straightened into a thin line. Those pats on the shoulder had not been light. Having been patted a few times on the shoulder, it had tugged at the wound on his abdomen, the pain causing cold sweat to run down his face. "You hit him too hard. He has injuries on him." Fengjiu came to the front as she complained, and lifted the guy's hand that was held over his stomach. As expected, she saw that blood was seeping out from his wound. "Oops." The burly man retracted his hand, looking a little apologetic. "Look, the wolves have retreated." Someone shouted joyously as he saw the wolves turn around to leave after giving out several short howls. The crisis had been resolved without having to fight and that had made the large group of men roar with jubilation. It turned out that the wolves had only reluctantly left when they saw that Fengjiu and the tall man had joined the group. After all, they had not even been able to handle them when it was just the two of them, and with another additional 30 or 40 men with them, they would not stand a chance, so the wolves had naturally given up and left. Then, the young youth who had spoken earlier said gently as he looked at Fengjiu, his wound had started bleeding. "You better look at your elder brother's injury first." He handed her a bottle of medicine as he spoke. "Here, I have this medicine that is great for wounds." "Cousin, why would you bother so much with them?" the young girl complained while stamping her feet, displeased that the young youth was being so nice to two strangers that had appeared so suddenly. "It's all right, I have medicine here myself," Fengjiu said, helping Guan Shilin to slowly sit down below a tree at the side before removing the bandages from his abdomen and reapplying the medicine. "Let's go." After securing the bandages once more, she said as she helped him up. Guan Shilin hesitated a moment before he nodded his head and said, "ORH," and followed Fengjiu to continue on their way. Seeing the two people leaving without saying another word, the middle-aged man who was still feeling rather wary finally relaxed his guard against them, but he did not ask them to stay, as the things they were going to do here on this trip must not have any outsiders with them. After walking for a distance, Guan Shilin was still feeling rather puzzled and he asked, "Little kid, did we agree to ask whether they would let us travel with them? Why did we leave without even asking?" Fengjiu had a blade of foxtail grass dangling from his mouth, her strides carefree and uninhibited as she swung a small tree branch in her hand before she said, "Why should we travel with them? Of course it is for them to lend us a helping hand when there is danger." Wrong. She shook her head and reasoned, one must depend on himself. When one is always thinking of depending on others, he is bound to not survive long. Moreover, the reason we approached the group was to rid ourselves of the wolves. Now that the wolves are no longer following us, why would we want to continue to stick to them? Guan Shilin was speechless as he scratched his head. That sounds quite reasonable, I think. As he spoke, his eyes began to fill with awe and admiration as he looked at the little beggar and continued to say, "Little kid, you are so obviously much younger than I am, but you are so much smarter and highly skilled than I am. Of course, you think I am like you? Having gotten yourself stabbed in the back." "What stabbed in the back?" he asked, not understanding what she was saying. Fengjiu rolled her eyes and glared at him a moment as she slowly explained patiently, "Your wound came from a stab from close proximity, and it was from behind you while you were not aware. It is obvious that someone you know wants to kill you and you don't even believe me when I say that you are dumb." Upon hearing Fengjiu's words, Guan Shilin was taken aback a moment and was unable to speak for a long while as he walked with his head lowered in forlorn silence. The two people did not just walk without stopping as Fengjiu's purpose in the forest was to pick herbs and the route they took was windy as they detoured. Especially after having shaken off the pack of wolves off their backs, they often went through areas thick with weeds and wild vegetation. Having picked and plucked along the entire way, she managed to accumulate quite a sizable harvest of useful magical herbs, but from her assessment of the grade of herbs she found in this area, they were all of a more common variety and not anything incredibly precious or rare. After all, in a ninth-ranked little country like this place, it would be impossible to be able to find herbs of the rarest and most precious kind anyway. Hence, they continued along on their way and they came to the foot of a mountain peak. The sharp-eyed Fengjiu was able to spot a clump of magical herbs swaying in the wind near the peak from there and her eyes lit up immediately. "You wait for me here while I go pick those magical herbs." After searching for so long, she had finally found magical herbs that would be able to remove scars, so how could she not be excited? "Little kid, you will return here, right?" Guan Shilin asked her a little uneasily. After having taken a few steps, Fengjiu was a little startled to hear Guan Shilin say that and she walked back, pulling out the roasted meat to hand it over to him. "I will go pick the herbs now and I will return shortly. You have some of that roasted meat in the meantime. And it's best that you climb up one of the trees so that you won't have to worry even if you come across a wild beast." She looked around and saw a slightly bigger-sized tree that towered high towards the sky. She pointed at it and said, "Are you able to climb that tree? I will come back here to find you after I have picked the herbs." Hearing that she had no intention of leaving him behind, Guan Shilin was finally able to smile as he assured her confidently, "Sure I can. Then I will wait for you up upon that tree and you must remember to come back and look for me." "Sure." She patted him on the shoulder reassuringly before she turned and went towards the peak. The steep mountain slope was precipitous and it was rather strenuous for her as she pulled herself up as she climbed. There were times that if she was careless with her footing, loose rocks and stones would become dislodged to roll down the mountain, which required her to be extremely careful with every step. It was about 2 hours later as she was getting close to the clump of herbs that she saw that there was a small hole beside the clump of magical herbs. A green venomous snake that was about the size of a finger's width was hissing as it spat out its forked tongue from inside the tiny hole, its vicious eyes staring balefully at her. She surveyed the area in front of her a moment and noticed that there was another small hole beside the first one she saw, seemingly linked to each other. Visit N0VL/BEIN. For the best novel reading experience. She realized that before she was able to pick the magical herbs, she would need to first get rid of the snake. Having decided, her eyes scanned the surroundings a while and she grabbed at a fist-sized rock from the mountain's face that was filled with mud and stones. She then pushed herself up a little nearer, and just as the snake had pushed itself out of the hole a little to take a peek, her hand immediately reached out and stuffed the hole shut. At the same moment, the snake had speedily swished out, suddenly appearing from the other hole, its mouth opened wide showing its venomous fangs while it struck quickly closing in towards her arm. With lightning-quick speed, Fengjiu had drawn her dagger and slashed out in an instant. The snake's head was sliced off in one cut as its body dropped down the cliff. And after that, she carefully dug out the magical herbs from the mud and kept it into her cosmos sack. Phew! So tiring! Having picked the herbs, she climbed all the way to the peak, intending to see the surroundings from a high vantage point. However, she chanced upon a magical herb that was emanating a faint aura of spirit energy just at the side of the peak, and she joyously plucked it and put it in her cosmos sack as well. What luck! I actually managed to find 2 types of magical herbs in this place, she said to herself with a smile. Standing upon the high peak and looking down, she could see that a team of people were going deep into the woods on the west side. The leader among them was a handsome man dressed in a suit of white, and recognized him to be the fiancé of the previous owner of her body, the third prince of the Sun Glory country, Murong Xian. And there was a girl at his side, dressed in a flowing water-blue dress, with a face so undeniably familiar to her. What a surprising coincidence! She mumbled softly to herself, her eyes taking on a chilling gaze. Cloudy Moon City was quite a distance away from here, and even if they rushed, it would still take a few days' journey. Why would she come all the way here? And even that Murong Xian as well? UW up Tez on NOV/L/BI.com. Her gaze hovered on Murong Xian for a while. Obviously, he had not noticed that Feng Qinggu was no longer the same Feng Qinggu. At that moment, she was suddenly curious. Do men only recognize people just from their faces? Her gaze did not stay long on the pair, as she soon discovered that surrounding her near and far, there were quite a number of teams of people heading deeper into the woods. Some of the teams were still a distance away from her, while some were just tens of meters away. Recalling all her previous encounters on this journey, her eyes flashed as she calmed down and thought to herself, what is there in the deeper reaches of the 9 entrapment woods? It had drawn all these people here to go running in there. As she was deep in thought, she suddenly felt a pair of eyes filled with malice staring at her. She turned around quickly, and that glance drove a persistent twitch to tug at her eyebrow, a black bear. At a distance barely 5 meters away from her, a black bear looking about 2 to 3 meters tall was crouched. Its teeth were all bared as it stared maliciously at her, its crouched body seemingly having been quietly approaching her but was discovered by her, and the huge black bear lifted its head to give out a loud roar as it lunged at her. Roar! The black bear's loud angry roar caused the ground to slightly reverberate. The roar sounded out from that high peak, and in a moment, it spread to reach a large part of the surrounding area, where all the teams of people in the woods heard. Faced with such a gigantic black bear, Fengjiu did not see the possibility of her winning in a battle with it, and she grabbed the chance to fall into a low crouch and slid to one side as the black bear lunged. Summoning her mystical powers, she used her unorthodox form of movements to speedily stride down towards the foot of the mountain and escape. Roar, roar! The huge black bear's lunge yielded it nothing but air, and it lifted its head to roar another 2 times. Its huge body turned and charged, suddenly moving extremely quickly in fierce pursuit of Fengjiu. Damn! There's another one! Fleetingly moving towards the foot of the mountain, Fengjiu spotted another brown bear that bounded out and could not help herself but cursed, what a darned bad day this is turning out to be. Her eyes quickly turned around, looking for an escape route. The teams of people making their way into the deeper reaches of the woods who were currently in the areas surrounding the peak had, upon hearing the black bear's roar, suddenly stopped in their tracks, and looked up towards the source of the roar. Black bears possessed incredible power in battle, and the black bears in the 9 entrapment woods were not just ordinary black bears, but were high-grade beasts of the second level. Even when numbering more than 10, it would be impossible for warriors just in their initial stages of the mystical levels to be able to hunt down a second-level high-grade black bear. Hence, every single person who dared step into these woods knew, if they see a black bear from afar, they were to avoid it and not confront them in battle. In the western part of the woods, Murong Yixian's heart suddenly winced and his steps stopped, his head turning quickly back to look towards the peak. "Big brother Murong, what's wrong?" The Feng Qinggu dressed in a flowing blue dress had her flawlessly beautiful face creased up in concern. Seeing his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the peak, she turned her eyes to look into the same direction but did not see anything there. "Nothing." He shook his head and smiled gently at the person beside him, but the sense of unfamiliarity in him was becoming more and more intense. As if the girl before his eyes was entirely not the Feng Qinggu he knew. Over the past few days they had spent together, she had been right in front of his eyes throughout the entire period, but he had not been able to feel the same pounding of the heart that he had always felt when he was with her before. And that single brief assessing gaze earlier had although been from a person he did not know, but somehow made him feel rather familiar. Under the scrutiny of that deeply serene gaze, her heart suddenly filled with unease as she raised her hand onto her cheek and asked softly, "Why is Big Brother Murong looking at me like this? Is there something on my face?" He did not answer and only smiled gracefully, "Let us be on our way." And he turned and started to continue their way forward. Feng Qinggu paused a moment before she caught up and followed at his side as they walked deeper into the woods. As they walked, she would occasionally tilt her face slightly to the side and look at the dignified countenance. He was just so perfect, so gentle, which made her fall so uncontrollably hard for him, made her heart palpitate for him, mesmerized by him. Even if that meant that she would have to live her life with someone else's face, there would be no regrets. On the other hand, Feng Zhou was caught in a rather wretched situation. Because the 2 bears behind her had already been chasing her for more than 2 hours. She had initially thought that she would be able to shake them off easily, but the speed the 2 bears had been able to sprint had been unexpectedly fast, and while running away, the reverberations she was able to feel under her feet and the occasional loud roars coming from behind did not allow her to slow down in the slightest. She couldn't afford to reduce her speed, but to run at that pace without stopping, even the deities wouldn't be able to last. "Arg! Stop chasing me already. If you make me mad, I will really fight you with everything I have." She screamed with her head thrown back, her speed not reducing, but she was already panting very slightly. Follow you stories at n/VELB/in.com. She had merely picked a bunch of magical herbs. Did they need to chase after her all this way for more than 2 hours for that? Roar! Roar! The only response she got was just 2 loud roars from the bears with their undiminished speed. She spotted a thick and strong tree in front of her and she turned her head to glance behind while gasping for air before she sped up her legs. And just as she was nearing the big tree, she bent her knees into a slight crouch and she leapt up with her hands extended to grab onto a branch, before quickly leaping up onto the branch and up into the big tree. Phew! I'm exhausted. She was done running. She sat high up upon the tree branch panting heavily as she saw the 2 bears quickly having caught up to her, reaching the bottom of the tree in just a few breaths. The bears then attempted to use all 4 of their paws to climb up. Fortunately, the tree she chose was not only sturdy, but its tree bark was smooth and slippery, making it difficult to climb. Bam! As expected, one of the bears who had climbed about 1 meter above the ground fell onto ground, its 4 paws waving in the air, and Feng Zhou could not help herself but laugh at the sight. But, what kind of effects does that stem of magical herbs really have? Why would it make both of you chase after me so persistently for so long? She retrieved the stem of herb she had picked earlier from her cosmos sack to take a look at it, and as she had never seen it before, she didn't know what kind of use it had. Roar, roar! The two bears at the bottom of the tree had immediately upon seeing her take out the stem of magical herb, started roaring loudly again. Unable to climb the tree, the two bears combined their strengths and shook the tree, looking like they were thinking of shaking her out of the tree. The tree shook violently, almost causing her to fall out of it. She held onto the tree with one hand and shouted down below, "Are you tired of it already? Thinking of taking this magical herb away from me? You can jolly well forget about it." Roar! Roar, 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 roar. The two bears were infuriated and their angry roars sounded endlessly, shaking the tree so badly that Fengjiu was thinking that she cannot stay up there any longer. Hence, she kept the stem of magical herb away and began to look around her, thinking to leap from this tree to another, to find a way for her to escape. However, just as she stood up, the sky suddenly rumbled with a loud noise, sounding just like a loud thunderclap that had descended from the clouds. A powerful wave of oppressive aura fell from the clouds above as well, and a strong wind suddenly kicked up under the overwhelming aura. The wind gusts were so strong the trees in the woods were swaying and the fallen leaves of the ground were thrown up into the air in the swirling currents. Woo woo ar. Roar. Woo. The terrified sounds from the various beasts in the woods rang out, a discordant symphony of animal cries reverberating throughout the woods. At that same moment, Fengjiu saw the two towering bears at the bottom of the tree suddenly fall into the ground in trembling heaps, all curled up in terror. Feeling every bit of the heavy oppressiveness in the air, Fengjiu raised up her head to look into the sky. That was when she saw that the entire sky was covered with a mass of cumulus clouds brilliantly lit up in fierce fiery blaze. And the blazing fiery-colored clouds gathered and slowly took shape to turn into a mesmerizing fire phoenix with its wings fully spread. It was a glorious sight to behold and so beautiful it caused endless pairs of eyes to stare at it transfixed. At that moment, the strange phenomenon in the sky stirred up many instances of ruckus in many parts of the land. Almost all the countries surrounding the Sun Glory country had spotted the phenomenon in the skies above, and powerful exponents from everywhere were suddenly highly excited by the sight. Manifestation in the heavens. That is the sign a sacred beast is born. Clouds of blazing fire, an image of a phoenix. My heavens! It's the ancient sacred beast, the fire phoenix. Hurry! The exponents from the various surrounding countries had, after recovering from shock, gotten highly excited and joyously set off towards the Sun Glory country's 9 entrapment woods. Some rode on flying swords, while some rode their flying beasts, and there were even some who used magical items that allowed them to travel 1,000 miles in a day. Visit no.v3lb/n. cm for new OVL. They all had only one goal, and that was to seize the ancient sacred beast who had descended onto the mortal realm. Some still not as powerful cultivators who were not capable of vying with the highly skilled exponents could only watch on as the exponents moved out towards the Sun Glory country's 9 entrapment woods and say with a sigh, to think that a place so lowly like the 9th grade Sun Glory country would have an ancient sacred beast appear in it. No one could have expected that. I really wonder what kind of person would that sacred beast fall to. The most powerful exponents had all rushed there. The tiny Sun Glory country would not be able to defend themselves against all the others and keep the sacred beast for themselves. I think the sacred beast will fall into the hands of someone from other countries. Heh, that might not be the case. Who doesn't know that destiny plays a bigger part when it came to ancient sacred beasts such as this? I think the fact that the ancient sacred beast's fiery clouds had manifested above the Sun Glory country means that someone with a highly fortunate destiny is there. That's also true. After all, when the ancient green dragon descended, hadn't it been the same thing when exponents from all over had rushed there immediately as well? In the end, not a single one among them managed to even see the sacred beast. Now that you mention it, it is really rather strange. The ancient green dragon descended more than a decade ago, but over the years, besides the sighting of the phenomenon when it descended, no one had ever gotten a glimpse of the ancient green dragon ever since. No one knows just who the owner of the ancient green dragon actually is till today. The appearance of a sacred beast would rock people from the entire land. We will surely hear something about it in the near future. The few of them looked in the direction of the Sun Glory country, and in their hearts, they thought, another ancient sacred beast has appeared. Looks like tumultuous days are near. While back in the Nine Entrapment Woods, the mass of people heading into the deeper reaches were highly elated. Look! It's the blazing fire cloud and the image of a phoenix. The sacred beast descending is the ancient fire phoenix. I heard that a sacred beast will be appearing, but I had not expected for it to be an ancient sacred beast. It's just fantastic. We must hurry and get there before everyone else and seal a contract with the ancient sacred beast. And in the deepest reaches of the Nine Entrapment Woods, Ling Mohan's deep eyes had a strange glint in them when he saw the phenomenon in the sky and said to himself, ancient sacred beast, the fire phoenix? Although he was thinking it strange that he would see the image of an ancient sacred beast manifest in such a tiny ninth-grade country like the Sun Glory, but he still remembered that his purpose of being here was not for the ancient sacred beast. He had something more important on his hands that he needed to do. Hence, he turned his eyes away and continued to walk towards his destination. In another part of the woods, Feng Qingge, who had also spotted the strange phenomenon in the sky, was not able to contain her excitement as she tugged at Morong Yishen beside her. Big brother Morong. Look! It's the ancient sacred beast. The fire phoenix. She was feeling highly excitedly in her heart while telling herself determinedly in her mind, this ancient sacred beast, the fire phoenix, will be mine. Morong Yishen had been shocked when he saw the image of the fire phoenix in the sky as he exclaimed, it's actually an ancient sacred beast, that is the king of sacred beast. The moment he finished his words, from behind the blazing clouds of fire, came the cry of a phoenix sounding like it had come from ancient times. Immediately after that, a blinding shaft of golden light shot down suddenly like a shooting star from the heavens. The people in the entire Nine Entrapment Woods only heard a loud crash reverberate around them. A flash of brilliant golden light with a powerful aura flared outwards from the spot it had crashed. Shockwaves visible to the naked eye shimmered and rippled like water as it swept outwards, toppling a swathe of trees with its powerful force. Hurry! The sacred beast has manifested. Let's go to the spot. The mass of people shouted excitedly, surging as one towards the loud crash in a mad sprint, deeply afraid that being a single step slower could mean that others would snatch it up. And no one knew that when that golden light had shot down from the heavens, it had actually landed right at the foot of the tree that Feng Jiu was in. The overwhelmingly powerful oppressive aura and the shockwave shook the enormous tree that had a girth larger than two men with their arms extended could go around, and pushed it to fall on its side, almost completely uprooted. Feng Jiu, who was on the tree, had naturally been knocked off the tree by the shockwave to fall towards the ground, to roll into the large hole created by the loud crash landing. Caught in the powerful oppressive aura, she was suddenly finding it hard to breathe and she was suffocating. She was feeling the pain on her face as the shockwave tore past her, and she was not even able to open her eyes. Oof! As she fell deeper down the big hole in the ground, her stomach hit against something sticking out, causing her to groan out in pain. And at that same moment, the surrounding oppressive aura began to gradually dissipate. As the suffocating feeling lifted, Feng Jiu was finally able to stand up, and when she did, she saw the thing sticking out of the ground was actually a glittering golden egg. Is that the phoenix egg from the strange phenomenon in the sky earlier? Her gaze was tinged with wonder, not with surprise, but more like questioning. The Nine Entrapment Woods was such a big place, and all the other places to crash, it had to choose to crash right beside her. Well, since it's right here before me, it will be a shame if I do not pick it up. And since it chose to crash at my feet, then that means it's mine to keep. She thought about it only a moment. She cradled the egg in her arms to take a look at it. She saw the glittering golden light starting to diminish, and the complicated-looking runes that was initially visible on the egg's shell were disappearing as well. Besides it being golden color, and with it being several times bigger than an ordinary egg, she didn't find anything else about it to be extraordinary. Glancing around at the surroundings, she did not see a single other person. She had wanted to keep the golden egg in the cosmos sack, and when she opened it, she found that she was not able to stuff it in. That was when she remembered that the cosmos sack could only store inanimate items, and you cannot put anything that is alive in there. Immediately, she quickly stuffed the golden egg into her clothes, summoned her mystical powers, and employed her strange steps to speedily leave that place. It was about an hour after she left that the first team arrived. The family clan saw the big hole in the ground and the humongous tree that had almost been completely uprooted and was leaning teetering on one side, and nothing much else but an emptiness. Why is there nothing here? Has someone come here a step earlier than us? The team leader, who was a middle-aged man, was bathed in sweat from his mad sprint. The high anticipation that had filled his heart suddenly turned to rage as he stared at the large empty hole in the ground. Who was it? Who had been faster than us? Read the latest stories nnovilbin.com. Just as he finished his statement, Murong Yixian and Feng Qinggu arrived rushing in at great speed. When they saw that there was nothing within the large hole in the ground, Murong Yixian did not show much of a reaction, but as for Feng Qinggu, her face immediately changed. Who was it? Her malicious gaze turned sharply to look at the other team, and she asked impatiently, "Where's the sacred beast?" At that moment, she wasn't aware that Murong Yixian was standing at the side and staring at her, seemingly deep in thought. As in Murong Yixian's heart, Feng Qinggu was a gentle and sweet-tempered girl. She was also kind and thoughtful for others. He had known her from a young age, and he had never seen her show an expression with her eyes so filled with such sharp malice like the girl before his eyes. This had caused him to have to reconsider. Feng Qinggu seemed to have felt something, and she turned around quickly, and she immediately saw the pair of eyes that were looking at her, seemingly deep in thought. Her heart panicked, and she said in a hurry, "Big brother Murong, I was just too anxious." Murong Yixian smiled gracefully and told her in a gentle voice, "For an ancient sacred beast to have manifested in our Sun Glory country is already more than anyone could expect, and the fact that we had even been able to witness its divine light hit the ground is just incredible." A sacred beast's descended? Actually, we don't have to be too fixated on whether we can get it, as all this has already been decreed by fate and chance. Big brother Murong is right. Qinggu has been too anxious. She reverted back to her composed and gentle self, and her eyes filled up with admiration for Murong Yixian once more as she looked at him. Who has the sacred beast? A loud and forceful voice boomed down from up in the skies. The voice had been imbued with spirit power, and it could be heard clearly within a large area of the woods. Feeling the undulation of spirit power distinctly, which was different from mystical power, the people standing near to the large hole were shocked as they all lifted their heads, and saw a middle-aged man standing on a flying artifact hovering in mid-air, his hands clasped behind his back as he stared at them from his high vantage point. The exponent's awe flared out instantly, engulfing the people down below. The people below felt a thick and heavy presence suddenly pressing down on them like a mountain, like a huge rock had fallen upon the chest, finding it hard to breathe. Their legs were almost about to buckle under the immense pressure, where they would soon fall to their knees. In fact, those who were less practiced in their cultivation had already crumbled before the oppressive pressure from above and plopped onto their knees, blood churning in their chests, to seep out down the corners of their mouths. The powerful oppressive awe had driven cold sweat to run down Feng Qingji's forehead, her face turned pale and her legs became weak, almost falling to the ground. Murong Yixian, who was standing beside her, held her up with his arm and summoned his mystical power to shield her heart channels, to prevent her blood from surging. "Senior, could you first retract your oppressive awe and allow your humble junior to tell you in detail?" Murong Yixian was looking up at the middle-aged man in the air when he noticed a few more people coming in from the surrounding areas. He saw some of them riding their swords, some on flying beasts, and some standing on their flying artifacts. "What? The sacred beast is gone. An old man at the side exclaimed as he swept his eyes over the scene below. His brows creased up and he stared at the middle-aged man who had released his oppressive awe and said, "Retract your awe and listen to what that kid below has to say." "So, who's got his hands on the sacred beast? Speak now." It might be because of the old man's words, or it could be because Murongi Shin standing below was being neither haughty nor servile, but the middle-aged man retracted his oppressive awe and said, "Tell us everything you know." Once the oppressive awe dissipated, the people below felt the huge rocks lift from their chests and found that they could breathe again, and they were finally relieved. Faced with such highly skilled exponents, none of the people below dared to be disrespectful to them. Murongi Xian cupped his hands together and offered his greetings to the expert exponents in the sky above in a bow before he said, "My esteemed seniors, when your humble junior rushed here, the sacred beast was already no longer here and I do not know who had taken it. Every word your junior has just said is the truth, and if you do not believe me, you can ask the gentleman over there. They got here a step before us." His eyes were looking at another group of people, and those men were already flustered and in a state of panic from the earlier oppression from the middle-aged man's release of his awe, and they had naturally not dared to hide anything. Yes, it's true. When we got here, there was no sacred beast to be seen, and we do not know where the sacred beast has gone. If we have the sacred beast with us, we will definitely not dare hide it from all our revered and respected seniors here. Immortality cultivators. These people are really cultivators of immortality. Even if they had 100 lives, they would never dare lie to a cultivator of immortality. At that moment, the gaze of another middle-aged man from up in the air was fixed on the figure of Murongi Xian. Noticing that his demeanor was not ordinary, he asked, "Who are you?" UW Evils up Tez on NOV/L/BI.com. "Your humble junior is Murongi Xian." His voice was gentle, and his tone was unhurried as he spoke. "So it is the Sun Glory country's third prince. It's little wonder you showed such outstanding bearing." The middle-aged man nodded and turned his eyes to the few others beside him and said with a laugh, "Gentlemen, the sacred beast had only just manifested and I believe it is still within the 9 entrapment woods. Let's just compete based on our own abilities and see who gets it first." When he finished, he threw his head back and laughed aloud as he rode his sword to go search out the surroundings. When the others saw the man leaving, they were afraid they would lag behind, and they all left right after to search out the surrounding areas as well. When the people below on the ground saw the group left, they all immediately heaved a sigh of relief unconsciously. Cultivators of immortality, and 7 or 8 of them appearing at the same time. Before this, all of them have only heard of these cultivators of immortality and had never been fated to meet one. And the first time that they met them today had nearly scared them out of their lives. 7 sit envelb/n. C/m for L test vels. Seeing the 7 or 8 cultivators of immortality ride off on their swords so captivatingly graceful, Feng Qingji's eyes were filled with yearning. She turned her head to Murongi Xian beside her and said softly, "Big brother Murong, when we have the chance, we should go together and get ourselves accepted into an immortality sect and learn to cultivate immortality as well." "Sure." Murongi Xian responded in a gentle voice, his handsome face smiling faintly. Seeing that he had nodded in agreement, her heart filled with delight as she said in a pliant voice, "Big brother Murong, are we still going to continue searching for the sacred beast? With those cultivators of immortality here, we will not stand a chance. Even if we manage to find it, we will only invite persecution from those people upon ourselves. Are we going back now then?" Hearing that, Murongi Xian looked up at her and said gently, "You can go back first. I'll ask Guardsman Feng escort you back. I still need to go to the mountain pass in the deepest reaches of the 9 entrapment woods to help old Qin retrieve some mud from the heart of the well." "I'll go with you." She held onto Murongi Xian's sleeve and shook it before saying in a soft voice, "Big brother Murong, I don't want to go back so soon. I want to stay with you. The deepest reaches of the 9 entrapment woods are not like the area around here. Every 100 meters deeper that we move in further would see different dangers. Especially at the heart of the well from the mountain pass. It is said that very few people go there as there are high-grade ferocious beasts of the third level guarding the place. Be good, go back home first and I'll go look for you when I get back. Hearing Murong Xian's words, Feng Qingge knew that he would not be letting her tag along and she could only nod and said, "All right. I'll return home first. Remember to come look for me when you get back." "I will." He smiled slightly and after glancing once more at her, he picked 10 men from the group he had brought along with him and gave them their instructions. "All of you escort Miss Feng Qingge back to her residence safely, and if any mishap happens on the way, I will hold all of you responsible." "Yes." The 10 men answered respectfully and went to stand behind guardsman Feng. After hearing those words, Feng Qingge was feeling rather blissful as she reluctantly bade goodbye to Murong Xian, allowing guardsman Feng and his men to escort her home. Only after seeing Feng Qingge had gone a far enough distance, the smile on Murong Xian's face faded and his deep and calm gaze peered at the far distant figures before he collected himself and hid the deep thoughts and radiance in his eyes. On the other side, hearing the commotion behind her, Feng Zhou gave a great leap and rolled down the slope before picking herself up quickly, all the while cradling the golden egg in one arm as she stuck her back against a clay wall, trying her best to conceal herself behind the weeds in front of her, to escape discovery. A few heartbeats later, a lone cultivator of immortality was suddenly passing through the air riding on a flying artifact, his eyes scanning the woods below for any suspicious figures or signs of movement. Feng Zhou stuck her back tightly against the wall and did not move in the slightest as she held her breath. It was until the figure flying through the air had gradually flown further away and disappeared that she finally breathed out. "Phew! That was really close. This egg has really brought me a lot of trouble." Her face creased up in a frown as she stared at the golden egg, thinking how is she going to deal with it? She reached out her hand to knock on it and there was no other sound other than the soft knocking she made. She was thinking to herself that she would not be able to hide the egg and the moment she met someone, she would definitely be found out. Those guys flying in the air were still looking for this egg and they did not look like they will be leaving anytime soon. If she carried this egg with her to go look for Guanxi Lin, irregardless whether she would manage to reach there safely, she would be dragging him into untold danger if she was with him. What to do with this troublesome thing? Her brows creased up as she recalled the method to seal a contract from her mind. Her eyes lit up and she immediately bit down on her finger to drip a drop of blood on the shell of the egg. But somehow, that drop of blood was not absorbed into the shell of the egg but had instead rolled down the side. She stared hard at it and said, "Isn't it said that before beast types are born, dripping a drop of blood on them would contract them to you? Was that a hoax?" She did not give up and she squeezed out another 2 drops of blood to drip on it, but there was still no response. Finally, she had no choice but to give up. "Huh? What's that noise?" She pricked up her ears and looked around, finally discovering that the faint noise seemed to be coming from below the ground. As expected, when she looked down and observed the ground around her, she saw a spot that some earth was being pushed up, like something underground was boring through it. Burrowing gopher? It shouldn't be. There isn't any burrowing gophers that is this big. She stuffed the golden egg into her clothes before her chest and had wanted to leap off the rumbling ground and her head had just popped up and she immediately saw a middle-aged man riding a sword towards her area not too far away and she instinctively backpedaled. But that one step backwards had put her foot over loose soil and her entire person lost her balance and she fell into a hole below the loose soil surface. "Aw!" She cried out in surprise and everything suddenly turned black. Her body slid down a steep drop and the incredible speed that everything was happening at did not allow her any time to react. Meanwhile at the top, just after Feng Zhou had down the slide, 2 burrowing gophers stuck their heads out of the ground and chittered a few times as they looked to their left and right. Shortly after, they once again went back to digging, to fill up the hole that had been exposed to the surface. Riding on his sword, the middle-aged man who was searching for the source of the sound earlier looked all around, but did not see any human around, nor could he detect the presence of anyone there before he frowned deeply. Did I hear it wrongly? He released his consciousness to spread over the area a few times, and when he still did not find anything, he finally left the area still riding his sword. Ah. Ariad updated stirise at n//vel/bin. Calm. Underground, Fengzhou's cry of surprise reverberated in the tunnel as her body continued to slide down. It was completely dark and she could see nothing. She only knew that the tunnel zigzagged left and right as she slid all the way down. Midway through the unstoppable fall, her foot seemed to have kicked into something fleshy, and with a shrill squeak, that soft ball of flesh had rolled down together with her. Bam! Ouch! Arg! She cried out in pain as her body fell forward from the momentum of the crazy slide. But she did not fall into the ground. She had fallen into the soft and fleshy thing that had been before her down that slide. Ow ow. That really hurts. Having slid down at such a pace all that way, the abrasions on her body could not be imagined as she felt her entire body burning up in pain. Even then, when she saw the countless pairs of eyes surrounding her staring at her as they glowed a dull green in the dim darkness, she quickly leapt up. Squeak squeak. Squeak 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 squeak. Mice? She felt her skin crawl. Hearing the noises, they sounded like mice. But in the darkness, she could faintly see that the shape did not seem to be like the common type of rodents, and they were still continuing to come surround her at that moment. When she realized that the hole she was in was big enough to accommodate a human while her eyes were seeing all the rodent-type animals before her, her body immediately tensed up tightly. Burrowing gophers! She raised a hand to feel the golden egg within her clothes at her chest to make sure it was not damaged or broken, while the other hand reached down her thigh to grip the dagger lashed on the side of her thigh in her hand. Squeak squeak squeak. Surrounding her on all sides were about 40 or 50 of those burrowing gophers, and every single one of them were of an enormous size. At that moment, she was surrounded by all of them, one by one, all staring at her, squeaking incessantly. With the power she had, how was she going to get herself out of this predicament? Kill all of these 40 to 50 burrowing gophers? These burrowing gophers were obviously mutants, and they might not be that easy to take out. As she thought through her options, she felt a fierce wind rush from the side and saw a burrowing gopher leaping at her after giving out a squeak from the left. She pushed the pain wrecking at all parts of her body away from her mind, and her eyes steeled as they swung around with her hand lashing out, gripping the dagger at the same time. A faint red glow of mystical power aura encased the sharp dagger, slashing out through the air with a swoosh aimed at the attacking burrowing gopher. At that moment, the rest of the 40 to 50 burrowing gophers squeaked out, and they all leapt at the same time at her, completely surrounding her, biting and clawing. Arf! The pain caused her to cry out, but even with 40 to 50 burrowing gophers biting and tearing at her, the speed of her slashing dagger did not slow in the slightest. At that moment, she was like the incarnate of death as she screamed out while her body spun with her dagger lashing out lightning quick, piercing and pulling back, only one lone thought filling her mind, and that was to stay alive. Squeak! Squeak squeak! The number of fallen burrowing gopher corpses on the ground grew more and more, and the rest of them did not dare to come too near her anymore. The corpses of the burrowing gophers had already piled up to form a little hill around her, and a thick stench of blood hung heavily pungent in the dark little space. As for her, Fengzhou was covered in dripping blood, both her own and the blood from the burrowing gophers. Come on! Not going to leap at me anymore? Her icy tone was heavily laced with devilish challenge, and her gaze swept over every single one of those slowly retreating burrowing gophers. Her entire body flared with bloodthirsty murder, and her gory blood-covered self made her look every inch like the blood-drenched death come to claim their lives. The terrifying bloodthirstiness emanating from her entire being alone was enough to make the rest of the burrowing gophers too frightened to take a step forward. Too scared. Ha! I am not done with the slaughter. The same moment her malicious voice stopped, her body immediately moved, the sharp dagger gleaming chillingly as it thrust towards another burrowing gopher. The incredible speed that the dagger moved at did not allow it to even dodge. Squeak! See check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. A pitiful squeak sounded, warm blood flowed, and another burrowing gopher was killed by the dagger. Squeak squeak! The rest of the burrowing gophers, numbering slightly more than 10, squeaked loudly and ran away through the tunnels in a panic. She bit down on her lip as she stared at the tunnels a moment, before she went step by step towards a direction where she felt a slight breeze. With every one step she took, she left a footprint, and with every footprint, she left behind a drop of blood. She walked for almost close to an hour, and the first sound she heard was the sound of flowing water, and thereafter, a gradually brightening ray of light. As there was water present, the surrounding air was rather humid, and she bit down hard with every step, tolerating the almost unbearable pain, taking step after step, till she reached the flow of water. It was a deep pool, the bottom not visible, but the water was crystal clear. The water was moving and flowing, but it was not known where it flowed out to. There were no other routes that she could see from here. The slanted light rays were coming from above her head, seemingly like she was at the bottom of a deep gorge. As water flowed down the steep walls in thin rivulets, they were covered in green moss and algae, while vines hung down. She gave them one glance and she turned her eyes back. What she needed to do now was not to leave this place, but to be concerned about the wounds and injuries upon her body. If those bites and scratches from the burrowing gophers were not treated, they would become infected and fester. Fortunately, she had chanced upon this clear pool of water. She removed the blood-drenched clothes off her body and carefully placed the golden egg aside, before she slid herself into the pool, letting the clear and cool water cleanse and wash out her wounds. Fongjo's eyes were narrowed as she felt the biting chill from the pool's water and the pain from the multiple wounds on her body. But after the initial pain, came a feeling of soothing comfort, like a warm flow was softly passing over her weary body with gentle touches. Warm flow? She suddenly opened her eyes and looked at her body in the supposed to be chilly water. At that moment, she seemed to be able to detect a faint aura over the water's surface. Not mystical power, but pure and untainted spirit power. Looking at the pool that was emanating with faint traces of spirit power aura, she thought back to those burrowing gophers she had encountered previously. Was it due to the spirit power from this pool that had caused them to become so big and strong? But why would there be such pure and untainted spirit power aura in a place like this? As she fell deep in thought, the golden egg she had placed high up on the side of the pool suddenly shifted a little, and without any other warning, it began to roll towards the pool. Plume! The golden egg dropped into the water and it quickly sank under the surface. Caught by surprise and shock, her hand grabbed at the cosmos sack and dagger and she quickly dived down into the water. With her eyes open underwater, she could see the golden egg slowly and gradually sinking. But, she saw that as it got deeper down, the crystal-clear water in the pool became dark and impenetrable by sight, looking like a bottomless pit filled with endless mysteries. She was worried that if it sank deeper, her breath would not hold out long enough, and she was also worried as she did not know what kind of thing she would encounter if she went down deeper, hence, she increased her speed as she dived down. When she saw that she was getting nearer, she reached out her hand and grabbed at the egg, holding it close to her. And just as she was about to swim up towards the surface after securing the egg in her arm, she suddenly seemed to have spotted an algae-covered stone door further down into the dark dim depths. Although puzzled, she wasn't too curious at that moment as she couldn't hold her breath any much longer, and she immediately kicked and pushed with her arm and legs to push her speedily up. And at that moment, the stone door deep down in the pool suddenly creaked open. A tremendously strong suction came out from behind that door, just like a vortex from the bottom of the pool, that sucked all the water in towards the door, carrying her down together with it. Ugh! Caught within that tremendous suction within the water, she was not able to avoid getting herself spinning together with the whirlpool that had suddenly kicked up, and was sucked in through the door. But the immense pressure from the water and being caught in that fiercely swirling vortex made her suddenly feel her heart's blood surge into her chest, and she vomited it out through her mouth, with most of it falling squarely onto the golden egg she had clasped firmly in her arm. But before she saw the heart's blood that she coughed out being absorbed by the golden egg, everything suddenly turned black before her eyes and she lost consciousness. At that same moment, the golden egg began to emanate a faint golden glow. The complicated-looking runes on its shell that had disappeared surfaced once more, spreading out over the exterior of the shell together with the golden light. What was really beyond anyone's expectation was that the golden egg that had been approximately the size of 2 fists was suddenly gradually growing under the golden light. It was still clasped in Fengjiu's arm, but it was now the size of a huge watermelon. And right between Fengjiu's eyebrows, a scarlet-red rune of the fire phoenix appeared. And at the same time when that rune appeared, her body was suddenly bathed in a golden light, and the multitude of wounds upon her body were closing and healing at a speed visible to the eye. A loud crash resounded. Fengjiu, who had been pulled in by that strong vortex, was thrown straight onto the ground, the water from the whirlpool splashing onto her body. The impact and the stinging pain woke her as she gradually regained her consciousness. As she slowly peered her eyes open, she was almost blinded by a bright golden light. Visit novilbin.c/m for the L-test updates. Crack! The sound of a clear and crisp crack startled her, and she looked down at the golden egg that had rolled out from her grasp, which was now as big as a huge watermelon, with a long crack running down the side. Crack! The crack sounded again, and another long zigzagged line appeared on the shell of the egg. And when she saw the 2 halves of the shell break open, she was suddenly stunned and rendered completely speechless. After the eggshell split open, what was revealed wasn't a tiny baby phoenix but was a tiny child who stuck all 4 of his limbs out straight, sprawled flat on the ground, with his naked little bottom sticking up. A faint golden glow imbued with dense spirit power aura swirled around his body, which gradually faded. He seemed like he had just woke up as he slightly raised his head and opened his eyes that were clear as water, bewildered and dazed as he stared at the equally naked Fengjiu. It was only moments later that he gave a reaction. The pair of jet black eyes stared and a pair of red glowing flames burned within them. He jumped up suddenly and stuck one hand against his pudgy waist and pointed out with his other stubby hand at Fengjiu on the ground, his childlike voice filled with impudent rage that one was unable to take seriously. You! Woman! I am the ancient sacred phoenix. You had the audacity to visualize my godly image into a little bumbling human toddler. Although he will be able to morph into human form after he matures, but he had never for one moment thought that he will turn straight into a human toddler right after breaking out of his shell. He is the little fire phoenix. Little fire phoenix. Due to the contract, the contracted owner's imagination of his image would directly impact whether he would be born in the form of a beast or human. But, if he was born in human form, he would have to wait till he fully matures before he could morph into his original fire phoenix form. Heavens know how long it will be before he matures. And before he grows up, he will have to parade around in this little snot-nosed human form throughout it all. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and the more depressed he became. He wanted to cry, but he did not want to let the woman see that, so he could only stare intensely at the culprit behind all of this. Fengjiu was shocked into speechless amazement. Did a child really just hatched out of that egg? Come on! She had only just imagined it once when she picked up that egg, on what the phoenix would look like when it hatched out of the egg. She had just unconsciously thought of an adorable plump little kid, then a brief moment. Seeing the little bumbling toddler standing there with a hand stuck upon his fleshy hip, the other pointing angrily at her, fully exposing his naked little body and the little elephant's trunk waving before her. In a moment of itch in her hands, she coiled up her finger and thumb in one hand and flicked the tiny elephant's trunk. Arg! You. What are you doing? A certain proud little fire phoenix was finally aware of his own nakedness, and when he was suddenly teased down below, the shock made him feel both humiliated and angry, whereby he quickly backpedaled a few steps quickly and covered himself with his stubby hands. You. You shameless woman! He shouted out angrily in humiliation, his face blushing a deep red, his childlike voice not really giving his rage the impact that was intended. At that moment, he seemed to only realize then of the woman's bare body, and he quickly released one of the two hands protecting his modesty below to cover over his eyes and turning his body away. You are not wearing any clothes. This time, even his ears were turning as red as his face. Fengjiu glanced at the small little boy who was showing such exaggerated reactions, and she continued to tease mercilessly, I can see you rounded little buttocks behind. Arg! You are truly a shameless woman. Shameless. Shameless. He was feeling completely helpless, but he did not know any other words to curse, so all he could do was to keep repeating the word shameless. Fengjiu was feeling tickled, and she could not help it but to laugh aloud. At the same time, she looked down at herself and suddenly realized that the wounds that was all over her body had completely healed. Her deep eyes glinted with a trace of query, and her gaze turned slightly, to look thoughtfully at the little fire phoenix who had changed the position of his hands to cover over his tiny buttocks. Visit novelbin.c.m for updates. Was it because of this little fellow? She took out some strips of cloth from the Cosmos sack to tie them securely around her chest and then pulled out a suit of men's clothes to slip onto herself. After putting on the belt, she reached a hand out in a cradle and carried up the stark naked little fellow. Arg! What? What is this woman thinking of doing? Finding himself suddenly being carried up, he cried out in shock, both his hands covering up below, and he stared warily at the woman. Who would have known, but Feng retrieved from the Cosmos sack a set of clothes, and with her dagger, she altered it slightly and slipped it over the little fellow's tiny body. Make do with it, when we get out, we'll then get you a little red bib as undergarments. She said through narrowed eyes, and she gave him a little smack on his fleshy buttocks. It's done. She turned him around and looked at the fuming and indignant face, finding it rather amusing. A revered individual like me would never wear something like that, he said with a pout, feeling rather annoyed with the woman who was taking shameless liberties with his body. Follow US stories at nvl/by/n.com. I had thought that after the egg hatched, a phoenix would appear, and not a little bumbling kid. Sigh, would you then be able to transform into your original phoenix form? She then asked curiously. If only she had not brought it up. At the mention of it, the proud little fire phoenix flew into a proper rage. You still have the cheek to bring that up. As a highly revered ancient sacred beast, the fact that I have been born in the form of a human is fully and entirely your fault. Fengjiu rubbed at her nose consciously. How would I know that a moment's wild imagination would come true just like this? Humph! He gave a big snort and crossed his pudgy arms before his chest and turned his face away from her in an angry tantrum. Fengjiu laughed aloud, unconcerned. She then stood up and surveyed their surroundings with a glance around. Who would have thought that beneath that deep pool, such a place would actually exist? When she recalled the force of that tremendous vortex that had sucked her into here, her brows creased up together. I really do not know how a woman like you could become my contract owner. You're ugly, lacking in power, and like to touch people's buttocks. You're just one lustful woman. The little phoenix had the eggshells in his arms at that moment, and he was chomping on them crunchily as he grumbled, occasionally throwing Fengjiu a begrudging glance. Fengjiu was laughing at his incessant grumbles, and she reached out her hand to flick at him on the forehead, saying, Little fella, doesn't matter if you are willing, but you already belong to me. So you just stick by me from now on. As she spoke, her eyes looked at him in puzzlement. One more thing. Are you really that hungry? Are those eggshells even edible? The little fire phoenix rolled his eyes at her and turned his head away proudly, completely ignoring her. His eggshells were great stuff, and eating them will not only increase his powers, they will also provide great nutrition for his body. That woman does not know anything and is just a fool. All right, let us go. Let's go see what kind of amazing things this place hides that could give out such a tremendous force to suck us in here. Fengjiu said as she lifted her foot to make her way forward. It could be seen that it was a hidden palace abandoned for many years, and who knew why such a secret palace would end up being submerged under such a deep pool? The little fire phoenix cradled his eggshells and continued to chomp on them as he followed behind Fengjiu, throwing occasionally glances at the figures back in front of him, thinking that the woman was rather strange. She possessed weak powers, but she was somehow neither afraid nor panicking when caught in a strange place such as this. I waited for so many years, and after such a long wait, a human has finally come. The heavens have not given up on me, not given up, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, from within the secret palace, a deep timbred voice sounding wildly arrogant boomed out, and carried here together with that voice was a powerful oppressive aura that swirled in the air accompanying the booming voice. What was strange though, even when those waves of powerful oppressive aura that were even visible to the naked eye swirled in the air before her, she did not feel the slightest discomfort coming from it. Was it because she was contracted with an ancient sacred beast, the fire phoenix? When that thought came into her mind, she could not help but turned back and glanced at the little fellow crunching on the eggshells behind her. And thought to herself, the little pipsqueak didn't look at all like he would be so useful. Why are you staring at my divine self again? The little fellow asked, staring at her. Fengjiu smiled and suddenly turned to reach out her hand to pinch the tiny figure's pink and fleshy cheeks, saying, I am growing to like you more and more, what am I to do? Hearing those words, the little fire phoenix's eyes widened in surprise, his face with its exquisite features turning a bright red. He tried hard to put on an angry front, but his eyes were somewhat coy, the expression on his face a mix of shyness and awkwardness. Discover dated novels on NOV/E/Lbin.co. You don't think just by saying these things, my divine self will look at you in a different light. You are just a fool. My divine self will never like you, and one more thing, do not keep being so touchy-feely, it's so indecent and not bit like what a woman should be doing. After finishing what he wanted to say, he turned his eyes away proudly, refusing to look at her. Fengjiu smiled at him, feeling that the shy and coy little toddler was just too adorable. Little lass, come here and let me take a good look at you. The booming and arrogant voice resounded once again, and this time, when the voice reached them, it was accompanied by a suction force that sucked in Fengjiu's entire body further inside. Foolish woman! Having just finished the eggshells, and he was just wiping his hands off when he saw Fengjiu being sucked in by a force whereby he gave out a worried scream and hurried to follow her inside. Fengjiu felt herself immobilized, and she could not even scream, seemingly like it had just been a blink before she had been sucked inside, to come before a set of skeleton. The next moment, a stream of power invaded into her meridians, and under the invading power, she felt as if she was fully exposed, in pure nakedness under the sun's rays, unable to hide any secrets at all. And when the little fire phoenix caught up, he banged into a boundary barrier, isolated and kept out, unable to get near to Fengjiu on the inside. Seeing her standing completely motionless and unmoving before the skeleton, the little fire phoenix panicked and shouted loudly, "Foolish woman! Foolish woman! How are you feeling? A mystical spirit body? It's actually a mystical spirit body. Ha 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 ha. Such an extremely rare mystical spirit body that is seldom seen once every millennium, and it has fallen right before me, Chuba Tian. Ha ha ha. Heaven has truly not given up on me. Not given up on me. Ha 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 ha." Fengjiu could only hear that excited and agitated voice laughing out maniacally. The power that restrained her suddenly retracted. Fengjiu fell to the ground, sitting weakly, all her strength drained out of her, looking directly at the skeleton before her. As she had not detected any killing intent, nor any maliciousness from the entity, but just that agitated excitement from his voice, Feng Jiu wasn't really feeling too worried, and she turned to the little fire phoenix outside the boundary barrier to say, "I'm fine, don't worry." The two of them were after all contracted through their souls, and after the little fire phoenix calmed down, he was able to feel through the link that she was perfectly fine, and he immediately humphed and retorted awkwardly, "Who is worried about you?" But his eyes were still involuntarily glancing in through the barrier inside, to check on her condition. Knowing that the little fire phoenix did not mean what he was saying, Feng Jiu was not concerned about him but was focusing her attention on the skeleton before her, testing the waters by saying, "Senior?" At that same moment, the skeleton projected an image out from him. It showed a middle-aged man dressed in black robes as the image appeared in the air, his sharp and oppression-filled gaze looking down at Feng Jiu below him. "To possess a mystical spirit body, little girl, you're no simpleton." Not only did she possess the so rarely encountered mystical spirit body, she was also the contracted owner of a divine sacred beast, the fire phoenix. In what way would a girl like this be possibly ordinary? The heavens were being kind. At the moment just before the last of his blood's essence was about to completely be dispersed, they had sent such an incredibly prodigious cultivator that would allow him to bequeath his wishes and carry it on. Mystical spirit body? Feng Jiu asked quizzically of the ghostly image, and continued to ask another question. Mystical spirit bodies are rarely seen? Forgiving her for having not come to this world for long, and for having a great lack in knowledge towards cultivation, the term mystical spirit body was something that she had never heard of. A mystical spirit body is the epitome of the most prodigious cultivators. Not only can they cultivate mystical powers, they are also able to cultivate spirit powers as well, and the speed that they can progress at is 10 times that of others. The middle-aged man saw her show a smile on her face, and he went on to say, "In other words, for others who will need a whole decade to become a mystical power martial pugilist, for you, it might only take you merely a year to achieve the same rank." Such speed that can be achieved in your cultivation can be termed as prodigiously talented. Hearing those words, Feng Jiu considered it a moment and said, "That doesn't sound right. I have tried to cultivate by drawing the energies into my body, but I had not felt any significant difference to my body, and definitely nothing like what Senior is saying about the speedy progress I can achieve in cultivation in my experience." She had used quite a long period of time to draw in the qi into her body, and the amount of mystical powers in her body after cultivation was really nothing to speak of at all. That is because the mystical and spirit qi meridians within you are not opened. His gaze burned into Feng Jiu as he stared. "I wish for you to pay obeisance to me as your master. In that instance, I will help you open up your mystical and spirit meridians to aid you with your cultivation." If it was anyone else, upon hearing such a powerful entity offering to accept one as a disciple, it would be thought that it would be accepted without hesitation. But when Feng Jiu heard those words, her brows instead creased up together in a frown, and her eyes showed she was deep in thought as she stared at the middle-aged man without saying a single word. "You are unwilling?" Seeing Feng Jiu not showing any signs of joy or delight, the man frowned, and he pushed his oppressive aura to flare out more strongly, and then noticed that his aura had not much of an effect on the person who had been contracted with an ancient sacred beast. He then immediately gave up on that and gave out a long sigh instead. Read latest OVLS at nv/e/l/buy.com. You do not have to worry that I have any ulterior motives. I only wish for you to help me complete 3 tasks after accepting to become my pupil. Hearing that, Feng Jiu thought on it another moment before she finally said, "Why don't Senior tell me about it first, and if it is within my powers, and does not go against my style of doing things, I might just be able to agree to it." The middle-aged man laughed out heartily when he heard that and said, "Great. I can see that you are one that does things as you please, and it is rather similar to my own temperament." Feng Jiu smiled at him but did not reply. "Girl, I was originally the ruler of the Heavenly Dynasty Palace, Chuba Tian. At the peak of my glory, no one dared go against me. I lived my life by the sword and willfully dominated the world under the heavens. As long as I deemed something to be right, I will definitely carry it out to the end. That year, he told Fengzhou of his past life in detail. Fengzhou listened attentively, and from his words, it was gathered that he was a willful man that followed whatever his heart told him. But as he was too uninhibited and unpredictable, he was viewed as unorthodox and evil by the conventional sects of immortality. He had a mighty sword that cut through metals like mud called the Blue Edge. An immortal from an orthodox sect coveted his Blue Edge sword and wrongly accused him of having massacred a mortal's village, which caused him to be persecuted by powerful pugilists from all sides. With his attainment as a venerable martial emperor, he did not fear all those cultivators of immortality whose powers were inferior to his. However, they had captured his own people as hostages to threaten him, resulting in him sustaining grave injuries to escape to this place, to finally succumb and die here. For so many long years, he had waited here patiently, for the destined one to come and take on his mantle, to reinstate the heavenly dynasty palace, and fulfill his last wishes. The first wish is to reinstate the heavenly dynasty palace, so what are the second and third wished? The second wish is to break into the Thousand Swords tomb to retrieve the Blue Edge. As for the third, his voice hesitated a while and he gave a sigh. I had been too willful and reckless in those years, and I brought calamity upon my family. It was especially so for my wife, who was coincidentally in labor at that time. So many years have passed and I wonder how they are doing. I would like you to go seek them out and see whether they are living on fine. After hearing the demands out and not finding them overboard, Fengzhou nodded her head and asked with a wide smile, since I am to acknowledge you as my master, is Senior just merely going to open up the mystical and spirit channels in my meridians? If there were no tangible benefits, acknowledging a master just like this would be too disadvantageous to her. Ha ha ha, of course that's not all. The middle-aged man laughed out loud in a booming voice, the gaze fixed on Fengzhou seemingly growing in admiration for the girl. After hearing that, Fengzhou did not say much more but just knelt down, and bowed in acknowledgement of her master, saying, "My revered master, please accept your disciple, Fengzhou's offer of obeisance." Upon finishing those words, she respectfully cowed out, lowering her forehead to the ground with a thud. Good, good, good. Chuba Tian, finally has a disciple to inherit me. Ha 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 ha. He laughed out loud excitedly and said, "Girl, remove the third brick on the left of my skeleton remains. Behind it, you will find something your master would like to gift to you." Sure. Fengzhou agreed, and she went and knocked on the third brick as she was told. Finding that it sounded rather hollow, she pulled out her dagger to pry the brick out, and found a little wooden box behind which she quickly retrieved. "Master, why can't I open it?" The little wooden box didn't seem to be locked, but she just could not open it. Follow you stories at n/VELB/in.com. That had been sealed by your master, me, and ordinary people cannot open it. Chuba Tian said with a laugh, and with a wave of his hand, a ray of light ran over the box. "All right, take that thing out of the box now." Fengzhou tried to open the box once more, half in doubt, but the box opened easily this time. Inside was just an inconspicuous ring, and it was even quite badly tarnished. Fengzhou was speechless for a short moment before she said, "Master, this is the treasure you are talking about?" She picked it up and lay a scrutinizing eye on it, but she still did not find anything extraordinary about it. "Ha ha, I really don't know from which hole you had crawled out from that you haven't even heard of a spatial ring?" Chuba Tian shook his head as he laughed helplessly. "Do not underestimate this ring, it is not an ordinary spatial ring. Besides being able to store things, it is a world by itself within, and even living things can be placed inside. Moreover, when you place food in there, time stands still for it and they will not turn bad." "It's that incredible?" How did Master manage to get your hands on such an amazing treasure? This should be more priceless than the blue-edged sword, wouldn't it? With an item like this, why would people still covet after that blue-edged sword? I got this spatial ring entirely by chance, and your master had treated it just like an ordinary item without knowing it was a spatial ring. After all, it was impossible to see a spatial ring in a place like this, and it was after I was gravely injured and come to this place, and it was completely by chance that your master's blood dripped into the ring before I discovered that it was a spatial ring. When he spoke about this, his voice paused for a while before he continued, as your master's life expired, the ring's sacred contract with my soul was broken as well. You will only need to drip a drop of your blood on it for it to recognize you as its owner, which will allow you to gain entry into it. Inside it, I have left all my life's treasures and skill manuals that I have amassed, and they will be my gift to you. I can go inside this ring myself? Her eyes were sparkling brightly, filled with surprise and amazement as she thought to herself, if that is true, in future whenever I am pursued and have nowhere else to run, couldn't I then just hide inside there? Chu Ba Tian didn't know what she was thinking. If he knew, he would surely die once again in rage at seeing such a highly prized treasure to be used in such a manner just to escape pursuit. That was just too cowardly and undignified. The owner of the space can go into it, but there seems to be another separating boundary barrier within. When I went into the space previously, I was already nearing my end and I had not been able to inspect it clearly but only found out that I could store even living things in there. As for any other uses it might have, you can slowly find them out for yourself in future. As he spoke, he turned to Feng Jiu and said, your master's last remaining bit of blood's essence is nearing its end. Come forward, my pupil, and let your master open the channels to your meridians for you. Hearing those words, Feng Jiu raised her eyes to look at him. Seeing that the ghostly image was gradually fading, she walked up to him. She knew that the ghostly image hovering in midair before her eyes was the last vestiges of consciousness left within the blood's essence, and once the essence ran out, the consciousness and the man would forever disappear from the world. Stabilize your consciousness, calm your heart and quiet your qi. The process will be a little painful but you have to bear with it. Chu Ba Tian said in a deep voice and finally conveyed the last of his blood's essence to envelop over Feng Jiu. A ray of light visible to the eye surged over Feng Jiu's body, entering the channels of her meridians, opening them. Pain. Agonizing and excruciating pain. All the channels in her meridians were being forcibly expanded by a robust surge of qi flowing through them, from thin to large, stretching them to the extent they felt like they were almost going to explode. The agonizing pain caused her entire body to be bathed in cold sweat, more intolerable than having someone cutting your flesh with a knife. But she bit down hard on her teeth, refusing to utter a single sound, her hands clenched tightly into fists, blood dripping out from wounds on her palms where her nails had dug deep into. Outside the boundary barrier, the little fire phoenix saw the face that had turned completely white and he began pacing worriedly. He wanted to shout out but was afraid that he might distract her, and so he could do nothing but watch Feng Jiu suffer under the excruciating pain of expanding the meridian channels. It was almost an hour past before the aura that enveloped her body faded away as she fell weakly onto the ground, gasping heavily for air. Seeing that, the little fire phoenix was suddenly hopping in nervous anxiety, shouting out, "Foolish woman? Are you all right?" Feng Jiu struggled against the weakness she was feeling in her body as she looked at the ghostly image to ask, "Master, how are you feeling?" Your master is already a person that has been dead for a long while, holding out my consciousness with my blood's essence and waiting all this time to finally gain you as my disciple to carry on my will. I have no more regrets. Chu Ba Tian looked at her and reminded, "Girl, before you become strong enough to protect yourself, remember to be subtle in your deeds and not let anyone know you possess a mystical spirit body, or you might just invite unnecessary persecution to yourself. The world for cultivators of immortality is merciless and cruel, and even as the most prodigious cultivator among them, remember that you must first be able to grow and progress." "Yes, Master. I hear you." Feng Jiu nodded, a warmth suddenly passing through her heart. Your master will not be able to guide you much in your cultivation. When you go back, diligently read up on the cultivation techniques I have left behind in the spatial ring and get a great master in future to guide you further along. But do not forget, you must never drop your guard against anybody. Be always vigilant. The exceptional trait you possess in your body must never be revealed to another person. Yes. Feng Jiu said with a smile. At that moment, she was finally acknowledging him as her master. Being at the bottom of this deep underground pool, both of you will not be able to get out of here. The last thing I can do for you is to send you to the Thousand Swords tomb. After you find the blue-edged sword, do not expose it in front of people carelessly, or the blue-edged sword might draw into you unnecessary trouble as well. He reminded once more. Master, after getting to the Thousand Swords tomb, what do I need to do to find the blue-edged sword? The Thousand Swords tomb is the place people bury swords. But every person who goes into the Thousand Swords tomb might not necessarily find a sword suitable for themselves. Swords possess their own spirit consciousness and they will pick their owners, just like the blue-edged sword would as well. His voice paused a moment at that point before he continued, as you would have a tinge of my blood's essence on you, that essence will guide you to the blue-edged sword's location. But, whether you can gain the blue-edged sword's acknowledgement will depend on yourself. If you are unable to bring back the blue-edged sword this time round, you must make sure that you will bring it out from the Thousand Swords tomb in the future. I will. Feng Jiu promised as she saw him dispel the boundary barrier with a wave of his hand, and little Fire Phoenix came running in on his short legs. F0 low new hapters at nov/el/bin/.com. And the next moment, she saw a spiral-looking thing appear in his hand and with a final shout of, "Go forth!" The two figures found themselves sucked into the spiral. When Feng Jiu regained her consciousness, she and the little Fire Phoenix were already in the sword's tomb. As far as the eye can see, swords were everywhere, and in the air, the sharp aura of the swords could be felt distinctly. She lowered her head and glanced once at the little guy tugging at the corner of her clothes before she opened her hand to reveal the inconspicuous ring she had held in her grip. She bit hard on her finger and dripped her blood onto it, and she saw the badly tarnished ring give a bright flash and it suddenly became as good as new, but it however, remained as inconspicuous as it had before the renewal. She put the finger onto her finger and it automatically conformed itself to her. She poured her consciousness inside the ring and just as her master had said, there was a space inside that contained quite a heap of skill manuals and treasures. She probed deeper into the space and she found herself suddenly bounced right out of the space. She gathered back her consciousness and did not go back inside the ring, but to stare at the mountain of swords before her and sighed, "I need to find the blue-edged sword from out of so many swords here? Looks like it is not going to be an easy task at all. Even if you are unable to find the blue-edged sword, you can still find others. There are quite a number of good swords in the sword's tomb." The little Fire Phoenix replied to her statement by reflex, and once he said those words, he suddenly seemed to have remembered something and he stared at her proudly to say, "Don't think too much into it. My esteemed self isn't really concerned with your affairs." I know. Feng Jiu said with a laugh, and held the little fleshy hand in hers before walking deeper into the place. "Let's go. Since we are already here, let's roam around a little. 6 hours is the time we have. If we do not find a suitable sword within that time, we will be transported out of this place. We need to make full use of the time we have." With his hand held in hers, the little Fire Phoenix was a little shy as he went, "Humph." However, he did not let go of her hand and allowed himself to be led inside. The swords surrounding them were emitting with their sharp aura, every single one of them lodged in the ground. Some of the sword's edge were already rusty, and after walking for quite a while, they still had not managed to sense the blue-edged sword's location, and Feng Jiu wanted to put her master's words to the test. Do the swords really choose their owners? She grabbed out at a sword nearby and tried to pull it out. However, the sword remained deeply lodged in the ground and would not budge even an inch. When she wanted to exert more strength to attempt another time, she suddenly felt a chilling aura bursting forth from the sword itself and she quickly retracted her hand. "Heh heh, that's quite amazing," Feng Zhou said in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with eager interest. "What is so amazing about it? The swords in the sword's tomb have always done that," the little fire phoenix said in disdain, lifting his tiny head to stare at the foolish woman who was acting just like commoner and continued on with a frown on his face. "Are you really going to search through all of them?" Hearing that, Feng Zhou was taken aback a moment and she asked, "If not, then?" The little fire phoenix's expression was one that said he expected as much and his eyes were filled with contempt as he looked at her saying, "You are really dumb." Having been properly and completely despised, Feng Zhou was however really helpless. Who asked her to not know about any of this? All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. Didn't that man leave you a slight trace of his blood essence? Close your eyes and try to release your senses and see if you can detect and trace of the blue-edged sword's aura around. That can work? The little fellow lifted his chin and he tried his best to sound wise by lowering his voice. "The blue-edged sword is no ordinary sword and moreover, you have a tinge of its previous owner's blood essence. Of course you will be able to sense its whereabouts." "I'll give it a try." And she attempted it immediately. Feng Zhou closed her eyes and removed all other distracting thoughts from her head but just to quietly feel the different auras within the sword's tomb. It was roughly half a burning incense stick's time later that she suddenly opened her eyes, surprise and delight sparkling in them. "I found it! Over there!" Having really sensed the aura of the blue-edged sword, she was highly elated in her heart. She led the little fire phoenix to the place location where she had felt the blue-edged sword's aura being emitted from. It was a little hilltop and it was filled with all kinds of swords stuck into the earth, with the blue-edged sword at the topmost point. At that moment, the sword itself was emitting a razor-sharp and cutting aura, its low hum from the cry of the sword reaching her consciousness, shocking her mind. "That is the blue-edged sword?" Her burning gaze stared at the sharp sword throwing out a cold glow at the top of the little hill and she suddenly felt like the blood in her blood was surging into a boil. That kind of a feeling was rather intriguing. "Wayne!" The sword's cry resounded in her ears. Standing at the bottom of the hill, she could see the blue-edged sword vibrating at the peak, its cries coming out from the sword itself, seemingly humming in excitement. The sword's aura emanating out from the sword was getting stronger and more intense until finally, the blue-edged sword pulled itself out from the ground with a whoosh and started speeding down the hill straight towards her. The little fire phoenix was rather surprised when he saw that happen. Although he knew spirit swords were able to pick their own owners, but under circumstances like this where Feng Zhou did not even need to go to it and pull the sword out was very rarely seen to happen. His gaze was strange as he scrutinized Feng Zhou. The little fire phoenix still could not see what was so special about her. Whoosh! The long sword landed, its point stuck right into the ground, coming to rest right beside Feng Zhou's right hand. Feng Zhou reached out her hand and gripped the blue-edged sword. She felt a strong vibration coming out from the sword accompanied by a cry, driven straight into the core of her heart. She exerted her strength slightly and pulled out the sword. With a swoosh, the sword started to glow with a chilling light and the badly tarnished sword head in the next instant shone with a smooth gleam, looking brand new like it had just come out from the forge. Seeing the entire blade glowing with a faint blue light, and the 3 Chinese characters carved into it shining with a chilly light, she could not help herself but to exclaim out loud, "It's really a very good sword." She twisted the sword in her hand and executed a dazzling set of swordplay. She could see the bitingly chilly aura covering the blade slice through the air, its edge exceptionally sharp. Master wouldn't have expected this. That the blue-edged sword would choose me to be its owner. She said with a light laugh, and she put the blue-edged sword into the spatial ring. It was then that she realized that the 6 hours were still not up and they wouldn't be able to leave yet. "We will not be able to leave this place for a while anyway, so why don't we find a place to sit down first? I will be able to use the time to see what kind of manuals there are in the spatial ring," she said while holding the little fire phoenix's hand in hers as they looked for a place where the sword's aura was not as intense to sit down. Just as she had just pulled out a book about hiding your presence and was flipping through it that she suddenly felt the little fellow's gaze was fixed intently upon her face. She looked up and turned to face him to ask with a smile, "What's wrong?" Having been caught while secretly staring, he hurriedly shifted his gaze and looked slightly embarrassed as his eyes looked this way and that but refused to look at her. However, he was unable to overcome the curiosity in his heart, and after hesitating for a while, he finally still opened his mouth to ask, "Why are there so many scars on your face?" Vist en Velben. CM for new updates. With the question as a reminder, she suddenly remembered that after having been submerged into that pool, her face had been washed clean of the herbal juice she had on, and her badly scarred face was clearly revealed at that moment. She reached her hand up and felt her own face before saying, "A evil woman held a knife and cut up my face slit by slit." Her tone might have sounded somewhat indifferent, but suppressed deep within her eyes was an unnoticed icy chill. The little fire phoenix frowned slightly when he heard that and asked, "Why didn't you fight back?" "I was too weak against her," she said through narrowed eyes, thinking to herself in her mind, she wasn't the owner of this body then. If she had been there, things wouldn't have fallen to such a sorry state. "And you don't believe me when I said you were weak." "But it's all right. As long as my revered self is powerful, it's good enough. My revered self will protect you in future." The little fellow straightened his back and put on a stern expression on his tiny face to say, "You just tell me who was the one who cut up your face. My revered self will avenge you." Upon hearing what the little fire phoenix said, Fengzhou's eyes filled up with joy and reached out to pinch his pink little cheek and said, "Aren't you always the one saying how much you detest me? My revered self still detests you, but you belong to me after all. If it is my revered self bullying you, that will be fine. But I will not allow any other person to do that." The little fellow was highly indignant as he spoke, but a pity for that squeaky childlike voice as it could not deliver much of the impact intended. "With this miniaturized body?" She raised up an eyebrow and laughed lightly, "I think you will fall over with a slight push." Sensing that his power was being questioned, he stood up immediately and proclaimed loudly, "My revered self is the ancient sacred beast, the fire phoenix. Although I am still in my infancy now, but I have after all inherited the power of the ancients and possess great power." All right, then tell me. What is it that you know?" she said with a laugh, asking nonchalantly. He was after all just a kid that looked to be about 3 years old. So how strong could he be? Don't judge my revered self based on my outlook of being just a small child. My power is more powerful than that of a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. If not for that man's consciousness binding me back at the hidden palace previously, that boundary barrier would not have been able to stop my revered self. The short tiny figure stood there with his chin lifted, trying to portray a "I'm so powerful" look to Fengzhou, which caused her to be unable to suppress the corners of her mouth from lifting up, and she played along by looking at him with an adoring gaze. "You're actually so powerful." "Of course." He was looking mighty proud of himself, his eyes showing his high spirits. "But no matter how powerful, you are still my contracted beast and I am still your owner." New N0vel chapters are published on N0V/E/LB/IN/co/M. She said that with smiling eyes, which would remind the little fellow of the fact that he deliberately wanted so much to forget. As expected, she saw his entire body slump, deflated as he looked at her with sad and forlorn eyes. "Oh right. Do you want to go inside the spatial ring? If not, if a small tiny kid like you were to suddenly appear in the 9 entrapment woods, you will undoubtedly draw lots of attention to yourself. If those cultivators of immortality are to find out that you are the little fire phoenix, then we will be in big trouble." Her master had told her when he was about to send them over here, that when they came out of the sword's tomb, they would appear back within the 9 entrapment woods, as they had been deep below the ground of the 9 entrapment woods. He was able to bring them out of the deep underground, but not out of the 9 entrapment woods. The little fire phoenix had initially wanted to refuse, but when he heard those words she said at the end, he finally nodded his head, albeit very reluctantly. As she was really too weak, and although he was strong, drawing attention to them when they went out there would still be rather troublesome for them. Such a dear. After seeing him nod, Fengzhou carried him up and gave him a kiss, where she saw his face immediately turned a bright red, and his shy and embarrassed reactions made her can't help herself but to laugh out loud. Fengzhou reached into her consciousness and the little fire phoenix immediately went into the space within the ring. And after the 6 hours passed, a vortex appeared above the sword's tomb, and with a swoosh, she was sucked into it. Huh? Where is this? She looked around at the place she had just appeared in, seemingly still within the 9 entrapment woods. But there wasn't a single soul around, not even a beast could be seen. It was so quiet it was rather creepy. And it was already night. Brrr. So cold. She rubbed at her arms. She thought to herself as she walked in the woods, wonder if that big oaf Guan Shilin is still waiting for me there? After walking quite a distance, she suddenly heard the sounds of battle. A battle? Her eyes were puzzled and she immediately hid her aura as she walked towards the noise. When she reached, she hid behind a huge tree and peeked her head out slightly to see in front. When her eyes caught sight of the familiar figure, she froze involuntarily and blinked her eyes. That uncle? It's really him again? Including the last 2 times, meeting him again this time made a grand total of the lucky 3. They were indeed destined to meet. In just a few short days, they had managed to meet 3 times. But, why does it look like something is not right with him? She peeked out from behind the trees, surprised that the uncle was holding a long sword that spanned a 3-finger width. The sword's sharp aura was flaring, his entire being emanating an energy that was visible to the naked eye. That was not mystical energy, but spirit energy. Without the slightest doubt, he was a cultivator of immortality. But, something was visibly wrong with him at that moment. Although he was trying very hard to tolerate whatever was affecting him, the layer upon layer of fine white crystals forming over his beard and eyebrows could be nothing else but icy frost freezing up upon them. Frost? Why is frost forming on his body? Arg! With a heavy groan, the last dark-robed killer found his chest pierced by the long sword that was emitting a cold chilling energy. The dark-robed man fell kneeling onto the ground, blood spewing out from his mouth. His eyes stared fixedly at Ling and Mohan and he opened his blood-filled mouth as if trying to say something but failed. In the end, he gasped his last breath and fell into a motionless heap. At that moment, Ling and Mohan's body did not move for a moment, seemingly frozen. He stood there quietly like an ice sculpture, the icy frost spewing out from his body as freezing cold as a 1,000-year wintry icicle, so cold that even Fengzhou, who was hiding more than 10 meters away from him, was able to even feel the chill. Bam! His whole stiffened body fell to the ground, trembling violently as he curled up into a ball. Not just that, but the frost upon his face seemed to be growing thicker and thicker as well. Seeing that the situation didn't look right, she ran over to him quickly. Uncle? Uncle! How are you feeling? She asked as she came to squat down beside him. She was just about to lift him up a little when the slightest touch on him drove a biting chill into her hands. Ouch! So cold! She pulled her hand back reflexively, startled as she looked at the pair of eyes staring back at her. Why is his body so cold? If left alone, wouldn't he freeze to death? It was just a glance and he closed his eyes once again, his lips gradually turning purple. Seeing that the situation was critical, she clenched her jaw hard and forced herself to bear with the biting chill as she placed her fingers on his wrist to take his pulse. The conclusion she got shocked her. New N0vel chapters are published on N0V/E/LB/IN/co/M. It is 1,000-year frost poison? Her eyes widened up in alarm, finding it unbelievable. His pulse showed that there was a chilling energy surging within him, and it was that extremely cold chill flowing throughout his body that was causing him to fall into this state. That extremely cold and chilly energy was obviously frost poison, and it wasn't any ordinary frost poison, but the 1,000-year frost poison. Suddenly, she heard sounds of muffled alarm reaching her ears through the dark night and felt the murderous aura approaching them. Judging from the amount of activity she could hear, there were no less than 20 of 30 pursuers. Her eyes constricted as she calculated quickly in her heart. Seeing that there were no hiding spots in the surroundings, she immediately poured her mystical power into her finger and pointed it onto Ling Imo-han's consciousness acupoint. In the very next instant, she pushed her mind into the ring and brought Ling Imo-han into the ring space together with her. Just as the two of them vanished from their spot, 30 dark-robed men carrying swords in their hands surrounded the area the next moment. The leader of the men saw more than 10 dead bodies of the slain dark-robed men lying on the ground, and his face immediately creased up in a frown. His voice was low, tinged with repressed rage. His energy was detected at this spot just a moment ago. He wouldn't have gotten far with the frost poison in him. Find him! Yes! The dark-robed men answered in unison, splitting themselves into several groups to search the surroundings. At the same moment within the ring space, the little fire phoenix was glaring angrily at Fengjiu, never expecting that she would bring in a man emitting such a biting chill from his body in here. Fengjiu did not have the time to bother with the boy at that moment, as she was busy using her mystical powers to shield Ling Imo-han's heart meridian. If even the heart meridian got frozen, he would not be far from certain death. The little fire phoenix had his arms crossed over his chest as he looked through narrowed eyes at the stranger who had intruded into his territory, his childlike voice cold and filled with jealousy as he said, "That is frost poison, the coldest energy under the heavens. The insignificant bit of mystical power you possess will not be enough to protect his heart meridian. This man is as good as dead." At that moment, Fengjiu's face was not showing the usual laziness she always did as her hand remained pressed over his left chest. Her eyes were serious and her voice determined as she said, "He helped me before. I cannot let him die just like that." The little fire phoenix was pulled in by the steely resolve on her face and asked in a small voice, "How do you want to save him?" "Against the 1,000-year frost poison, even my revered self am powerless against it and unable to help you with it." "No, you are able to help," Fengjiu said, suddenly revealing a highly deep smile. Hearing that, the little fire phoenix blinked his eyes blankly, feeling rather curious. He was just about to ask her what she meant when he saw Fengjiu undoing the man's shirt front to reveal his chest covered with a layer of frost. Fengjiu gathered her mystical power into her hand and pressed it against an acupoint on his body. "Come here." She suddenly stopped and looked over at the little fire phoenix. "Har? What for?" Although not understanding what was going on, the little fire phoenix still stood up and went over to stand beside her. Fengjiu flashed him a smile that was so unbelievably gentle that it raised the goosebumps all over his body. And in the very next moment, he suddenly cried out pitifully in pain. "Arg! My revered hand! Blood is flowing out of my revered hand. You woman! What are you doing?" He was staring angrily at Fengjiu, his heart feeling highly aggrieved. Get latest level chapters on NVE/LBJ/N.C/M. I need to borrow just a bit of your blood to use, and it's only just a teeny weeny wound. I won't take too much. She pulled his stubby little hand and put it near Ling Imohan's lips, dripping the blood flowing out from the tiny finger into Ling Imohan's mouth. The moment the fire phoenix's blood went into his mouth, the icy chill in his body gradually began to disperse, seemingly like it was being suppressed. An burst of heat surged throughout his body and the heat warmed up his frozen body. The body that had been curled up into a ball had also gradually straightened. The blood from my revered self, is that useful? The little fire phoenix had only just realized this was what her words earlier had meant. Seeing that Ling Imohan's body was finally warming up, Fengzhou heaved out a small sigh of relief before she went on to explain, "You are the ancient fire phoenix, and the blood of the fire phoenix is known to be the most scorching, hence it would naturally be able to suppress the frost poison in his body." As she spoke, she rubbed his tiny head and said with a laugh, "Thank you very much. You helped me return a favor I had owed him." Humph! The little fire phoenix turned his face away sulkily, but in his heart, he was really happy to hear those words from Fengzhou. "How long do you intend to leave him here? What are you going to do when he wakes up? There are people outside who are after his life, and after those people have gone far away in a little while more, I will bring him out. The icy chill within him has been suppressed and he should be regaining consciousness soon. And with his abilities, he will be fine once he wakes up." With those words, the little fire phoenix did not say anything else. And Fengzhou did as she said she would, where she brought Ling Imohan out of the space and left him on the grass after about an hour later. "Uncle, this might count as having me saved your life this time. I have something else I need to do and we will part ways here." She saw the lashes on his eyes move slightly and knew that he was coming awake, and she immediately used her strange steps to swiftly move deeper into the woods. Shortly after she left, Ling Imohan regained his consciousness. In his head, he could still hear the voice of the little beggar reverberating within. He was feeling highly puzzled as he looked at his body that had recovered to its original state. He was shocked when he felt that the icy chill within him had been suppressed, and he swept his eyes to look around, but he did not find any sign of the little beggar. As for Fengzhou, she was worried that the big oaf, Guan Shilin, would still be at the same place waiting for her, and she rushed through the night to make her way towards the place. When light broke over the horizon, she finally reached the bottom of that same tree and saw no sign of the big oaf being around, where she sighed out in relief. "Seems like he left. That's good, that would save me from having to get so worried that he would still be stupidly waiting here for me." However, just as her words had barely fallen, she suddenly heard a familiar voice shouting out from a distance away, and the furious roar of a ferocious beast. When she heard those sounds, her face immediately changed, and in a flash, her body was already moving in that direction. However, when she reached the place and saw the scene before her eyes, she was stunned for a moment on the spot. She only saw the man covered entirely in blood, fighting barehanded with a ferocious tiger, the clothes on his body torn by the tiger's sharp claws, the deep gashes on him ghastly to see. And surrounding them were carcasses of gray wolves numbering more than 10 of them. Just as she was still astounded with the fact that he was killed more than 10 gray wolves with his own strength and was still grappling with a ferocious tiger, she suddenly saw him twist his fist and mystical power coalesced around his fist. With a loud bam, it struck the tiger, which was at least several hundred caddies in weight, and sent it flying through the air. Howl! The ferocious tiger howled pitifully and fell heavily onto the ground, spinning a few rounds from the force. She had even heard the crack from the breaking of bones from the tiger. "Little kid!" Guan Shilin turned around and called out in delighted surprise, lifting a hand to swipe off the blood from his face and wiping it hastily upon his clothes before running over to Fengzhou to say, "Little kid, I had thought something happened to you. Watch out!" Before he could finish what he wanted to say, Guan Shilin had shouted out and leapt at her at the same time, reaching out with both his hands to push Fengzhou out of the way. The speed that everything had happened it made Fengzhou, who had detected danger approaching from behind and turned back to be unable to dodge Guan Shilin in time and had been pushed to the ground by him. Roar! Arg! An angry roar from the ferocious tiger, followed by a gasp and a cry from Guan Shilin rang out before he said, "Little kid, quick, run away." Get latest level CHDers on NVE/LBJ/N. C/M. The sudden unexpected change of events had stunned Fengjiu as she stared at the bloodied Guan Shilin who had half his shoulder within the ferocious tiger's jaws. Her eyes turned red and she immediately drew her dagger and rushed forward. "You damned beast!" She leapt and grabbed at a fistful of fur, the dagger in her hand viciously stabbing into the beast's neck. Howl! The tiger howled out in pain, but the man it held clamped within its jaws was dragged along with it, refusing to let go of its prey, until Fengjiu's vicious dagger dug in deeply once again into its neck where it fell to the ground with a crash, gasping and twitching on its last breaths. "Guan Shilin? Guan Shilin, are you all right?" She was slightly panicked as she pried the tiger's jaws open and dragged him out, staring at the shoulder that had blood flowing out freely, and the right arm hanging down limply. Her heart suddenly trembled a brief moment. An injury like this. His hand. "Little kid. Are you hurt?" he asked with concern, his voice sounding rather weak. Hearing what he said, Fengjiu's heart wrenched up tightly, and her mind was swept over in grief. Her eyes reddened, she took out the medicine and sprinkled it over the wound to staunch the bleeding as she scolded, "Are you tired of living? Who asked you to save me? I could have dodged that. Why did you come push me away?" No one had ever rushed to stand in front of her so selflessly in the face of danger like this before. But he, this goofy big oaf here, had done exactly that. How dumb! He couldn't get any dumber than this. But this time, her frosty and chilled heart had been moved in a small corner of it. A foreign and unfamiliar emotion made her feel grief pour over her in waves, and her eyes were feeling hot like a mist had formed before them, causing her to be unable to see his face clearly. Sorry. I panicked and forgot. He pulled out an honest and earnest smile. But as the wounds on him were very severe, his face turned deathly pale, and with that blood-soaked clothes he was wearing, Guan Shilin looked like there was a possibility that he would die any moment then. Little kid, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. And we'll sleep for a while." His voice grew gradually weaker, and he completely lost consciousness as he fell into a dead faint. The warm sun rays fell over the woods and shone upon Guan Shilin's face. His brows creased up a little and the fingers on his left hand moved slightly as well. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and stared a little dazed at the specks of sunlight peeking down through the thick canopy of leaves above his head. "Awake already?" The soft and warm-sounding voice reached his ears, which startled Guan Shilin. "Little kid?" He wanted to sit up, but it tugged at his wound, which was so painful he gasped and fell back. "Your wounds have not closed properly. Don't move around too much." F0 low new hapters at nov/el/bin/.com. Fengjiu held him down, her eyes a mix of emotions as she looked at him before she asked, "You do not even know by what name I am called, so why would you risk your life so recklessly to protect me?" Little kid, you're angry?" He was looking at the little beggar kid nervously. "Answer me." Seeing that those eyes were sternly serious, he said, "I am older than you, and you are like a kid brother to me. When there is danger, of course I have to protect you." Fengjiu was surprised, never expecting the reason to be such a simple and honest one. "Little kid. My name is Fengjiu." She opened her mouth to say suddenly, her eyes looking at that face stunned into silence. "Moreover, I am a girl." "Ha. Gee. Girl? This time the shock was real and he began to stutter incoherently. Because no matter which way you looked at her, where would you ever find a girl that was able to take on a pack of wolves alone? Moreover, he had always seen him as a him and never for a moment thought that he would turn out to be a she. Seeing him utterly flabbergasted, her eyes flickered and she said, "Your right shoulder's tendon snapped from that beast's bite." "Oh." He glanced at her and answered. "What I mean is, your right arm is crippled." This time, he hesitated a moment and lowered his eyes. Regret it now?" Hearing that, Guan Shilin looked in her direction and shook his head to say, "I do not regret it. If I had not gone forward to block, it might have bitten you and you might not have lived through it. I am a man, and am much bigger in size. I only crippled an arm. I'm fine. If I cannot hold a sword in my right hand, I will train up my left." Hearing those words, Feng Jie was overcome with shock for a long while, and when she finally recovered, a smile came onto her face and she said, "As dumb as I thought." "Little kid, no, little Jiu. I am not dumb. I am just too honest." He drew back the sides of his mouth and laughed aloud, seemingly not having fallen into depression with his right arm crippled. Would someone who is honest tell people he is honest? She raised up her brow in askance, deciding secretly in her heart that she must definitely heal his right arm. "Little Jiu, did you meet with danger when you went to pick the herb? Why were you gone such a long time?" When he thought back to the fact that he had waited there for a day and a night but still had not seen her come back, he had thought that she had met with a ferocious beast and he had run out intending to find her. Unexpectedly, he had been attacked by the wolves and the tiger. Some unexpected things happened and I was chased all over the woods by 2 bears. "Are you hungry? I'll go hunt some wild meat and roast it for us to eat." She jumped through it without much of an explanation. In regards to the experiences she had gone through in the past one day and night, she did not intend to speak much about it. "Hungry, but don't go too far," he said in a slightly worried tone. "I know." She smiled and got up to walk around to survey the surroundings. A few days later in the 9 Entrapment Woods. The few days of interaction had drawn the two of them closer to each other, and knowing that Feng Jie was alone without anyone else, Guan Shilin said he wanted to acknowledge her as his sister. Unable to convince him otherwise, Feng Jie felt that it wasn't that bad an idea to have him as an elder brother, and hence, the two of them had conducted a very simple ceremony for them to swear to the heavens, to acknowledge the pair as sworn siblings. "Little Jiu, let's go to the rock forest town." As the blood clot in his brain dispersed, he had regained his memory, but he did not feel like going home. Sure. Anyway, let's get out of here first and see." In the present situation, wherever she went was the same to her. Hence, they went on their way immediately, making their way towards the rock forest town. 2 days later. Rock forest town. Guan Shilin's torn and tattered clothes were still covered in blood, his considerably good-looking face was heavily smudged with dirt and filth. Added to the fact that his arms were huge and muscular, he looked every inch just like a savage. As for Feng Jie, the white shirt she was wearing had turned to gray and her face was covered with the herbal juice. She was covered in filth and dirt, looking no different from a dirty beggar. These two people walked into the rock forest town and they had naturally elicited quite a number of stares filled with disdain, where even the people who passed them would try their best to avoid them, afraid to come into any contact. The atmosphere within a town is so different. Feng Jie exclaimed as she drew in a deep breath, which only made her smell all the fragrant scents of the different kinds of food that fully permeated the air. "Little Jiu, we will need to go have a change of clothes first. Or no matter the inns or any other places would never allow us in," Guan Shilin said, tugging at the tattered clothes hanging from his body. Let's see if there are any shops selling ready-made clothes nearby," she said as she looked around them. Her eyes fell onto a spot a distance away and she immediately pulled Guan Shilin to walk towards it. Over there. There is one there. Wait. He dragged her to a stop in a hurry before asking softly, Little Jiu, do we have money? Without money, how are we going to buy clothes? Hearing that, she rolled her eyes and said, Why would I have no money? Don't worry, I have it. After saying that, she jiggled the little bag hanging at her hip and said, Come on. Not to mention one suit, even 10 suits would be no problem. Hearing that she had money, Guan Shilin's mouth split into a smile and the two of them walked together to go into the clothing shop. Big brother, you wear this one. This one suits you. She picked up a black long robe of a rather good quality and gave it to him to try it on. It'll do. That will be the one. He had no objection to it and took the clothes to walk further in to try. After a short while, he came back out after changing and saw Feng Jiu picking out men's clothes for herself, which made him say, Little Jiu, why are you choosing men's clothes? We are back in town and you don't need to dress as a man anymore. Wear a dress. Women should wear dresses that make them look prettier. Because, back home with his family, all the ladies loved to wear dresses and every time they made a purchase, it was always more than 10 of them. That made him think his younger sister should also wear a dress and not always make herself look just like a little beggar. Men's clothes are convenient. As she answered, she was just about to hand the several suits she had picked out to the shopkeeper when she found herself being dragged over to the ladies' department where he called out to the shopkeeper, Come here. Get me this one, and that one and give them to my little sister. Watching him, Feng Jiu was torn between laughter and tears. But thinking on it a moment more, she gave in. They were now in a town and she doesn't need to be dressed in beggar clothes, so what's the harm in changing back to ladies' wear? Bring me those suits over there in red. She suddenly said to the shopkeeper who was standing at the side. Of course. The shopkeeper had not noticed that the little beggar was actually a girl, but he still quickly brought over the red suits. Do you have face veils? Give me a few face veils in red. As she instructed the shopkeeper, she picked out a few more pieces for Guan Shilin before bringing out her silver and said, Bill. Little Jiu, you are not going to change? She smiled and said, You change into the new clothes. The clothes I have on are neither torn nor tattered but just filthy. We'll go find an inn later and I have a bath first before changing into them. Otherwise, I'll just feel uncomfortable with the new clothes on. That's true as well. Guan Shilin nodded and they set off looking for an inn. Little Jiu, you go ahead and take a bath. Your big brother will help you guard the door. Outside the rooms, Guan Shilin planted himself in front of her room's door, intending to stand as a door deity to guard for her. Seeing the firm stance he had taken planting himself in front of her door, Feng Jiu could not help herself but laugh. No need. This is an inn. I will just need to shut the door and there is no need for you to guard it. You go take a bath as well. I am already ravenous. We'll go get something to eat right after. As she spoke those words, she pushed Guan Shilin into the room next door. Hearing Feng Jiu mention that she was hungry, Guan Shilin had no choice but to concede. All right, remember to shut the door and I will wait for you out here after I have finished my bath. She agreed readily before she turned and went into her room, shut the door tight, before she stepped into the adjoining area where bath water had been prepared for her. Maybe it was because it was his first time being someone's elder brother, Guan Shilin was highly protective of Feng Jiu. Especially after knowing that she was a girl, it became even more so. Hurrying through his bath and dressing up in a rush, he immediately stepped outside to stand guard outside the door of the room next to his, which drew quite a number of curious stares from other guests walking past. The time Fengjiu took to finish her bath was not that short a period, taking almost an hour before the room door opened from inside. Guan Shilin heard the door open behind him, and when he turned to look inside, his eyes involuntarily opened up very wide, the shock in his eyes and the incredulity showing completely on his face. Lit. Little Jiu? MMM. Fengjiu replied, the corners of the lips under the red face veil slightly lifted as a smile bloomed on those lips. Although her countenance had been destroyed, her body was still highly attractive. Her long and slender curves filling out the eye-grabbing red dress extremely well, like the brilliant setting sun, so beautiful you cannot look straight into it. The red veil that shrouded her face added an element of mystery that enabled her entire person to give out a mysterious feel, which made people yearn to steal a glance of the beauty hidden beneath, but was not able to see through the veil. Decked out in a full suit of red, she was enchanting and mesmerizing, and at the same time wild and eye-grabbing. Especially when her person was exuding the cold arrogance like a red peach blossom within the snow, unlike the coy and gentle demeanor of refined ladies, but with the air of noble honor that a conqueror would be born with. See the beauty in red before his eyes, Guan Shilin was speechless for a long while, only thinking the little sister he had was unbelievably beautiful. But seeing her soft luxurious hair draped on her back behind her, just loosely tied up with a red silk ribbon, with wisps hanging loosely down the sides of her face, which just added to the alluring and enchanting sight. The eyes that were showing above the veil were at that moment slightly narrowed smilingly, the brows exuding confidence and bluster. What he was seeing really made him find it impossible to link her up to the dirty and filthy little beggar he was used to seeing. Little Jiu. You are really beautiful. Even fairies are not as beautiful as you. He. His mouth split into a goofy grin, and when the thought that such a beautiful girl was his sister, his heart suddenly filled up with pride. Let's go, she said with a light laugh. Dressed in feminine clothes put her in a rather good mood as she moved to go downstairs. Oh, all right. He hurried to keep up, and seemingly having thought of something, he turned his head to look around. As expected, he saw all the men downstairs all staring in shock and surprise at his little sister. Seeing that, besides feeling the pride in his heart, he silently vowed in his heart that he would definitely find a way to get rid of those scars on little Joe's face. It was until the two of them left the inn that the men inside suddenly regained their senses. So beautiful. Who is that lady? When did such a mesmerizing beauty come to our town? Visit v3lb/n. cm for new OVL. Meanwhile, in a restaurant opposite the inn, standing by the window, Murong Yishen saw the figure in red pass, and his eyes suddenly became puzzled. Why did the back view of that person feel so familiar? Because of the doubt in his heart, he went down the stairs to search out the red figure he saw. On the other side, Fengjiu and Guan Shilin found themselves a good restaurant and booked a private room, ordering more than 10 dishes and 2 jars of wine, closing the door tight before they sat down to eat. Setting the face veil down at the side, Fengjiu poured out the wine as she said, "Big brother, let's just stay here for a period. Let's go find a quiet little place with a nice yard out for rent. It will be a lot more convenient than staying at an inn." All right, we'll go look for one right after this. In regards to that, Guan Shilin completely had no objections. Little Jiu, don't just keep drinking wine. Have some double-boiled soup first. He filled a bowl up with the soup and used a scoop to ladle out a piece of meat fried with egg. Try it, see if it's good. You eat. I'll do it myself. As she said that, she noticed that he wasn't really used to having to use his left hand and couldn't even hold his chopsticks properly, hence she picked out a bit of every dish and piled it up into his bowl, and she said, "After a period when I am able to raise up my cultivation, I will go find all the herbs that is needed to heal your right hand." Hearing those words startled him a little, and he asked, "It can still be cured?" Only that the things needed are not easy to find. She drank up the bowl of soup and her chopsticks picked up a few mouthfuls of the dishes as she said, "But there will be no problem, I have complete confidence that I can restore your arm to the way it was before." With her skills in medicine, as long as she was able to find all the necessary herbs, there was no ailment that she would not be able to treat. Not mention that it was just the tendon around the shoulder that had snapped from the bite. Even if the arm was completely torn off, she would be able to rejoin the limb back. Although he did not rue the fact that his arm was crippled, but hearing her say that it was still possible to be treated had nevertheless made him feel very glad. "Little Gio, if my arm can really be cured, then I will work extremely hard at my cultivation and protect you." "Sure. Visit no.v3lb/n.cm for new OVL." She nodded and smiled. She knew that he held considerable power. Having been able to defeat a pack of wolves and a ferocious tiger with just his own strength, it could be imagined how explosive his power must have been when pushed into a corner. She also believed that he would grow even stronger in the future. Downstairs, Murongi Xian was drinking at a table on the first level, his collected eyes looking deep in thought. He did not know what made him follow the figure all the way here, and he did not understand why his mind was thinking that the figure is red was Qinggu. But with that one glance from upstairs earlier, the back view had really been very much alike. But after following them all the way here, he was no longer that sure at that moment, because the disposition of the two people were not the same. Qinggu was gentle and soft-spoken, while the lady in red was wild and alluring. The suit of red clothes on her were highly attention-grabbing, and also his Qinggu was outstanding as well, but different from this person. Moreover, she never wore red. Why would he suspect that the Qinggu who was already on her way back was an imposter? Those mannerisms, each scowl and each smile was just as familiar, and it was obvious it should be her. However, a voice in his heart was still questioning it, that gave him no choice but to be suspicious. After a long period of time had passed, when the doors of the private room upstairs were opened, the figure in red appeared before him once again. The shocked and mesmerized eyes of the diners both upstairs and downstairs could not help themselves but follow her figure helplessly. The face veil that swayed slightly as she walked made all of them wish fervently for a strong gust of wind to blow at that moment, that would blow that darned face veil off and reveal what's underneath. Murongi Xian lifted his eyes to look, and he saw the lady in red with her attention-grabbing disposition slowly walk down. Every single step she took was confident, was filled with grace, her red clothes like fire, bright as the setting sun. But from her being, a cold, unapproachable air emanated, making one who neared her quickly feel the presence of the noble and revered air of a conqueror emitting out from her body naturally. Detecting that a pair of eyes was probing her out, Fei Zhou reflexively turned to look in the direction. When their eyes met, no one understood the light that glinted in their eyes. When she saw Murongi Xian, Feng Zhou was a little surprised. Surprised that she would see him here. Actually, she had noticed that someone was following behind them earlier. But as she did not feel any sinister intentions coming from the person, she had not bothered herself with it. Thinking back now, that person on their tail must have been him. But, wasn't he accompanying Feng Qinggu? Why was he appearing here? And that probing look in his eyes, what did that mean? Under the veil, a playful smile came onto her lips. Her eyes indifferent as she turned away, she continued walking on her way out. However, she had only taken a few steps when the man who had been sitting down was suddenly standing right in front of her. She did not say anything but merely lifted her eyes to look at him. Murongi Xian did not say a word as well. He merely stood there before Feng Zhou and silently looked into her eyes, seemingly trying to detect the slightest tinge of familiarity from within those eyes, but he was disappointed. Although that pair of eyes looked almost exactly identical to hers, but the wild and uninhibited look those eyes gave out did not belong to her. The eyes before him were really beautiful, just like the pair the person in his memory had. But the eyes of the Feng Qinggu he remembered were warm and gentle, while the ones before him were hiding its sharp and penetrating gaze. The two completely different feel he got confused him a little and he didn't know how to differentiate between them. "Kid, what are you doing?" Seeing that something did not seem right, Guan Shilin immediately stepped forward and his muscular body was suddenly standing in between the two of them, blocking the gaze the two people had been sharing. Murong Yixian snapped back to attention and turned to look at the towering man before him. He gave him a refined smile and said, "My brother, I saw that the lady looked very much like a friend of mine and I just wanted to greet her." Find PT Tez on n/VLN.cm. It might be the refined and cultured air coming out from his mannerisms that convinced Guan Shilin that he was not a villain, hence he hesitated a moment while he turned his head back to look at the person right behind him. "Young lady, peach blossoms in the Peach Blossom Monastery blooms in March." He looked at her quietly, his eyes so gentle they almost oozed out from them. And that seemingly senseless statement he made confused Guan Shilin, where he could make head or tail of it. Only Feng Zhou's heart skipped. From within her memory, there was a very warming scene. "Big brother Murong, I heard that the peach blossoms in the Peach Blossom Monastery are the most beautiful. Their red and white contrast complements each other perfectly and they cover the entire mountain in an endless stretch." "Is that really true?" Under a peach tree, an exquisitely beautiful girl asked with her head slightly lifted, the deep adoration in her eyes obvious as she looked at the white-robed man beside her. The white-robed man's eyes were indulgently gentle as he reached out his hand to hold the beautiful girl beside him and say in a highly gentle voice, "Yes, the peach blossoms at the Peach Blossom Monastery stretches further than the eye can see, and when the wind blows, the red petals fills the air like a rain of flowers. Wait for March this year when the peach blossoms bloom, I will bring you there to see. Wait for March this year when the peach blossoms bloom, I will bring you there to see them." Her slightly lowered eyes suddenly flashed in a brief moment of surprise and her heart winced slightly with pain. She knew that was the deep affection and longing the body's original owner had for Murong Yixian. The person was right here, the words feeling like it was just said yesterday. But the woman of his heart was already gone from this realm. Murong Yixian's heart tightened, his deep gaze staring at the slightly lowered pair of eyes, trying to look for any subtle change in her expression. "When the peach blossoms at the Peach Blossom Monastery blooms in March, I will bring my little sister to go see them. I don't need you to remind us." Oblivious to what those words meant, Guan Shilin said brusquely, holding Feng Zhou in his, he strode out of the place with big and wide steps, grumbling as he went, "Sis, let's not bother with that little pretty boy. One look at him and I can tell that he is a womanizer. What nonsense with peach blossoms blooming in March, I'll bet he wishes for all the blossoming girls to bloom around him." Pfft. Hearing Guan Shilin words, Feng Zhou could not help herself but laughed aloud. She turned around with a backward glance, and her eyes were smiling brightly. Murong Yixian and Feng Qinggu were people linked through the heart, while Feng Zhou was just a stranger. Geet the L testvels on no/v/elben.c/om. Things that she wanted to do, she would only depend on herself. Regardless that this man was someone that Feng Qinggu highly trusted, she still wouldn't tell him the real situation before her now. It was always better to rely on oneself than to beg for help from others. And Murong Yixian was at a loss for words as he saw the two figures depart. Younger sister? That man had said she was his younger sister? Then that was not Qinggu? His heart suddenly felt endlessly empty. He was suddenly disappointed, yet at the same time rather glad. Maybe it had all just been his imagination going wild. After all, his suspicions was just too inconceivable. If his suspicions were true, wouldn't that mean that the Qinggu who was currently on her way back home an imposter? Even if his heart was suspecting that she was not real, but how could it be possible that even her father and grandfather would not recognize it if that was so? Maybe he had just been thinking too much. On the other side, Guan Shilin and Feng Jiu went around to take a look at several houses with a yard, and they finally found one that was tranquil and quiet, which they liked. Although the location was rather remote and out of the way, but the quiet peace attracted them and the surrounding environment was rather nice. That same day, the two of them went out to purchase some daily necessities and they moved into the place right away. After explaining it a little to Guan Shilin, she went on to carry out a closed-door cultivation of seclusion. For 3 successive days, the tightly shut door had not opened a single time. While in the yard, Guan Shilin stood guard throughout the 3 days while he practiced using the sword with his left hand. He was blessed with rather outstanding gift and he possessed explosive power. From being completely awkward initially till currently showing some adequacy, though not as adept as wielding it with his right hand, he was however growing in strength at it. Inside the room, sitting in a lotus position on the bed, Feng Jiu's hands were laid atop her knees on each side, a red mystical energy visible to the eye swirling around her body. The mystical energy was swirling at an immensely high speed. It could almost be said that the mystical energy was surging into her sea of qi between her brows, to gather up into a mass. As an amateur cultivator, to advance into the warrior stage would require several years before a cultivator would be able to enter the initial mystical levels of a warrior. Take for example the original Feng Qinggu, her cultivation powers had only been at the 2nd level of the warrior stage, while currently, Feng Jiu had merely used 3 days' time and she had had some small accomplishment with her Qi Si, and she had already entered the initial level of the mystical stage, which had greatly increased her powers. It must be known that a warrior in the mystical stage was already considered to be rather accomplished and they held a significant amount of power. Like the middle-aged man in the warrior stage that she had previously encountered in the 9 entrapment woods, that kind of power could already be considered to be one of the pillars of strength in a family clan. Moreover, that opponent had only been in the mid-levels of the mystical warrior stage. In that encounter, the mid-leveled mystical warrior had not even been a match for her and it was needless to compare with the current Feng Jiu after she had managed to successfully cultivate her Qi Si and managed to enter the 2nd level of the mystical warrior stage. When she blew her breath out lightly and opened her eyes, from within her mind came the little fire phoenix voice filled with excited surprise. "Foolish woman, the boundary barrier within the space here had been broken by revered me. Come in quick to take a look." A tinge of surprise showed within her eyes and she immediately went into her consciousness and flashed into the spatial ring. The moment she got in there, she could not help herself but be startled. "This is... What do you say? I told you my revered self is really powerful, didn't I?" The boundary barrier that old man had not been able to overcome had been broken down by me. The little fire phoenix looked at Feng Jiu proudly and continued to say, "I don't know what kind of heaven-defying luck you are blessed with, but you have even been able to gain such a rarely encountered spatial dimension like this. Cultivating in here for a day would be equivalent to cultivating outside for 3 days." Upon hearing that, Feng Jiu also found it highly unbelievable as the moment she entered the space, she had immediately felt that after the boundary barrier had been broken down, the spirit energy in here had gotten very thick and dense. She strolled slowly inside, seeing the clear blue sky with its fluffy white clouds, another tiny world within by itself. Before the boundary barrier was broken, although she had been able to see it, but had not been able to cross over, and it now looked a world of difference. As she looked around in the spatial spirit palace, her mood soared involuntarily, thinking what an amazing find the spatial ring really was. "Look, there is even an ever-spirit spring. I have taken a look at it." The spirit spring's water had been so well nourished by the high density of spirit energy in the air here that even the water source is filled with spirit energy. The little fire phoenix was exhilarated as well. When the boundary barrier had been broken earlier, he had enjoyed himself for quite a while here. In regards to the place he had discovered here, he liked it a lot from the bottom of his heart, or he wouldn't have stayed within the space here without complaining, wanting to get out. He knew that if he remained within here to cultivate, then his power would surely swell up at an extremely fast rate. She laughed aloud, rubbing the little fire phoenix on his tiny head and saying, "Then you just be good and stay in here to cultivate." I'll have to go out first. I'll come in to do my cultivation next time, and I believe the rate I will progress at will be amazing. Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin. Com. All right. The little fire phoenix pouted and went over to the spirit spring to play with water. Fengjiu smiled at the sight and delved into her consciousness once more to bring herself outside. Immediately upon opening the room door, she saw Guan Xilin practicing with his sword in the yard. Seeing that he was still rather stiff wielding the sword with his left hand, not entirely nimble with it as yet, her heart cringed slightly and she called out, "Big brother. Little Chio, you're finally out? You're really something. Why are you practicing your cultivation like no tomorrow? You have closed yourself in for 3 whole days at a stretch." He kept his sword and walked towards her, saying with a serious face, "Little Chio, cultivation is not a one-time thing. It is impossible to yearn for results in a short period. You have to take it step by step." Hearing those words, Fengjiu could not help herself but smile and replied, "Yes, yes, yes." Although she had reached the early levels of the mystical warrior stage, she suppressed her powers to just the second level of a warrior. The average person would not be able to see what kind of cultivation she had really attained. Being able to achieve such speed in her advancement within such a short period of time, it was naturally because of her rare mystical spirit body. Moreover, the channels of her mystical spirit meridians had been opened and enlarged by her master, where the channels were originally just a tiny thin stream, and they were now like a wide torrential and raging river, which made the speed that her cultivation progressed at a completely different level from before. "Oh right, big brother. I need to go purchase a set of silver needles. Accompany me, will you?" "Sure. Let's go right now." He splashed some water on his face to clean it quickly before slinging his sword behind his back, and he immediately followed Fengjiu outside. When they walked into Precious Treasure Pavilion, Fengjiu immediately detected that someone had their eye on them. "Shopkeeper, do you have a full set of silver needles available here?" "Sure. But what kind of quality would our young miss like to have?" "We have 3 models at this current moment, differentiated by high, medium and low grade. The prices are of course different and the grade and quality are vastly different." The shopkeeper introduced with a smile, bringing out 3 sets of silver needles and putting them all right before Fengjiu. "This one then." She picked the most expensive set as the needles with the different lengths were more complete and they were rather well made. Her gaze then fell onto a scabbard hanging high up on the wall. Her eyes lit up and she asked, "Is that sword scabbard for sale?" The shopkeeper followed her gaze and turned to look. With a smile he said, "Our young miss really has a keen eye. That is a completely unique, one-of-a-kind sword scabbard that our Precious Treasure Pavilion has. You can almost look throughout the entire Sun Glory country and you will not be able to find one that is similar to it." The shopkeeper brought the sword scabbard down and continued to say, "The 7 different colored main precious stones are all rare treasures and the hand-carved designs on it are exquisitely done, the matching of colors gorgeous and regal. Instead of calling it a sword scabbard, we might as well say this piece is a heartwarming accessory which is highly pleasing to the eye." She picked up the sword scabbard to take a look at it and said, "Bill it." Hearing her say that, the shopkeeper was all smiles as he led Fengjiu to the cashier counter and said with a laugh, "Miss, the 7-star sword scabbard is 1,200,000 and the silver needle set is 35,000. I'll make it 1,230,000 just for you. The remaining 5,000 I'll give the young miss a discount, hoping you will come back here again." Fengjiu paid up, quickly slipping the scabbard and the silver needles into the cosmos sack before leaving the place together with Guan Xilin. Seeing her use a cosmos sack, the shopkeeper eyes flashed with astonishment. "A cosmos sack? Looks like the young miss is from quite a family background. It's got to be, or why would she purchase the 7-star scabbard that cost more a million without even bargaining so readily?" The two of them purchased quite a lot of things outside and they shopped throughout the entire day before they went back. The person who had been tailing them followed them all the way until he saw them enter a little house with a yard in an out-of-the-way part of town before he went back to report his findings. In one of the inns, a middle-aged man was practicing his cultivation with his legs crossed as he sat. When he heard a low voice call out from outside, he said, "Come in." A man walked in quickly and greeted respectfully before he said, "Second old master. Your subordinate has followed the two of them for a whole day and I saw them finally enter a little house in an out-of-the-way part of town. I asked around in the surrounding area and found out that they had just moved in 3 days ago and they claimed themselves to be siblings. And in the Precious Treasures Pavilion today, the lady in red took out a cosmos sack that had belonged to the young master." The middle-aged man filled up with a murderous rage as he said in a deep voice, "A pair of siblings? Describe to me in detail their outward appearances." "Yes." He described the characteristics of their bodies and appearances of the two people and he said at the end, "But the girl dressed in red had a veil over her face and I had not been able to see her face clearly." The middle-aged man's eyes darkened as one of his arms hung down at his side. The other arm tensed up tightly as his hand clenched into a fist till the veins showed visibly, his knuckles crackling. "Have a portrait of the girl in red drawn up and send it to the Black Market Mercenaries Mission Bulletin Board. Reveal to the people in the black market of their address and tell them I want to see the girl's head by tomorrow morning." "Yes." The man answered in reverence and quickly retreated out of the room. It was already night and the skies were exceptionally dark, like one big mass of dark clouds had completely blocked out the sky, where not a single star could be seen. Dressed in full red, Fengjiu was lying atop the roof, a hand beneath her head, the other hand holding up the cosmos sack as she stared at it and said to herself, "So it's because you had been marked with a spirit marker. No wonder even after I have changed into such feminine clothes from the torn and tattered beggar clothes, I could still be recognized." Keeping the cosmos sack away, she stared at the pitch-black night sky and said with a satisfied sigh, "This feels really just so great tonight. Such a dark and windy night, what a perfect night to kill." That voice filled with indifference was tinged with a slight languid tone, and also an almost undetectable sense that was almost like anticipation. Ariad updated estirise at n//vel/bin.com. The night grew deep and Fengjiu yawned as she waited on the roof, almost groggy with sleepiness. Until, the second half of the night, when the pale moon barely peeked out from behind the dark clouds like a shy maiden, to throw its pale light to shine upon the land brightly. 4 black figures holding long swords approached quickly as they ran, chilling murder emanating from them. They came speedily to the doors outside the yard and they summoned their chi as they leapt up. Just as they were landing inside the yard, they were shocked to hear a voice. "I have been waiting here the whole night for all of you." The languid voice was tinged with sleepiness as it reached their ears and all 4 of the black-robed men instinctively looked in the direction of the source of the voice. They saw atop the roof, a girl in red flipping herself up to sit up there lazily, her red clothes billowing in the wind, her long black hair fanned out behind, bathed within the pale moonlight, wild and flamboyant, devilishly alluring and highly indolent. With just one brief moment of shock, the 4 black market mercenaries suddenly revealed a look of sleazy lust in their eyes. "She's the one. I hadn't thought that she would look so much more alluring in the flesh than in the portrait. That's true, killing her just like this will be such a waste. Why don't we?" Another one among them rubbed his chin and sniggered loudly, his cruel eyes impudently roving over the enchanting red figure before him. Although they found the red figure standing under the soft moonlight highly alluring, and the other 2 men's hearts began to itch with lust, they had however still retained a sense of caution. Especially when they saw that their target wasn't showing the tiniest bit of panic, but was highly composed as she stood there with a graceful air, which they thought was rather strange. One of the mercenaries with a hideous scar on his face reminded his companions in a deep voice, "The girl seems a little strange and we cannot let down our guard. It will be better if we kill the target and get the mission over and done with." It's just a little girl. Third brother, you are giving her too much credit. One of the mercenaries said, his voice filled with contempt, acting highly indifferent. He looked at the figure in red, her clothes and hair billowing out behind her. He laughed out in derision and said, "It's just one girl, I alone will be able to deal with her." He stepped on the tiles on top of the roof, and summoning his powers, he leapt over to the opposite side. "Killing you will be such a waste, why don't you have some fun with me first?" he said with a sinister laugh. He pounced forward and stretched his hand out in a grasp, reaching towards the front of Feng Zhou's clothes before her chest as she laid upon the roof tiles lazily. At that same moment, Feng Zhou's eyes flashed with an icy chill and her hand closed around the hand her opponent had reached out, suddenly twisting it downwards with a hard snap. Crack! Arg! The sound of bones breaking was accompanied by a mournful howl that tore through the silence of the night, breaking through the peaceful tranquility. At almost the same moment, Feng Zhou, who had been sitting down, used the force from her downward tug to quickly stand up, her foot immediately raising up in a heavy kick. The mystical power imbued into the tip of her foot kicked into her opponent with pinpoint precision right in between her opponent's legs. Unable to utter another sound, he could only groan and whimper as he fought to breathe. The electrifying pain shooting through his entire body was so unbearable that he curled up into a ball, his trembling legs giving way as he fell with a loud thud and kneel. "You only have this little bit of power?" Feng Zhou snorted with contempt, releasing her grip clasped over his arm and moving it up close over his throat. Another loud crack tore through the cold air as she broke his neck, and Feng Zhou nonchalantly threw him out towards the yard. Ariad updated estirise at n/vel/bin.com. Second brother. Several voices called out in alarm. The three men stared angrily at Feng Zhou, shocked at the merciless viciousness of those hands and the speed that they moved at. That speed had not even given them any time to react, and they had been made to watch helplessly as their second brother was killed right before their very eyes. "Kill her!" The man who was slightly older among them shouted out angrily, his voice filled with undisguised malice. The moment his voice fell, he summoned his chi and he leapt over to the opposite roof, the long sword in his hand imbued with his mystical powers, flaring out with a threatening energy. A mystical warrior in the middle levels? Her eyebrow lifted up slightly, looking upon the man's powers with contemptuous disdain. Her hands moved and the razor-sharp dagger gleamed with a menacingly thirst for blood. She charged forward with her body lowered, suddenly spinning around to the side when she was 3 inches away from the sword's point, and her dagger flashed upwards. A low moan sounded, and at Feng Zhou's side, the mercenary soldier's eyes bulged and his body stiffened, before it fell over stiffly onto the yard below. She killed our boss in one move? The faces of the 2 remaining men grew burdened as shock registered on them. The oppressive air of slaughter emanating from the girl was much more intense than them as hired mercenaries from the black market, driving a terrifying chill deep into their hearts. Run! A person like this was not someone they were able to take on. If they did not run immediately, their precious little lives would be forfeited right there and then. Seeing the figure scrambling away hastily in escape, Feng Zhou's lips curled up in a sinister smile. "Once you step in here, do not dream of going back alive." The moment her voice fell, the figure of Feng Zhou flashed into a red blur, like a ghostly spirit cutting through the dark night sky towards the 2 running figures. The dagger in her hand held in a reverse grip shone with a chilling bloodthirsty gleam. The next moment, the red figure flashed past the 2 men running for their lives and blood sprayed. The bodies of the 2 men froze a moment, before falling back into the yard. Thud, thud. There were no signs a fight had taken place left behind, and the killing had not alarmed anybody. The lives of the 4 black market mercenaries had been robbed from them under Feng Zhou's hands quietly and silently. Facing into the wind, Feng Zhou's eyes were narrowed. She looked at the 4 dead corpses in the yard and her gaze dimmed. Mystical cultivators needed to be equipped with martial arts besides cultivating their mystical powers. Only when both aspects are joined together could a mystical warrior be able to bring out the best qualities and exhibit the greatest power. As for her had already reached the early levels of the mystical warrior stage. And adding that to her high proficiency in assassination and astounding skills martial combat, taking on all these mystical warriors from this tiny town did not pose a problem for her. But, if she leaves the town, that insignificant bit of powers would need to be raised up. Otherwise, if she encountered an enemy much stronger than her one day, she would be passively placed at the mercy of others, to be slaughtered as people wished. Leaping down to land in the yard, she rummaged through the several sets of corpses and only managed to find the same black badge from all of them, and carved into the badges were the characters that said, "Black Market Mercenary." Black Market? She muttered softly to herself, searching through her mind for any information about the black market. But, the previous Feng Qingge had obviously seldom come in contact with such places, as there was almost no information at all about the black market in her brain. Looks like I will have to make a trip to the black market. She curled up her lips into a smile. She retrieved a bottle of liquid from within the spatial ring she had previously concocted and poured it over the 4 dead bodies on the ground. A sizzling sound could be heard, and the 4 corpses began to bubble and sizzle with light fumes dissipating into the air. The corpses quickly turned into a bloody puddle, and soon, all that was left behind were 4 sets of black clothes lying there in a crumpled heap. Next day, Guan Shilin came walking out, massaging the back of his neck, feeling rather puzzled why he had fallen into such a deep sleep last night. He raised his head and saw Feng Zhou practicing some soft and willowy style of martial arts, and he could not help himself but laugh aloud. "Little Jiu, martial arts are not done like that." As he spoke, he came to stand beside her and lowered his body slightly to demonstrate a horse stance. He then said, "Look, when practicing martial arts, your lower body must be stable, fists tightly clenched, put your strength into your punches, shout out when you throw the punch, and the power from your entire body will be packed into your punch. In this way, there will be strong power behind your punches. If you continue doing it the way you just did, you will fall from just a single punch against your enemies." At that moment, Guan Shilin seemed to have forgotten the day that Feng Zhou had faced against the entire pack of wolves all by herself without a single ounce of fear, and did not remember how much like the malevolent god of death himself she had looked when she stole those lives from them then. All that he remembered was that she was a girl merely 15 years of age, regardless that she had a malevolent side to her, but she was just a younger sister that needed him to protect as an elder brother. When Feng Zhou heard him saying that, she could not help it but to laugh. "Big brother. Your martial arts are meant for big men like you, where the emphasis is on power. The martial arts I uses the enemy's power against themselves, where mere ounces would lift a ton." As she spoke, she suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and she asked, "Big brother, I remember you telling me you are practicing your own Guan family's mental cultivation. Am I right?" "That's right, it's the Guan family's mental cultivation method, and in martial arts as well." "Little Jiu, you want to learn it? Big brother will teach you." She laughed and shook her head. "No, I mean I have a mental cultivation scroll that will be suitable for you." She tossed the Cosmos sack with its spirit mark already removed over to him. All west ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/.cm. In there is the scroll that you should read through carefully for a period of time. Take a break from your martial arts training for a while and practice this mental cultivation method first. Little Jiu, you are giving the Cosmos sack to me entirely? What about yourself? Find PT Tez on n/vln.cm. Guan Shilin opened up the Cosmos sack, and besides seeing a mental cultivation scroll that had the words "Raging Flames of the Dragons and Tigers" written across its cover, he saw that was quite a bit of valuables and money, with several other bottles and tins, which made him look up in puzzlement to ask, "Why are you giving me so much stuff?" He took the scroll out to take a look, and his eyes widened up with incredulity. Heaven-grade mental cultivation. I am seeing it correctly, right? For a mental cultivation scroll like this, it was believed that even the royalty of the Sun Glory country would not be able to possess a single one of these. It must be known that heaven-grade mental cultivation scrolls were the most precious treasures among treasures, and it would be impossible to find a single scroll in a country ranked as the lowly 9th grade. Then, where had she possibly have gotten it from? At that moment, the hands holding the mental cultivation scroll were trembling slightly, highly excited and suddenly almost feeling as if it was scorching hot. To think that he would be so fortunate to be able to see a heaven-grade mental cultivation scroll. It was just too incredible. That's right, it's a heaven-grade mental cultivation scroll, and it also cultivates strength as well, which suits you just right. She smiled and said, "Your arm makes it impossible for you to train in your martial arts and swordplay now, so stop doing them for a period. Use the time to fully memorize the mental cultivation scroll first, and I'll give you another heaven-grade scroll for martial arts when the time comes." The mental cultivation scroll had been found from among the things her master had handed down to her, and she had thought it was highly suitable for Guanxi Lin, hence she had brought it out. "Can I really cultivate with this?" His eyes were sparkling as he looked at Feng Jiu. "Of course." She nodded and said, "If there is anything you do not understand, you can ask me." "All right. Then I shall be going back to my room to practice on the mental cultivation immediately." Guanxi Lin was giddy with joy as he held the scroll in his hands. He couldn't wait a moment longer and he rushed back into his room to begin his cultivation. Feng Jiu smiled when she saw that, and she practiced her Tai Chi for a little while longer to loosen up her body before she went back to her room to cultivate as well. In the subsequent nights that followed, mercenaries from the black market patronized their little yard almost every night, and every single one of those mercenaries who came did not ever return. And all of this was completely not known by Guanxi Lin. Because Feng Jiu would use her silver needles to nurse the meridians in his right arm every night, where she would finally trigger his acupoint for consciousness, that made him fall into a sleep till the next day. Several days later, Feng Jiu set up a mystifying maze barricade, and after leaving some instructions for Guanxi Lin, she went out through the doors and went towards the black market. At the same time, the middle-aged man who had already been waiting for several days in the inn but still had not received any news was wearing a dark expression on his face. He got up and went towards the black market, cursing as he went, "All of them are such useless trash. They can't even dispose of a single girl." When cursing those very words, it was obvious he had cleanly forgotten the fact that he himself had not been a match for Feng Jiu as well. The black market was an underground marketplace. In there, you could find rare and precious herbs, elixirs, weapons, and everything a cultivator would need. In the black market, there was an arena, a stage for battle, a stage where power won you money and earned you a reputation. And the scattered mercenaries, there were usually some escaped convict and fugitives on the run, unable to gain the recognition of any orthodox and legitimate mercenary guilds. In this underground black market, there were some who operated alone, while some were joined in small groups of 3 or 5, and the commissions they received were always some assassination mission that the legitimate mercenary guilds would not accept. In here, they recognized only money, and worked only for money. When a man dressed in bright flamboyant red clothes walked into the black market, many of the people within could not hide their stunned and mesmerized stares, showing clearly on the faces. The man's body was tall and slender, his entire being emanating a kind of sinister allure, the exquisite golden mask decorated with enchanting blooms of red mandara flowers, completely covering over his face, shrouded in a kind of hazy mystery. What really mattered then was that no one was able to perceive his level of cultivation. Daring to strut into the black market with such swagger, it was impossible he was just an ordinary person without cultivation. And if he was not an ordinary person, then only one other possibility remained. The person held unfathomable power. From among the mass of searching and probing gazes, an old man dressed in gray stepped forward and greeted, bowing formally at the waist. "This old gaffer offers his greetings, as the deputy overseer of this place." Surname Zhu. May I know how I can be of service to you, sire? Casting her gaze one full round, Feng Zhou retracted her eyes, looking at the overseer before her and said, "Get me a private room, where I will be able to watch the battles in the arena." Hearing that, the deputy overseer smiled and said, "Will sire please follow this old gaffer? The arena is further up this way." The old man led the way in front, bringing Feng Zhou to the private rooms on the second level above the arena. "Will sire please see if it's satisfactory?" the old man said, opening the windows before he stood on one side. Feng Zhou stepped up to the front and saw that it was a rectangular arena, surrounded by rows and rows of spectator seats around it. On the first level and the second level were all private rooms, where the entire place, top and bottom, was able to hold almost 1,000 people. At that moment in the arena, there were two fighters engaged in battle and the atmosphere was highly intense, the cheers from the crowd one getting louder than the other. "This place here is a branch market and we only have one arena. Hence, we have only set up a single board of ranking. If sire were to go to Cloudy Moon City one day, you can pay a visit to our main market there. Only at the main market will we have 3 different ranking boards of mystical, earth, and heaven." Seeing that Feng Zhou was just watching and not saying anything, the overseer continued on smilingly, "If sire is interested, you can also place a bet on your preferred fighter to win. The payout odds will be 1:10. After watching for a while more, Feng Zhou lost interest and retracted her gaze, turning to look at the overseer and asked, "You have an appraiser here?" The overseer was surprised a moment and he went on to nod his head. "Yes, may I ask what does sire need appraised?" "Medicine." Hearing that, the overseer's face became a little more serious. "Sire, please wait a moment, while this old gaffer fetches the appraiser." As he spoke, he bowed before he went out of the room. The moment the door closed, the overseer looked back thoughtfully towards the room before he left quickly. After about half a burning incense stick's time, Overseer Zhu returned, having brought with him 2 other old men. Once through the door, he immediately introduced them to Feng Zhou. "Sire, this gentleman here is our chief overseer, surnamed Dong, while this gentleman here is our medicinal appraiser, Old Dang." The 2 other men who came in surreptitiously gauged the person in the room. Seeing him dressed in a full suit of red as he sat by the window, his head propped up by his hand as he watched the ongoing battle in the arena, his golden mask decorated with enchanting blooms of red mandara flowers of hell, his entire being emanating a kind of sinister allure, but that same allure was somehow tinged with an insurmountable grace and reverence that made people involuntarily feel a sense of fearful respect. When the man heard the voice, he turned his gaze over to look at them. Those eyes were deep and in dark like bottomless pools, filled with a sharp glint and faintly tinged with a lazy indolence in them. Just based on their assessment of the face alone, the 2 men knew that the man in red was definitely someone extraordinary. Geet the L Testvels on no/v/elben.c/om. Greetings from Dong to sire. I wonder what kind of medicine would sire like to have appraised? Medicine, it was something only a master skilled in apothecary was able to concoct. Needless to mention, such a small town as this, even in the Cloudy Moon City, they were rarely seen. Hence, when he heard that someone wanted some medicine to be appraised, he had immediately rushed over. Feng Zhou glanced at them briefly and she went on to pull out a bottle and she gave it to Overseer Zhu standing at the side, and her voice rang out unhurriedly. "This is a bottle of Qi Gathering Dew. It can allow a person whose mystical powers is completely depleted to instantly gain an explosive boost of 3 times their usual powers. The effects last for 1 hour." "What?" the 3 people were shocked into saying from the incredulous claim they were hearing. This can really let a person whose mystical powers is completely depleted to instantly gain an explosive boost of 3 times their powers? Even as an appraiser of medicines, there was a slight tremor in Old Dang's voice as he stepped forward to accept the bottle, his heart filled with incredible excitement. Feng Zhou did not say anything as her eyes had spotted a figure who wasn't unfamiliar to her walking downstairs. Wasn't that the very person she had wanted to seek out? With her lips curved up, her eyes glinted with a strange mirth as she saw that figure sitting down at a spot in the front row as he called over a person from the black market, but she could not hear what they were talking about. The other 3 people in the room currently had their attention fixed on the bottle of chi gathering dew. The 2 overseers watched intently as old Dang slowly opened cap on the bottle and sniffed at its contents, but after seeing that he did not take any other action after a long while, Overseer Dong could not help himself but to holler at him, "Old Dang." Old Dang gave him a bitter laugh as he looked at the 2 overseers and Feng Jiu, who was sitting on the windowsill, and said, "I am feeling rather ashamed of myself. Even though this old man here is an appraiser of medicines, but I have never appraised any medicine like this." What he meant by those words was that he could not verify whether what Feng Jiu was saying was the truth. Hearing that, the 2 overseers were properly stunned, as they had never encountered a situation such as this. Who do you think will finally emerge victorious between that young girl and the big guy? Feng Jiu's voice suddenly sounded, causing the 3 men in the room to be startled. With that question, the men walked up and looked down to the arena on the first floor. They saw that a young 16 or 17-year-old girl was fighting a huge brawny man. But the girl was no match for the big man, and she had been beaten to be on almost her last breaths, but she was still stubbornly trying to stand up. Overseer Zhu observed the situation downstairs with just one quick glance and said, "She is merely on the 6th level of the warrior stage, while her opponent's cultivation is at the 2nd level of the mystical warrior stage. Naturally the big man will win, and moreover, the girl is already exhausted and on her last legs of strength, she would not be able to fight any further." Feng Jiu curled up her lips in a smile and shook her head in disagreement. "No, she will win." Her gaze fell down onto the girl, who was still just as determined to battle, and she said, "If you bring that bottle of medicine down and give it to her to drink, that way, the results of the appraisal will naturally come out." Discover new Tories at nv/lbin.c/o. The eyes of the 3 men lit up immediately. That's right. That method was simple and straightforward. In that way, they will be able to find out whether the medicine was really as amazing as what the man in red had claimed. Moreover, by giving the medicine to the girl in the arena who was already too weak to continue the fight, and she really managed to win, that would be the best advertisement they would give to the product. "I'll take it downstairs," Overseer Zhu said, and he immediately rushed to go down, the bottle of medicine grasped in his hand, as he went towards the arena on the 1st floor. The arena. "Ha ha ha ha, little girl, you better surrender quickly. Even if you cultivate for another 10 years, you will still not be a match for me." When he thought of the money that he had bet for himself to win would be multiplied 10 times, he began to laugh loudly, beside himself with joy. The young girl spat out a mouthful of blood, her body felt like it had been run over by horse carriages. It was so painful her body was turning numb, and she wasn't able to summon up even the slightest sliver of strength. But she refused to accept it. She would not accept losing just like this, and did not want to lose in this way. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to stand, but fell back down, eliciting a wave of raucous laughter from the watching crowd. "Just give up now. Next match. Next match. Don't waste all our time," someone shouted impatiently from within the crowd. At that moment, Overseer Zhu came beside the young girl with the bottle of medicine in his hand and said something to her. The young girl then took the bottle from him, and without the slightest hesitation, she poured the bottle's contents down her throat. Just as everyone was feeling highly puzzled at Overseer Zhu's actions, they suddenly saw that a faint red glow was swirling intensely around the young girl's body. "Woo! How was that possible?" A roar of disbelief erupted from the spectators in the entire battle arena. Many of them shot up standing from the shock at what they saw. The incredulous swirl of mystical energy surrounding the girl was who had lost all her strength just a moment ago. That highly visible waving swirl of mystical energy could not be faked. The imposing aura emanating from the girl's entire being was strongly felt. But, just a moment ago, the girl not even been able to stand back up, and now, the mystical energy swirling around her was suddenly even more intense than before. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they really wouldn't be able to believe it. At that moment, in the battle arena itself, the girl's eyes was filled with incredulous shock herself, and tinged with sparkling delight and jubilation. She clenched her hands tightly into fists, and when she felt the mystical energy imbued into them, she suddenly lifted her eyes to glare at the stunned big man who was her opponent and said, "The winner hasn't been decided yet." The moment her voice dropped, her body exploded into movement that was 3 times faster than her usual as she whirled in an attack led by her fists. On her fists, the swirling mystical energy congealed, forming into air torrents that howled loudly. As the big man stared in disbelief, a punch struck him, sending him flying a distance of 10 meters. That power and the viciousness of that attack caused a loud gasp to sound out among the shocked crowd of spectators. The atmosphere over the arena tensed up and the high tension would be released them, and after a momentary lapse of quiet, the thousands of spectators all stood up together, their applause thunderous, their cheers reverberating deafeningly. Compared to the reactions of the entire crowd, Overseer Zhu was even more excited. He glanced one brief moment onto the battle arena where the outcome was about to be decided before he quickly shuffled back the way he had come. Find PT Tez on n/VLN.cm. And throughout the arena, regardless whether it was the spectators on the first level or in the VIP rooms on the second level, everyone's faces suddenly revealed a thoughtful expression on their faces when they saw Overseer Zhu leaving quickly, and they all immediately tried to summon an attendant to get them to inquire just what was in that bottle earlier. In contrast to the bustle of excitement down below, Fengjiu, who was in the private room just above, appeared extremely calm. That result had been within her expectation, and she was not surprised in the least. And with that young girl's stubborn refusal to give up and strong urge to continue to fight, it would be strange indeed if she still lost after receiving the boost from the medicine. And before Fengjiu's collected and composed demeanor, Old Dang and Overseer Dong were already red-faced with suppressed excitement, and their eyes sparkled and shone as they looked at Fengjiu, looking like they had struck gold this time, just as ecstatic and excited. "Honored sire, may I ask how much more of that medicine do you have? And how would our honored sire like the trade with us to be like?" When Overseer Dong managed to recover his senses, even his form of address had changed, and his manners had improved tremendously. It must be said that a medicine with such amazing effects would definitely stir up a huge uproar even if it had shown up in the black market within the Cloudy Moon City. After all, in a tiny 9th-grade country like they were in, a medicine like this was something nobody would have seen before. Possessing a dose of medicine like this was as good as having another life-preserving talisman on the person, and even if they came to encounter a strong enemy that they would not be able to defeat, they would still be able to use it to run away and escape. How could that possibly not appeal to people? Is this medicine concocted by our honored sire himself? Is our honored sire a medical cultivator? Old Dang asked, his eyes sparkling with unabashed admiration as he stared at Fengjiu, his gaze unwavering. Hearing that, Fengjiu looked in askance at Old Dang, her voice chill and languid. "It would seem that I do not have to tell you who I am, do I?" Realizing that he had gone out of line, Old Dang hastily lowered his head in a bow. "I beg that our honored sire does not take offense." This old decrepit old man had gotten overly excited and have overstepped the boundaries. "That's right. Can anyone remain calm in this situation?" The man before his eyes could very well be a medical cultivator. Everyone knew that the Sun Glory country had never ever produced a medical cultivator before. Sweeping her gaze over the two men, Fengjiu then replied, "I have 2 more bottles of the medicine with me, but I intend to sell them only through an auction, and any information about me must not be revealed in the very slightest." Hearing that there were 2 more bottles, Overseer Dong's eyes lit up and he smiled widely to say, "Although we are operating a black market here, but without your honorable sire's consent, we will not leak out any details about our honorable sire, so our honorable sire can rest assured." Fengjiu nodded and said, "Additionally, I need you to help me find a few types of magical medicine." Her voice paused a moment before she continued, and when you manage it, I will gift you with a bottle of chi gathering dew as payment for the effort. Of course, the price of the magical medicine will be separate. I will not shortchange you. The two men's eyes shone brightly as they quickly asked what kind of magical herbs she wanted them to find. Finally, Feng Jiu asked for writing materials and she wrote down a list of magical herbs that she needed, handing the list over to them thereafter. Honorable sire, when all the magical are gathered, how do we contact you? Overseer Dong then asked. Feng Jiu glanced at him and told him, I will come back here again some days later, you don't have to worry about that. She brushed off her clothes with her hands and stood up, leaving 2 bottles of the medicine behind as she began to stride outside. Honorable sire, please hold your step a moment. Overseer Dong called out once, hurrying to come stand beside the red-robed man to hand him a black token. This here is the black market's black token, a sign of esteem, and I would like our honorable sire to accept it. Hearing that, Feng Jiu reached out her hand to take it and she kept it within her sleeve before she continued on her way out. Seeing that, the 2 men scooped the bottles of medicine as they hurried to see the guest out. Once they got outside, they saw Overseer Zhu who was returning with a wide smile on his face. Greetings to our honorable sire. Overseer Zhu bowed hurriedly, his demeanor highly excited, and he looked like he wanted to say something but was stopped by a raised hand. All of you do not need to see me off, I'll just tour around the place a little by myself. She stopped them from sending her off and immediately widened her stride to walk away. The 3 men saw the figure in red disappear around a corner before they retracted their gaze and indicated their intentions to each other before they all returned back to the private room. Quite a number of people have already tried to find out from me what was in the bottle. Overseer Zhu said with a zealous expression on his face, although they did not say it clearly, but I am guessing they have guessed that it is medicine. After all, only a medicinal concoction can possibly give such astounding effects. Do not reveal any details about the honorable sire to anyone and just make the report to the higher-ups in secret. Overseer Dong said in a low voice. Do we need to send a few people on his tail? Read lat stchers on n/v/l/b.i.cm. No. Overseer Dong shook his head. We have no idea of the man's depth, but I know for sure that he is a man we cannot offend. If we send men to follow him, we might just incur his displeasure and we stand to lose everything. At that moment, old Dang, who had not said a single word all this while, suddenly spoke. The magical herbs stayed on this list would not be that easy to find, I'm afraid. Why is that? Overseer Dong turned to look at him. As he wasn't too familiar with herbs, he didn't know much about the uses of the magical herbs in that list as well. All these are very rarely seen in our Sun Glory country and we will have to source them from other countries. Old Dang said, looking at the other 2 men, his eyes betraying his high spirits. I am certain that the gentleman is definitely a medical cultivator. Or, he could even possibly be an alchemist looking into pill refinement. What? The 2 overseers exclaimed in shock. Alchemist? That's such a reverential status, is it even possible? Judging from his voice, he should still be very young. How could he possibly be an alchemist? It was known that alchemists enjoyed an existence riding right at the pinnacle of medicinal cultivators. Not to mention a lowly tiny 9th-grade country, even within a medium 6th-grade country, it would be highly difficult to locate one. And the person the 3 men were talking about was at that moment standing right before the black market's mercenaries mission board, studying the various rewards and bounties offered. Her lips were curled up slightly, revealing a slight smile. She had not expected that the bounty for her head had shot up all the way to be the 3rd highest. TSK, what a surprise! Read lat stchers on n/v/l/b.i.cm. She was still absorbed in her own thoughts when voices of people talking reached her ears. How did that girl in that portrait shoot up into the top 3? The bounty has actually reached 500,000. You just came back and you must not have been aware. No bounty hunter dares take up that mission now. Why is that? Because none of the mercenaries that have taken up that mission had come back alive. In just about 2 short weeks, quite a number of the guys had succumbed to that girl in the portrait. As the 2 men conversed, they looked at the flamboyant man dressed in all red and they became curious where one of the men asked, "Is Sire looking to put out a bounty?" After all, only the black market mercenaries are able to accept the missions put out on the board. Feng Zhou turned her eyes back to look at the 2 men and shook her head with a smile, seeing from out of the corner of her eyes the middle-aged man was already walking towards the exit and she walked off to follow behind him. After she left, the 2 black market mercenaries looked at each other and said in a low voice, "That man looked like it was his first time here." There was an enchanting air all around him. Wonder what kind of a person he is? We don't have to bother who he is. Come, I'll buy you a drink. The other man slapped his companion on the back and put his arm around his friend as they walked away. Walking back towards the inn, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped in his tracks, and he turned to look behind his back, his brows knitting up close together. He sped up and walked into an alley before he stopped once again and shouted out. "Who is it? Show yourself!" A figure in red stepped out, his steps filled with grace. He was dressed in a full suit of bright brilliant red, his black hair held together by a red silk ribbon. But what was slightly different was that the face was hidden behind a golden mask, decorated with mandala blooms, the flowers of hell. Staring at the person slowly walking out, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, an initial guess surfacing in his head, but he quickly rejected it. No, it shouldn't be that woman. The man before his eyes was taller than that woman and it can't be her. It's been some time since we last met. Feng Zhou's tone was lazy, tinged with mockery and a chilling air of murder. It's you! Upon hearing that familiar voice, the expression on his face changed slightly and his voice quaked faintly. The sudden instinctive fear he felt made him fall back 2 steps immediately and his entire body to tense up in defense. Before the fight had begun, cold sweat was already running down his back. You can't blame him, a mystical warrior who was so fearful of a mere warrior, but as he had fought the girl before and was well aware of her skills. When he thought back to how he had nearly been killed under her hands, and having lost the use of an arm, an unconscious terror had crept in, gripping his heart. That was the reason why he had gone to the black market to put up a bounty on her, and did not dare confront her directly instead. Seeing the man's reactions, Feng Zhou could not help it but laughed aloud and said, "If you are so afraid of me, why would you still put a bounty on my head?" She walked slowly forward, closing the gap between them 1 step at a time. "I had almost forgotten that a man such as you still existed. Who would have thought that you would come running to appear right before me again?" The moment she spoke those words, she heard some noises behind her. Her eyebrow lifted as she turned her eyes back to look. She did not know when another middle-aged man and an old man had appeared behind her. Both of them were commanded a strong presence, their gazes sharp and penetrating. A wave of oppressive aura flared out from the 2 newcomers and the air was filled with a murderous scent, filling up the entire alley. "Ha ha ha! You want to kill me? That will depend on whether you possess the capabilities." The first middle-aged man had lost his previous panic and fear and his eyes were now sparkling with excitement at seeing the 2 men on the other end of the alley. "Chief Elder, 4th Elder, this is the person. The one who killed little Peng." "Elder?" Her eyes glinted and she pushed her consciousness outwards in a probe. The other 2 men were full master warriors, having fully completed the levels. No wonder they had been able to appear behind her without her noticing. Compared to just facing the first middle-aged man where victory was certain, these 2 men, Senior Elder and 4th Elder, were different as they gauged the devilishly alluring figure of Feng Zhou dressed fully in red. If they had not been told beforehand, they wouldn't have been able to tell that the figure looking like a man dressed in male clothing was actually a girl. Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. Even the two of them who have seen and experienced much of the world had to admit to themselves that the person before them possessed an energy that was indistinguishable as neither male or female. And it felt so deep it was unfathomable. With their level of cultivation, they were not unable to see through her levels? What else could you call that but unfathomable? From the moment they had appeared, they had not seen her exhibit a single trace of shock or fear. The lips that were exposed outside the mask had a faintly sinister smile playing across them that caused the two of them to have their hearts filled with caution and wariness. Just who are you really? Why do you choose to go against our Sioux family? The senior elder asked in a deep voice, his penetrating gaze staring right at the red figure. Fengzhou glanced at the senior elder a moment and her tone was quizzical. Go against you? Come on! It was you guys who have been persecuting me all this time. When have I initiated a fight with any of you? She paused a moment and she turned her gaze to the front towards the first middle-aged man with a mirthless smile and said, if not for this second master from your family running to the black market to put a price on my head, how would I even be able to find him? Even so, you killed our Sioux family's young master and crippled one of our second master's arm. Those are facts that you cannot deny. Oh. From what you were saying, when you guys are trying to kill me, I should just extend my neck and offer it to all of you on a platter? She asked with an eyebrow raised, the faint smile still on her face, but the glint in her eyes was chill and frosty. The senior elder's face darkened and he said with a cold laugh, then you can only blame your fate to have offended people you should not go against in the first place. Our distinguished Sioux family with almost a century's standing is not something you can stand up to. If you know what's good for you, surrender yourself to us or... Fengzhou curled up the ends of her lips and laughed wildly, and then she asked in a highly inquisitive tone, or what? Kill me? Or we'll bring just your head back in answer for our mission. The senior elder spat out, his fingers immediately curling up into claws, showing his high proficiency in the art of grappling and seizing. Then let me respond in kind and see how you fare. She laughed out coldly and her body moved immediately to confront her opponent in battle. The senior elder imbued his hands with thick robust mystical power and grabbed onto her wrist, thinking to twist it backwards, but Fengzhou was slippery as a snake as she broke free of his grip and reversed her wrist to grasp onto his wrist instead, immediately pulling him forward. His lower body lost balance and he felt a surge of power from her hands still holding onto him, suddenly finding himself being lifted off the ground and thrown back. The senior elder then dispersed his power and fought to find his balance as he flipped himself to land on the ground. His face was dark as he said, I see that you do know a few moves. A pity, that death will be the only outcome here today. It's really a pity. She nodded in agreement, looking at him with regret and sympathy, as if she had already ascertained that the one who would die would be the senior elder. Her rueful and sympathetic gaze greatly infuriated the senior elder and he pulled out his long sword to point it directly at her, roaring out loudly, frivolous brat. You shall pay heavily for your condescending manners. Your head is mine to take today. The sword's point pointed forward, as thick robust mystical energy flowed from the body like the tide as it surged out, gathering over the sword's sharp edge. In an instant, a malicious aura filled with sinister oppression shot out from the sword. The senior elder charged in an instant, bringing with him his terrifying murderous rage as he moved faster than the speed of sound as he charged at the red figure. Clang! A long sword glowing blue at the edges blocked his attack before him. The sword clashed against each other, the razor-sharp aura from the swords neither giving in an inch. At that same moment, several gasps of shock sounded as well. Blue. Blue-edged sword. Crack. Clank. A loud crack of breaking sounded. The senior elder's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the sword glowing blue in her hand before turning to look at the long crack in the sword he held in his hand, and his heart sank. The next moment, the long sword in his hand broke into two under his opponent's sword's chi and fell with a loud clatter onto the ground. At the same time, he could not dodge the malicious chi emanating from the sword in time, and he found his entire person suddenly thrown back from his spot. Arg! He lost his balance and was falling a few steps backwards. Fortunately, the fourth elder behind managed to hold him, preventing him from having to fall embarrassingly to the ground. How is that possible? It can't possibly be the blue-edged sword. The senior elder stared in disbelief at the legendary sword that was giving out a blue glow held in his opponent's hand. The glow being emanating from it was bright and brilliant. Throughout the lands, only the legendary blue-edged sword could glow such a brilliant blue on its own. Not just him, the fourth elder and the Su family's second master were showing great astoundment on their faces at that moment. However, besides the shock and astoundment, their eyes were also tinged with greed towards the sword of legend before their eyes. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. The legendary blue-edged sword. It was the legendary sword among legends. The blue-edged sword that had disappeared for so many years had suddenly resurfaced today, and it was right before their eyes. How could they not be excited? How could they resist the urge that grew in their hearts to want to possess it as their own? The blue edge was pointed in a slant towards the ground, its blue glow pulsating, red clothes billowing out as a bloodthirsty aura flared out from Feng Zhou's being. She stared at the astounded faces and the covetous eyes of the three men, and her lips arched as the corners lifted, to reveal a sinister and chilling smile as she said, "Anyone who lays eyes on this sword has to die." The moment the voice dropped, the red figure immediately swept out like a demon. However, she did not move towards the senior elder and the fourth elder, but had instead spun back, and with a sweep of the blue edge in hand, a malicious wave of the sword's chi tore through the air. Arg! The Su family's second master was caught completely unawares with a slash across his throat. It was too abrupt for him to defend against, and also, it had been too fast. Till the moment of death, his eyes were still staring widely in disbelief. Till death, his heart had still been aggrieved. Second master! The senior elder and the fourth elder shouted out in surprise as they saw the figure falling over stiffly. It had just been a blink, and their second master's life had been taken right before their eyes. As the sword had moved so fast, so much so that the blood had not flowed out from the throat, till the body fell over and moved the wound on the neck that had taken his life. It was only then that the blood gushed out like a scarlet pillar as it shot upwards, staining the entire area garishly red. That was the brother the head of the house favored the most, and he was now dead as well. They really could not imagine how big a rage the head would be in when they went back. Seeing the expressions the two men were showing on their faces, Feng Zhou laughed and said, "Do you really think that you will be able to leave here alive?" From the moment she had drawn the blue-edged sword, she had not intended to let any of the three men walk out of this place alive. This little alley will be their final resting place. Her eyes narrowed and a cold glint flashed within. Her murderous aura flared and the figure in red immediately rushed towards the two men. She flicked the blue-edged sword in her hand and the cold and sharp chi of the sword was thrown out, morphing into blades as they flew forward. "Kill her!" The two men shouted out in rage. The senior elder held his broken sword before him as he charged forward, while the fourth elder drew his sword as well to attack simultaneously. With the two of them combining their attacks, the oppressive aura of full master warriors instantly pervaded the entire small alley, the air suddenly turning thick and stifling. Clank! Shink! Shink! As the swords clashed, the sharp outflow of chi and the sounds of sword fighting was incessant. And fear slowly creeped into their hearts as they were slowly engulfed by Feng Zhou's bloodthirsty murderous aura, coupled with her lethal attacks that aimed to kill. delivered with uncanny precision, causing the two men to be feeling overwhelmed and a little flurried. "No!" With a cry of surprise, the fourth elder who had been pushed back from the furious attack saw before his own eyes before he could even react, the elder senior's broken sword being struck and sent flying away, and the blue edge with its brilliant blue glow being thrust right into the senior elder's chest with a sickening swoosh. He could even see the wide-eyed disbelief in the gaze of the senior elder. He was looking like he wasn't willing to accept, startled, and refusing to believe that he would die under the hands of an opponent he had slighted and despised. The fourth elder watched as the senior elder fell over twitching horribly, his eyes showing he could not reconcile with his fate. The fourth elder's heart jumped and he turned his eyes to look at the girl with her red clothes billowing out behind her. He saw her pulling the sword out and looking straight at him. And at that moment, his instinct was screaming at him to run. Yes! Run! That was the only thought in his head, and his body had reflexively responded and was about to make his getaway. However, his feet had just taken the first step and that demonic-like voice suddenly sounded within his ears. "I've told you, all who sees the blue edge, has to die." The moment the icy cold bloodthirsty voice dropped, a flash of red passed, suddenly standing before the fourth elder, smiling without a trace of mirth as she stared at the pale face that was twisted up in terror and fear. "Where do you think you can run to? Hyaa!" He shouted and raised the long sword in his hand while imbuing his mystical chi into it, before slashing it down towards Fengjiu. Seeing that he had nowhere else to run, he had no choice but to fight to the death. Despite that he had been shocked by her strange skills when they had engaged earlier, there were no other options before him. To fight for a chance to live, he pushed out every single bit of the mystical chi within him in an explosive surge. When the mystical chi of a full master warrior was released, even the sand and dust stirred and lifted off the ground. "I do not believe that a fully complete master warrior such as I can be defeated by such a wrench," he shouted at her, the swirling mystical chi around his body elevating his speed to its peak. When he struck, his body moved quick like a hurricane, ferocious as a tiger. In response, Fengjiu summoned all the mystical chi within her, bringing it to a surge. Her advantage here was not in mystical chi, but it was the blue-edged sword in her hand, and her fatal strikes delivered with lethal pinpoint precision. She wasn't about to compete with him in mystical chi. She only wanted to kill her opponent in the shortest time possible, or else, the ruckus here would soon attract a bunch of cultivators here, and it would be hard for her to get away from here at that time. The red figure moved in an endless flurry, borrowing from the blue-edged sword its unstoppable force, every single stroke of the sword a lethal strike, her technique quick and forceful. Even with the four elder with his guard up, he was unable to stand up against the blue-edged sword's sharp slashes and Fengjiu's lethal attacks. "Time to end this." She gripped the sword in two hands at the moment that the fourth elder was pushed back, and she pushed all her mystical chi into the blue-edged sword, striking quickly with all her might in a slash right at him. Follow you stories at n/VELB/in.com. The fourth elder instinctively blocked the blow with the sword in his hand, but... Clang! Arg! A loud shriek tore through the sky. The sword in the fourth elder's hand was slashed right through by Fengjiu, together with his body, which was sliced in two halves as he fell to the ground. Fengjiu's gaze quickly swept over the three corpses on the ground, the blue-edged sword in her hand lifting the cosmos sacks hanging at their hips. She summoned her chi and leapt over the wall in the tiny alley, quickly departing from there. Just as her front foot had just left the place, several cultivators immediately poured into the little alley. They had heard the sound of fighting and had come to investigate. But, when they entered the tiny alley and saw the gory scene there, their faces immediately changed color, and some of them even vomited on the spot, unable to hold it in. There was no need to be so merciless in killing a person, and the scene in there was really too bloody and gory, and all of them who saw it found it a little hard to stomach. The three people who died were master warriors. A braver elderly cultivator went to check the 3 people who died, and when he realized the level of power they held, he was greatly shocked. To have been able to kill 3 master warriors, just how powerful was that person? When the news of 3 master warriors had been brutally murdered, it shocked all the cultivators and even alerted the pavilion guards. Only that the pavilion guards are only in charge of maintaining the town's law and order for the common people. For matters regarding the cultivation world, they have no means to intervene, even more so for 3 cultivators who were at master warrior level. The only thing they could do was to identify the corpses and notify their family of their demise. However, the news had spread like rapid fire. After all, the death of 3 master warriors in town was not a small matter. As for these matters, Fengjiu did not care about it, and once she returned to her courtyard, she entered her own space and started cultivating. The black market mercenaries had withdrew the task of hunting her down, so the next few days were very peaceful, and both of them could concentrate on cultivating. A few days later, Guan Shilin walked in dejected after he came back from the marketplace after buying some food back. "Brother?" Fengjiu felt something was amiss when she saw his forlorn expression. After calling out to him, he still had no response. "Brother?" She called out to him again, and he finally came to. "Oh, little Jiu, you called me?" Only after a short while after sorting out his feelings did he flash her a weak smile, but what he didn't know was that this smile looked very forced. "What happened to you? Did something happen?" She walked towards him and asked with deep concern. UW up Tez on NOV/L/BI.com. Guan Shilin silently lowered his head, holding back his thoughts. "It's something that you don't want to tell me? Then it's all right, I won't ask any further." Hearing this, he hurriedly looked up in a fluster and quickly interjected, "No, it's not that, little Jiu. It's just that." He took in a deep breath and looked at her. In a slightly trembling voice, he said, "When I went out to buy something, I heard some news of my family. I heard that my cousin is about to get married." Having known him all this while, she had never asked him about his past, or about his family. Similarly, he did not about hers. This was the first time that she heard him mention his family. "Do you want to go back and attend the wedding?" His hand gently touched his waist where his wound was healing, and he had a sad gaze as he spoke with nostalgia. "Little Jiu, did you know? Since the age of 6, I've been raised by my uncle and had been cultivating with my cousin ever since. Although we did not have the same parents, however, I've always respected him and always thought of him as my own brother. Never would I have thought that he would be the culprit that suddenly stabbed me in the back. If it was not for your life-saving grace, I think I would already be dead. I've always wanted to understand why he wanted to kill me, but once I heard the news, I knew it was because of her." "Her?" Fengjiu was stunned. "Well, the woman that he is about to marry is the 3rd young miss of the He family, He Xianya. She's the fiancée which my father had set for me." Hearing this, Fengjiu stared at him dumbfounded. What was this? He was literally stabbed in his back by his cousin who also robbed him of his fiancée? She cast him a look of sympathy. This brother of hers really had quite a sad past. Looking at his dejected and forlorn expression, she asked him curiously, "Brother, do you like that woman?" Guan Shilin shook his head. "My feelings for her aren't that strong, it's just that knowing that she was going to be my woman since young and hearing that she's about to marry someone else now, moreover that person is my cousin, it leaves a bitter aftertaste. I feel very wronged." Ha ha ha. She could not help but laugh out loud. When she saw his helpless and embarrassed expression, she quickly held back her laughter. All right, I won't laugh. However, that couldn't stop her from grinning widely. Little Jiu, my heart is a complete mess. How can you not comfort me, and even laugh at me? He looked at her full of grievance, but after he heard her laughter, his mood was lifted by quite a bit. No, it's just that I've never seen this side of you. I find it very novel, haha. She really wasn't lying, although he was handsome. However, with his towering figure which could be comparable to a bear's back or a tiger's waist, such a strong physique, and yet he showed such an embarrassed yet aggrieved expression, it was such a stark contrast and she couldn't help herself but laugh. But how about your parents? Since it was your father that set your engagement, wouldn't he be against their marriage? She curiously asked. It wasn't that long ago that she had saved him. Did they really think that he was dead? Hearing this, Guan Shilin's embarrassment quickly dispersed as he sadly said, I've never seen my mother before. When I was 6 years old, my father found some news about my mother and he had set out to look for her. However, he's not been back since then, and our family had not received any news, and everyone in the family presumed that he is dead. He walked to the stone table and put down his things in his hands, as his eyes lit up with vigor, and he said in an unwavering tone, but I don't believe them. In our Guan family history, my father's talent was the best. I do not believe that he is dead. I've made an oath since young, that I will strive to carve out a name for myself. So as long as my father and mother are alive, they will be able to recognize me. Looking at his serious and determined look, Fengjiu looked at him with affirmation and nodded her head in approval. That explained a lot. No wonder despite his cultivation level wasn't very high, but each of his moves were packed with explosive power, which showed that his muscles were very well developed, and to have come all this way, it meant that there was a lot of hard work involved. Brother, I believe that you can do it. She patted his shoulders in encouragement. Practice well. Your talent is not low, your future will definitely be better than your father. Once she said that, she smiled deviously. But brother, since your cousin is going to get married, how can you not head back to congratulate them? This isn't very appropriate. Discover W stories on no/e/lbin.com. Huh? He looked at her, puzzled. Well, let me go along with you. Anyway, they couldn't stay here much longer, or else if the Su family found their way over, how troublesome would that be? Moreover, the her now didn't have the sufficient strength to deal with them, so for now, she still had to keep a low profile and slowly bide her time. What's more, she also yearned to go back to Cloudy Moon City to have a look. Why don't you go and buy a carriage first? I'm going out for a bit and will come back soon. After which, she went back into the room and changed into a man's attire, and she put on a mask and headed out. Guan Shilin was surprised when she emerged out of her room as he looked at her dressing. However, he didn't ask anything and just ate a couple of things and left to buy a good carriage for the ride back home. Fengjiu came to the black market, and there was a girl dressed in black who was standing by the door who bowed deeply when approached. She only cast her a quick glance and saw her tanned face, with her gaze lowered to the ground, and she didn't pay any further attention to the girl as she strode in. However, at the moment Fengjiu brushed past the girl in black, the girl lifted her gaze and that pair of eyes flashed a glint that was as dazzling as the stars, and her gaze locked onto the red figure that was walking in. Are you going to leave? In the room, the overseer was asking in an anxious tone. But we haven't finished collecting all the magical herbs yet. Doesn't Cloudy Moon City have a black market as well? When you've finished gathering them, you can just send it there. In her hands, she was holding onto the thin crystal card. In it were the proceeds from selling the 2 bottles of medicine. She really hadn't expected it, that in the end, her proficiency in medicine would be what helped her the most. But these are just medicine that she had mixed together into a concoction, but if this was done by an alchemist of this world. When that thought crossed her mind, a trace of a glint showed in her eyes and an idea slowly took shape in her head. She raised her eyes and looked at Overseer Dong before her and asked, I saw a young girl dressed in black kneeling outside. She seems to be the one that consumed the medicine the other day? Yes, it's her. She has been kneeling there for 2 days already, and she is actually doing that to meet with sire here. Meet me? She raised up an eyebrow, feeling rather surprised. That's right. She is a rather popular warrior fighter in the black market arena, and it is said that she has a brother, but he is rather ill. She has used up all the money she won here on treatment for her brother, but all the physicians they had gone to see said that her brother will not have much longer to live. As Overseer Dong spoke, he saw that Feng Jiu was showing some interest, and he continued on to say, just 2 days ago, her brother fell into a coma and all the physicians in town were helpless. She doesn't know what else to do, and so she has decided to kneel there, begging to meet sire. We have promised sire that we would not reveal any information about you, and we had naturally not told her anything. And since then, she had been kneeling there all this time, and she wouldn't budge even when we tried to chase her away. Feng Jiu nodded and did not say anything. After a short while, she left some instructions for the medicine and then got up to leave. As she strode out through the gates of the black market and past the young girl, Feng Jiu noticed that the girl was looking at her. Feng Jiu paused a moment mid-stride and cast her a glance before resuming her wide strides to walk away. The young girl in black turned to stare after the departing figure, and her eyes shone brightly before she immediately got up to follow after. After Feng Jiu has gone past 3 streets, she suddenly stopped in her tracks, and her voice rose tauntingly. Having tailed me for so long, are you thinking of robbing me? At the same moment she spoke, she turned herself around. A figure in black walked out from behind. It was the young girl, and she had even smeared her face black. She was staring at the flamboyant figure in red, and while biting her lip, she said, "There is the smell of medicine on you. You are the one who concocted the medicine." Feng Jiu smiled, and she crossed her arms in front of her chest, a corner of her lips lifting up in a sinister curl as she said, "And?" The girl dressed in black looked at Feng Jiu and was silent for a while, before she suddenly fell to one knee and knelt down with her head lowered. "I beg you to save my brother." Her voice was stiff and cold. Although she was kneeling, her back was however ramrod straight. Obviously, this was not someone who was used to begging people. The smile on Feng Jiu's face grew deeper, but she shook her head. "I refuse." Immediately upon saying those words, Feng Jiu immediately opened up her stride and continued walking forward. However, the figure which had been kneeling behind rushed up, and this time she knelt at a spot 3 steps away from Feng Jiu. "I beg you to save my brother." The voice was just as stiff and hard, her back just as straight as ever. When Feng Jiu saw that, it reminded her of the day back in the arena. Those eyes had then been just like a little beast, strong and determined. "Then you tell me. Based on what should I save your brother?" Get latest CHDers on nvelbj/n.c/m. I can help you kill people. Feng Jiu shook her head. "For killing, there are professional black market assassins. I can give you my life." Feng Jiu shook her head again. "I have no use for your life." Upon hearing that, she raised up her eyes and looked straight into the eyes of the person before her and asked, "Then what do you want?" Feng Jiu's gaze looked at the young girl up and down in scrutiny and then shook her head once more as she gave a sinister smile before walking away without saying a word. Watching the red figure gradually getting further away, the girl dressed in black stood up and shouted, "I can warm your bed." Suddenly hearing those words from behind her, Feng Jiu's feet stumbled, almost causing her to smash her face into the ground. Jiu turned her head back, somewhat shocked as she looked at the young girl who had her face smeared black, and she asked the young girl with uncertainty in her voice, "What did you just say?" The young girl bit down on her lip as her eyes stared determinedly at the figure in red and said, "I can warm your bed for you." When Feng Jiu heard those words very clearly this time, she fought to suppress the strong urge within to laugh out loudly, and she said teasingly instead, "I would very much prefer beauties. A black-faced little lass like you offering to warm my bed, and I have to accept?" When the girl dressed in all black heard Feng Jiu's words, she quickly raised up her sleeve and wiped at her face, revealing her original countenance below. I am not ugly. She looked up at Fengzhou to say. That's right, the young girl was not only not ugly, she actually possessed highly exquisite features. That was the face of a natural beauty, and her intricately fine features combined with her small palm-sized face was supposed to exude the allure of an highly enchanting beauty. However, there was not a tinge of the coy bashful demeanor of a young girl on her, but instead, she exhibited an icy cold and distant front. But that cold front of hers still somewhat exuded a certain kind of frosty charm around her. Besides having smeared her countenance black and dirty, she had also altered the way her brows and eyes looked as well to make herself look less outstanding. Without having to even look, Fengzhou guessed that her flat-bored chest must have been tightly bound with thick cloth as well. The girl was at least smart enough to hide her outstanding looks, or they might very well have brought her quite a lot of trouble. Fengzhou took wide strides to walk back, coming close to the black-robed girl. Fengzhou's gaze was teasing as she asked, "You would really warm my bed? As long as you save my brother, my life is yours to own, what's more this shell of a body." The girl put up an apathetic front, seemingly highly indifferent. But her body had tensed up due to Fengzhou's close proximity, and her hands that were gripped so tightly told Fengzhou that the young girl wasn't as indifferent as she was trying to portray herself to be. Anyway, which girl would not mind warming just any stranger's bed like this? Or even handing over their own life so casually? Fengzhou stared at the young girl for a while, and the ends of her lips curled up before she said, "Lead the way then." Discover new chapters at novelby.co. Yes. The young girl lowered her eyes as she acknowledged, and she got up to lead the way to the place where she lived. About 1 hour later. Fengzhou looked at the bare and decrepit house that looked like the slightest gust of wind would blow it over before her eyes. She saw the black-robed girl going into the house hastily immediately after opening the door, and she followed the girl in right behind her. Once inside, she immediately saw a youth lying upon a sparse wooden board bed. The robed girl rinsed a cloth with water and wiped the youth's forehead and palms before turning to look at Fengzhou to say, "This is my younger brother. After taking medicine 2 days ago, he vomited out blood and suddenly fell unconscious." Fengzhou stepped forward and saw that the boy was so thin his chin had grown pointed, his face was pale and completely drained of color. With just that one look, she reached her hand out and placed her fingers upon the boy's wrist to take his pulse. Retrieving her hand after a while, she ordered, "Undo his shirt." As she spoke, Fengzhou pulled out her silver needles. The black-robed girl obeyed and undid her brother's shirt. She watched on as Fengzhou had seemingly stuck those silver needles carelessly into several acupoints on her brother's body. Her heart leapt up into her throat as she strongly resisted the urge within her to go stop Fengzhou, fixing her gaze upon her brother's face instead, deeply fearful of any repercussions that might suddenly manifest. After a rather long while, Fengzhou retracted the needles and she stood up. "Carry him on your back and come with me." Immediately after saying that, Fengzhou turned and walked outside. The black-robed girl saw that Fengzhou was already moving, and she hastened to drag her brother onto her back, rushing up to follow closely behind Fengzhou. When Fengzhou got back to the courtyard house, she saw Guan Shilin carrying a soft mattress to put into the horse carriage. When he saw Fengzhou return, he called out jovially, "Little Jiu, what so you think of this carriage? I had specially chosen the biggest one so that you can lie down and sleep along the journey if you need to rest. In this way, it will be more comfortable for you." When his eyes caught sight of the 2 other people behind Fengzhou, Guan Shilin's face twisted up in puzzlement as he asked, "What are they here for?" Fengzhou smiled slyly and said, "Bed warmer." Guan Shilin stared blankly a moment upon hearing that, and he found it a little strange. Why had she suddenly brought back 2 people like this? "Get on!" Fengzhou gestured for the young girl to carry her brother onto the carriage. "Yes." She acknowledged and climbed into the horse carriage. Guan Shilin pulled Fengzhou to the side and suppressed his voice to ask softly, "Little Jiu, you want to bring those 2 people to leave together with us?" The youth doesn't look very healthy to me. Will that really be fine? Will anything suddenly happen midway? Don't worry, it'll be fine. Let's go. As she said that, she noticed that there wasn't a coachman and she asked, Big brother, don't tell me you intend to drive it yourself? Yup, I can do it. Rest assured, even with just one arm. He grinned widely and ushered her onto the horse carriage quickly. Hearing him say that, she did not persist in asking any further and quickly climbed into the carriage. Guan Shilin climbed aboard himself after all of them had seated themselves within and drove the horse carriage towards the outside of the town's gates, setting forth on his return journey to the Cloudy Moon City. On the other side, Cloudy Moon City, Su family. Bam! On the master's seat, a middle-aged man slammed his palm to crash heavily upon the tabletop, suddenly standing up in utter disbelief. He stared angrily at the guard kneeling below him, his voice shocked and chilling. What? What did you say? Tell it all to me once more. The conqueror's aura and his powerful presence made the face of the guard kneeling below turn deathly pale, cold sweat to break out from his body, and his heart to fill with terror, but at the same time, he had no other choice but to repeat himself again. Reporting to Moss. Master. The Rock Forest town's head sent people here to inform us that they discovered 3 sets of bodies who were warriors, and they suspect that they are from our Su family. Bam! The middle-aged man fell back into his chair dispirited as he said in disbelief, How is that possible? How is that even possible? With the senior elders and the 4 elders' powers, how could it be possible that there is anyone in a place like the tiny Rock Forest town who is capable of killing them? The guard kneeling on the ground did not dare to reply and he just remained there trembling in fear. Who was it that killed them? His suddenly bloodthirsty gaze stared at the guard below. The 2 guards who accompanied them? Did they come back? Discover EU chapters at novelby.co. The kneeling guard answered in a trembling voice and said, It is not known who killed them. And the 2 accompanying guards were afraid that they would be punished and has run away. The senior elder, the 4th elder and the 2nd master had all been killed. If the 2 of them had come back, the master's rage was not something that would be pleasant to face, hence, those 2 people had naturally taken the opportunity that they were outside and fled far away. Good. Very good. His fists clenched up tightly, his insidious voice chilling and bloodthirsty as he said, Look into it. Investigate into it deeply. His Su family was just a mid-level family in the Cloudy Moon City. Although their might could not be compared to the 8 big families and the 4 big mites, but they had still managed to hold significant repute in this place. And now, in the short span of less than 1 month's time, his son had been killed, his brother had been killed, and even the senior elder and the 4th elder had also been killed. If he doesn't find out who the culprit is, how is he going to be able to swallow this? Cloudy Moon City, in a certain courtyard. Dressed in an all-black robe, with highly outstanding countenance, Leng Shuang looked on at the figure in the courtyard dressed in her plain white inner clothes, executing a soft and feeble style of martial arts, her gaze looking highly complicated. Her brother had awoken the other day and that very night, she had kept her promise where she had stripped herself bare and laid upon Feng Zhou's bed. At this moment, she could still remember when Feng Zhou had lifted the blanket and saw her stark naked body, the startled expression of Feng Zhou and the look she gave, helplessly torn between conflicting urges whether to laugh or to cry. And it was through that time that Leng Shuang found out that Feng Zhou was female. But if Feng Zhou did not need her to warm her bed, and wasn't attracted to her beauty, then why did Feng Zhou agree to help her? But, regardless of the reason, since she handed her life over to Feng Zhou would be her mistress. That was a point that would not change. Leng Shuang, has my big brother returned yet? Feng Zhou collected herself as she finished her practice and turned to look at the beautiful young girl standing on the steps. The more she looked at the girl, the more pleasing the young girl became to her eyes. Ling Shuang snapped back to her senses and walked towards her mistress. She lowered her head and said respectfully, "Mistress, young master has not yet returned. He went out so early in the morning and he still has not come back." Feng Zhou asked, slightly puzzled. She then went on to ask further, "Is the marriage between the Guan family and the Ke family happening in 3 days' time?" "It is 3 days later." Ling Shuang answered and paused a moment before she continued to say, "But when young master left, he said he wanted to go back a little earlier and does not wish for mistress to go with him. He said he will handle this matter himself." Upon hearing that, Feng Zhou smiled. He must have been worried that the situation might get highly awkward if she had gone with him. Moreover, in his heart, he still believed that the Guan family wouldn't really treat him too cruelly, and he still strongly believed that his clansmen would not give him the cold shoulder in the face of their self-interests. That might be a good thing. Letting him handle it on his own, he will finally realize that people, when faced with their self-interests at stake, would be unhesitatingly cruel and merciless even towards their own clansmen. Towards that clan that Guan Shilin belonged in, she did not like them a single bit. Whereas for the Feng family, when she thought of all that she would find out about the Feng family after she came to the Cloudy Moon City, her heart started to feel rather conflicted. The people in the Feng family truly loved and doted on Feng Qinggu. But they were completely unaware that the Feng Qinggu they adored and treasured in the palms of their hands at that moment had actually killed their real daughter. Ling Shuang looked at the mess of knife scars that crisscrossed over Feng Zhou's face and her eyes flashed involuntarily. The multiple knife scars filled her mistress' face in a mess of garish slash marks, the numerous scars completely hiding her original countenance, and what could be seen were only those heart-rending and garish-looking scars. She really could not imagine just what kind of a person would want to ruin a girl's face so completely. Just what kind of hatred was behind it that would make a person capable of doing this? When she thought about how defenseless her mistress was, Ling Shuang strongly resolved to herself that she would not leave her mistress' side to protect her every step of the way. Ling Shuang was obviously completely oblivious to the skills and powers Feng Zhou possessed at that moment, as ever since she had come to serve Feng Zhou, she had only seen Feng Zhou practicing that feeble and weak set of martial arts every morning in the courtyard that had absolutely no attack power behind all its strokes. Moreover, Feng Zhou was also a medicinal concoctionist, and because of that, Ling Shuang had the preconception that Feng Zhou was only skilled in medicine and was completely defenseless in terms of her martial cultivation. Find EU chapters on nv/lbi.com. Caught up in her own thought, Feng Zhou noticed Ling Shuang's gaze upon her and she turned to look at the girl and asked, "What's wrong?" Ling Shuang shook her head and lowered her eyes. Seeing that, Feng Zhou had seemingly gotten a rather good idea of what the girl was thinking as she caressed her own face and said with a smile, "Curious, how did my face get so badly disfigured?" Her voice paused briefly and then she said in a nonchalant tone, "Actually, looking at it now, it has gotten a lot better. In the beginning, even I could not bear to look at myself." She wasn't too worried about the scars on her face. After all, once she managed to gather all the herbs she needed, she wouldn't even need a month before she would be able to restore her face back to the way it had originally looked. What she was more concerned about at that moment was her free elder brother she picked up. The black market had sent news, telling her that the magical herbs she sought were highly difficult to find, and they had not managed to gather them all as yet. Every single day that the magical herbs are not completely gathered, it was another day that her big brother's hand would remain crippled, and it would be another day her heart would not find solace. If all those magical herbs really could not be found, then she would have to resort to a barter trade with people who hold possession of those magical herbs she needed. At that same moment, Ke family residence. Dressed in a navy blue robe, Guan Shilin's handsome features were looking slightly solemn as he looked at the sweet and pretty lady before him to ask in a stiff tone, "Are you really going to marry my cousin? You agreed to it yourself?" Or were you coerced into it? Xianya was shocked by Guan Shilin's sudden appearance before her. Everyone had said that he was dead and she had thought he had died. Hence, when he had appeared so suddenly before her, what she felt at that moment was not joy, but shock. You are not dead? Her face was pale, and her voice trembled as she looked at him. Guan Shilin was looking straight at her, his gaze a mix of emotions. He did not know why he had come here. It might have been because his heart had felt it was unfair to him, as he had always thought of her as his lady. Little Joe had asked him whether he loved Xianya. And he had told her it couldn't really be called love, but it was just that there had always that little bit of liking in his heart. After all, having always thought that she would grow up to be his bride since young, the way he gazed at her and the way he treated her all that time had always been different from how he treated others. But this woman whom he had always thought would become his lady, was now about to marry someone else, and it was even to his cousin. This change somehow made him feel rather uncomfortable in his heart. But now, he really wanted to know whether she was doing it on her own accord. Having heard the news, when Father Ku and Mother Ku who had hurried over saw the towering figure in their daughter's courtyard, their hearts jumped and their faces changed. Shilin? Guan Shilin turned his head around and saw the two seniors of the Ku family. He then said, "I came here just seeking one word." Upon saying that, he turned away from them and looked straight at Xianya before him once more. Seeing her daughter's face turned pale, her gaze shifting not daring to look at Guan Shilin, Mother Ku's heart winced and she went forward to hold her daughter in her arms, while she stared at Guan Shilin with displeasure in her eyes. "What do you think you are doing here? Your engagement with our Lilia has been dissolved. What does it matter to you who our Lilia marries?" Check new CHDers at novilbin.com. Oh, Shilin! The engagement was only dissolved after the two Guan and Ku families discussed it together. And as for the marriage between Lilia and your cousin, it was also decided only after the seniors from both the Guan and Ku families agreed to it as well. Father Ku said with a sigh in his heart as he looked at Guan Shilin. Although he came from good stock, but a pity, he was an orphan and in terms of status and position, Guan Shilin could not compare to his cousin in any way. "And you agreed to it as well?" He was still looking at Xianya, persistently asking for an answer. However, seeing that Guan Shilin was forcing her daughter to give him an answer, Mother Ku got angry. "So what if Lilia agreed to it? Would being with Guan Shiruan be worse than being with you? Why don't you look at yourself and see what you have to offer? You don't even have both your parents, so how could your status in the Guan family be comparable to Guan Shiruan in any way?" Mother Ku's words were sharp and tinged with sarcasm as she continued to say, "There's no harm telling you anyway, just to let you give it up completely. The seniors of the Guan family have told us this. In the selections for the young chief from among the members of the Guan family to be held 3 months later, Guan Shiruan will definitely win to become the young chief. That means that our Lilia here will soon become the lady of the young chief, and when Shiruan finally takes over as the head of the family in future, she will then become the lady of the Guan family's head. If she marries you, what is she going to get?" Hearing Mother Ku's words, Guan Shilin did not say anything. He merely stared solemnly at Xianya, who was being shielded behind her mother for a while, before he suddenly turned and lifted his foot to walk out without another word. Father Ku saw his arm hanging limply down the side of his body and he said in shock, "Why does his right arm look as if it has been crippled?" Mother Ku replied in an unaffected tone, "Why do you bother with what happens to him? Our Lilia does not have anything to do with him from now anyway. I'll go back to my room first." Xianya immediately returned to her room after saying that, and after closing the doors behind her, she walked over to the dressing table and sat down. She stared at the wooden hairpin in her jewelry box a moment and she suddenly picked it up to throw it in a basket in the corner of the room. "I made the right choice. I will not regret this. I will definitely not regret it. She discarded the slight tinge of discomfort tugging at her heart, and her eyes grew determined. She knew very well no matter how well Guan Shilin treated her, he would still not be able to give her what she wanted. I'm back. In the courtyard, Fengjiu raised her eyes to look over in Guan Shilin's direction. Seeing him come back fuming, she could not help but ask him with a smile, "What's wrong? Who stepped on your toes?" I went over to the Ku family's residence. Guan Shilin came to the table and sat down, before pouring himself a cup of water to gulp it down quickly. The Ku family? Her gaze was surprised as she looked at him. I had thought you went back to the Guan family. Up-to-date OVLS on OVL bin.cm. I won't be going back to the Guan family yet. I will wait till 3 months later before I go back there. And in these 3 months, I will be cultivating in seclusion. Hearing that, Fengjiu was slightly startled as she blinked her eyes in surprise. What has gotten you so agitated with you just having made one short trip out? Guan Shilin told her every word that the Ku family had said to him. He finally proclaimed, "Hence, I have decided. If they want to get married, they can go marry all they want. Anyway, when the family clan selections comes around 3 months later, I will definitely beat Guan Shiruan right into the ground. I will make all of them see that I, Guan Shilin, am not one to be trifled with." He must make them all regret it. Not just the Ku family, but also all the seniors of the Guan family. They all thought that he was inferior to Guan Shiruan, but he will prove to all of them and make them all realize that Guan Shiruan could not compare to him. Fengjiu nodded and said, I agree. I had just asked Ling Shuang to make a trip to the black market. Within these 3 months, I will have your arm recover to become as good as it was. His heart warmed immediately and he showed a smile on his face to say, "Little Jiu, thank you. You are my brother, what is there to thank me for? All right, you should go back to your room and cultivate. Before your arm recovers, practice the mental cultivation well so that when the time comes, your efforts will then reap much better results." All right. I'll be going back to my room now then. Guan Shilin stood up and went back to his room. The next few days were peaceful but busy. Guan Shilin was busy with practicing his mental cultivation while Fengjiu was busy with her martial cultivation and concocting medicine. As their days were well filled up, time passed by in a blink for them. Unwittingly, they had already come to the Cloudy Moon City for 2 months. And, using the barter trade formula, Fengjiu managed to gather all the herbs she needed in less than a month. She took another 2 weeks after that and managed to treat her elder brother's arm to achieve a full recovery. Within these 2 months, Fengjiu's name in the Cloudy Moon City had gradually grown, for no other reason, but just because even for people who had never taken a single step into the black market, had heard that a ghost doctor had appeared in the Cloudy Moon City. One who not only possessed excellent medical skills, but was also very well versed in the concoction of medicines. But just like the mythical sacred dragon who was shrouded in mystery and never seen, people had only heard of the ghost doctor's fame, but was never seen in person. If anyone within the entire Cloudy Moon City were to know whom the ghost doctor was, it would undoubtedly only be the black market's agents. But, the black market was not just any common power. The black market's influence spread throughout many countries, and even the Sun Glory country's ruler had no way of prying open the black market's mouth to reveal the identity of the ghost doctor. Many different powers had come anonymously to seek an audience, but they had all been rejected one after another. Even the ruler of the Sun Glory country who had come forward personally had not been able to see the ghost doctor as well. And it was because of this, that the identity of the ghost doctor had become more and more mysterious, which just made everyone even more curious. Dawn, courtyard. Fengjiu was coaching Ling Shuang's younger brother, Ling Hua, in Tai Chi when they heard Guan Shilin's voice filled with joy reaching their ears from afar. "Little Jiu, the peach blossoms in the Peach Blossom Monastery have bloomed. Didn't you say you wanted to go take a look? Let me accompany you to go there today. Fengzhou slowed, went back to a rest position and breathed out slowly before turning to Lin Hua to say, you continue practicing. Only then did Fengzhou turn to Guan Xilin and said, Big brother, I have already asked Ling Shuang to go get prepared and she will be ready in a little while more. But, you had better not go. Immediately upon hearing that he was not allowed to go, Guan Xilin became anxious and quickly said, how can I not go? How can there be just Ling Shuang and you alone on the trip? What if you meet with any trouble? Fengzhou laughed and said, how will that happen? You know how well skilled Ling Shuang is. Moreover, do not forget that you want to defeat Guan Shiruan before the eyes of everyone in the Guan family next month, so, shouldn't you be spending more time on your cultivation? Fengzhou paused a moment and then continued to say, what's more, I heard that the scenery at the Peach Blossom Monastery is excellent and I intend to stay there a few days before coming back. Stay a few days? Guan Xilin was surprised a moment before he said, but the Peach Blossom Monastery has never allowed anyone any overnight accommodations before. Fengzhou laughed slyly. They have never done that, but... Look at what this is! She pulled out something from the spatial space and waved it before Guan Xilin's face. Guan Xilin took it from her hand to peruse it and his eyes widened involuntarily as he exclaimed, land deed? The land deed for the Peach Blossom Monastery. How? How did you manage to get that? Last month, someone came to the black market asking to see me. I had initially not wanted to bother with it at first, but when I saw that the remuneration was the Peach Blossom Monastery, I accepted it. So, henceforth, the place now belongs entirely to us. She grinned and kept the land deed away as she said, as I currently happen to have some time on my hands recently, I thought of going there to have a look. For one, I will be able to go and appreciate and enjoy the view of the flowers, on the other hand, I will also be able to go take a good look at the place. If I find the place to be suitable, I will just use it as a foothold spot for the ghost doctor. Guan Xilin's eyes lit up and he said, the peach blossoms stretch over a very large area at the Peach Blossom Monastery and the outer perimeter is filled with peach blossoms of various colors. But even though its name is called the Peach Blossom Monastery, but in reality, it has nothing to do with monasteries in any way. I have seen it from afar once before, and saw that the courtyards and pavilions within were highly elegant. And I have also heard that the peach blossoms in the places within the inner perimeter where people are not allowed to enter were transplanted from other places and they actually bloom all year round, and that they are more beautiful than anyone can imagine. Hearing that, Fengzhou cast a knowing sideways glance teasingly at him and said, my brother, you seem to know a lot about it. Guan Xilin scratched at his head and he laughed sheepishly as he said, I went there with a few friends before and that was how I know all this. As he spoke, he saw Fengzhou still staring at him with a wide smile and he waved his hand at her to say, you guys just go. I won't go with you guys this time. I'll wait till the next trip. When we've gotten everything ready over there, it will still not be too late for you and Lin Hua to come over. Fengzhou nodded and glanced over at Lin Hua who was still practicing his Tai Chi and she said, come over here. Lin Hua fell into the rest position and he breathed out lightly before he came running over. Mistress. Ever since he awoke, his health had been improving day by day. He, who had found it difficult to even walk a few steps before was now even able to learn Tai Chi from his mistress. Although, he had similarly thought that Tai Chi with its weak and feeble strokes wasn't of much use, but as his mistress had said that it was good for his health, he had carried on with his practice of it. Looking at the youth who had put on a little weight over the past 2 months, Fengzhou smiled and reminded him, I will be going with your sister to the Peach Blossom Monastery. You stay behind and nurse yourself back to health. And, also watch over my brother, make sure that he does not goof off. Ling Hua glanced at Guan Xilin beside him and he nodded solemnly as he said, "Yes, I will watch the young master. Why would I need him to watch me? It will be good enough if the kid can take care of himself." Guan Xilin grumbled softly to himself. Feng Zhou ignored him and went on to say, "One more thing. You must practice your Tai Chi every day and night." "I will." Ling Hua agreed once more. Follow you stories at n/VELB/in.com. At that moment, Ling Shuang came in dressed in a fitting full black suit. When she saw all of them in the courtyard, she came over to Feng Zhou and said, "Mistress, the horse carriage is all ready. We'll leave after I have a quick change of clothes." Immediately upon saying that, Feng Zhou turned and walked off towards her room. Ling Shuang turned to her younger brother after that and her gaze softened as she reminded him gently, "I am going out with the mistress and you take good care of yourself here at home." Ling Hua nodded and he said worriedly as well, "Big sister, protect the mistress well, and do not let anyone bully her." Upon hearing those words, Guan Xilin nodded his head and said, "That's right, you must really watch her closely. Especially for all those lecherous men. Do not allow them to come close to little Jiu." The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. By right, I should go along with her. But a pity, little Jiu would not allow him to, and moreover, he needed to stay at home to cultivate. Ling Shuang saw the worried expression on his face and said, "Young master, there is no need to worry. I will make sure I watch the mistress very closely." Upon saying that, she turned to Ling Hua and said a few more words to him before walking over to stand outside Feng Zhou's door to wait for her to come out. Not long after, Feng Zhou came out changed into a suit of red as she strode out, and went outside with Ling Shuang. They climbed onto the horse carriage and Feng Zhou said to the two people who had come see them off at the doors, "We're leaving already. Go back inside. Be careful on the roads." Guan Xilin said. Actually, from here to the Peach Blossom Monastery, it was only about 4 hours by horse carriage and he was acting like they were going far far away, constantly reminding them worriedly like an old mother hen. Feng Zhou pulled down the drapes over the windows and Ling Shuang who was sitting on the outside asked the coachman to depart and they left on their way to the Peach Blossom Monastery. At that same moment, Feng Residence, Crescent Moon Court. "Little Gu, are you ready?" Yi Xian has been waiting outside for half the day already. Dressed in black, the towering General Feng was pacing in circles outside, glancing intermittently at the tightly shut doors of the room. When he saw the room doors open and his precious daughter coming out through them, he hurried himself over. "What should your father do with you? Ever since Ruoyan left, you don't even want a maid to serve you, and insists on doing everything yourself. What has it come down to? You are the daughter of Feng Shao and you do not have to do anything like this. The servants will take care of it all for you properly and as it should be. Listen to your father. Get a personal maid to serve you. If it really still doesn't work out, your father, I will personally pick one from the Feng household itself." Feng Qingji's eyes were filled with mirth and her ravishingly beautiful face was tinged with a playful pout as she grasped his hand in hers. "Father, do not worry yourself on that. It's just a small insignificant matter. I can do it myself. Moreover, I am the daughter of a gallant general. If I need others to help me with every single little thing, wouldn't people criticize me for being overly weak and useless?" When Feng Shao heard that, his heavy brows immediately arched up and his fiery gaze glared while he said, "Who dares to say that? Whoever does that, I will definitely teach him a good lesson." His voice paused a moment before he continued, "Daughters are supposed to be brought up dainty. And, I have only just one precious daughter, if I do not dote on you or indulge you, who would I go dote in? All right, all right. We'll discuss about this again. We should hurry to the front hall and not let Big Brother Marone wait for too long." She pulled on Feng Zhao's hand and dragged him towards the front hall. So you realize that you've kept him waiting? Then hurry, get yourself a personal maid when you come back so she can help you with some things to save you lots of time. Your F4 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. As he grumbled, although his voice was brash and his face stern, but his gaze looking at her was doting. Yes, yes, yes. I'll listen to whatever you say. We'll find one when I get back. We'll find one. She agreed hastily. Feng Zhao finally nodded in satisfaction and revealed a smile. That's more like it. In the front hall, Murong Yixian was in a little bit of a daze as he stared into the tea in the teacup he was holding up. Recently, his mind would often suddenly think of the girl dressed in red he saw in the rock forest town. For no other reason, but just because of that unexplainable sense of familiarity. He had once suspected that Qinggu had been switched out, but things that only the two of them were supposed to know about, this Feng Qinggu knew all about them. Would that mean that he had been thinking too much on it all this time? As he was deep in thoughts, he heard some laughter from outside. He raised his head and saw Feng Qinggu holding onto Feng Zhao affectionately and walking towards him. Looking at how close they were, he became unsure. This father and daughter pair had always been close. How could such affection and intimacy be faked? If she was not the real Feng Qinggu, how could Feng Zhao not notice? However, he did not know. To Feng Zhao, he held his family with high regard. If he were to ever suspect anyone, it would never be his own family, not to mention his own daughter whom he doted heavily on. Even if he did notice that she was a little different, he would never ever think of something so ridiculous as an impostor who had taken on the same appearance as his daughter. Moreover, to him, no matter how wayward she would always be the apple of his eyes. No matter what she did, he would always stand on her side. Unconditional love, that was what it was. He would never doubt her. Big brother Murong. Feng Qinggu loosened her grip and let go of Feng Zhao's hand and happily skipped over to his side. Her eyes were bright and sparkled with affection as she cheerfully asked, "Have you waited for a long time?" As he gathered his thoughts and calmed himself, he distractedly put down the teacup in his hand. He then looked up and smiled. "No, I've just arrived not too long ago." He looked over at Feng Zhao and ceremoniously called out, "Uncle Zhao." In the Feng household, his identity was not of the third prince but the future son-in-law, and they had watched them grow up together, therefore he paid his respects as a younger generation would. Explore Ta Ti stories at no/l/bin.cm. Oh, it's Yixian. Since you are here, help me bring this girl out. With you around, I feel more assured. Feng Zhao laughed heartily. The journey to Peach Blossom Monastery takes around 2 hours, this girl has already dawdled on for so long, don't waste any more time and head over as soon as you can. Father, you really don't want to go together with us? Since you'll be idling about at home, why don't you just join us? Then I can accompany you and we can admire the beautiful blooms together. The scenery is breathtaking. She hooked her arms around Feng Zhao's arms and asked in a coquettish tone. When he heard this, Feng Zhao laughed out heartily once more. Ha ha ha, no. No. With Yixian around, I'll just be a light bulb. Go on and enjoy yourselves. No need to rush back. He looked over to Murong Yixian and said, "Yixian, I will have to trouble you to take care of this little girl of mine." Towards this future son-in-law of his, he was very satisfied. The two of them had grown up together and had mutual affection towards each other. Tying the knot was just a matter of time, all that's left was to pick a date. Uncle Zhao, please rest assured, I will take good care of Qinggu. He looked at the shy Feng Qinggu who had on a slight blush. He flashed a resplendent smile to cover up the tangled feeling he harbored in his heart. Feng Zhao walked them to their horse carriage, and until the carriage was out of sight did he turn back and walk back to the Feng mansion. At the Peach Blossom Monastery. As she strolled along the small path inside the Peach Blossom Monastery, the scenery was beautiful, and the more she looked, the happier Fengjiu felt. With every step she took, she felt more satisfied with what she saw. Without a doubt, this place was the best location. It was beneficial for both cultivation as well as recuperation. Peach Blossom Monastery was located in the southern region of Cloudy Moon City. There was actually an entire mountain that was full of various colors and variety of peach blossoms. There was simply no end to the splendor. The Peach Blossom Monastery was built in the inner perimeter of this paradise, and it was a forbidden place. No outsiders were allowed to set foot in here. Every year, during the month of March when the peach blossoms were in full bloom, this was a scenic spot that attracted many visitors. Many people would come by this Peach Blossom Mountain to enjoy the spectacular sight as they admired the beauty of nature in the outer perimeter of this Peach Blossom Mountain. Many would also try to catch a glimpse of the Peach Blossom Monastery. Now, the right to enter this paradise belonged entirely to her. After she explored her new abode, she came to a stop. Leng Shuang, didn't the black market send some guards over? Go and inform them to head over to the foot of the mountain and close the mountain for 3 days. Yes. Without question, and without a moment's hesitation, Leng Shuang answered respectfully and immediately turned around to relay the orders to the black guards. Get latest level CHDers on NVE/LBJ/N.C/M. Upon receiving the orders, the black guards immediately carried it out. As Elder Yen had instructed them, that they were to unconditionally comply to that person's arrangements, and to not show the slightest disrespect to him. Once the order to seal the mountain was issued, several travelers who were presently within the mountain come to admire the blossoms would naturally have to be driven away. After all, the Peach Blossom Monastery was on land that was privately owned, and it was up to the owner whether he chose to allow people to come view the blossoms at the Peach Blossom Forest, and if he refused, they would just have to leave. As it was still rather early in the day, there hadn't been too many people in the Peach Blossom Forest, and it had only taken less than an hour to drive all the travelers out from the Peach Blossom Monastery's boundaries. At that moment, Fengjiu came to a pavilion yard within the Peach Blossom Monastery, and she saw an elderly person dressed in gray robe sweeping the ground in the yard. She stopped in her tracks and asked, "All the servants here have left. Why are you still here?" The gray-robed old man turned around holding the broom and looked at the red figure standing with his hands behind his back under the peach blossom tree in the yard to say, "I've swept these grounds for more than 10 years and cannot bear to leave this place anymore." Hearing that, Fengjiu revealed a smile, her gaze falling upon the figure of the gray-robed old man, and an indiscernible glint flashed in her eyes before she said, "If you can't bear to leave, then continue to remain here then." The old man was surprised momentarily. He cast her a thoughtful glance before he continued to sweep the ground, no longer speaking. Fengjiu did not care about that, and she turned away. After she left, the old man stopped and looked in the direction she left, and slowly retracted his gaze and continued to sweep the floor. The gray-robed old man was surprised as he glanced at the red figure and then went back to sweeping the floor, not saying another word. Fengjiu was unbothered as she turned and left. After she left, the old man paused and gazed in the direction the figure had disappeared before turning back to continue with his sweeping once again. When Murong Yixian, who was accompanying Feng Qinggu, arrived at the Peach Blossom Monastery, they discovered that the Peach Blossom Monastery's new owner had ordered for the entire mountain to be sealed for 3 days. Upon finding that out, he turned to Feng Qinggu beside him and said, "We came at the wrong time. The place has been sealed for 3 days. We can only come back 3 days later." As the mountain was sealed, Feng Qinggu was feeling rather unhappy as she said, "Will you come with me 3 days later? What if you tell me you are busy at that time?" Hearing that, Murong Yixian smiled slightly and said in a gentle voice, "I won't. Since I promised you, I will definitely keep my word." "That won't do, since we are already here. Even if we can't go up the mountain, should we at least tour around the surrounding areas?" Saying that, she held on to Murong Yixian's arm and continued on, Big Brother Morong, walk around with me. All right. He nodded his head in agreement. Hearing that, Feng Qingji's face lit up and she said happily, Big Brother Morong, you're the best. Morong Yishan smiled but did not say anything, but just accompanied her to stroll around as they took in the surrounding scenery. Maybe it was because she detected his cold indifference, Feng Qinggu was feeling slightly distraught. Her steps came to a stop suddenly as she looked at the person beside her. Biting on her lower lip gently, her voice tinged with a little aggrievement, she asked, Big Brother Morong, do you not like me anymore? Morong Yishan was startled and said, What makes you say that? Recently, I have been feeling that you seem rather indifferent towards me and unenthusiastic when you're with me. She glanced at him and then lowered her gaze. In the past, you were not like this. Do you not like me anymore? Silly girl, that's not true. He smiled as he stroked her head. It's just that my heart is slightly troubled, that's all. Huh? She raised her eyes up to look at him inquiringly. Morong Yishan laughed and said, The ancient sacred beasts descended in the 9 entrapment woods. Until now, there has still been no news on who has gotten it. That incident had even attracted many powerful pugilists from other countries to come here, and it is a matter that is of great importance to the imperial family. My heart has been rather troubled by this recently, and my mood has in turn been affected, which must be what led to your imagination running wild. After hearing what was said, Feng Qinggu was finally relieved and she beamed brightly to say, We already came all the way here, so you should forget all of that for a while. This mountain of peach blossoms has such beautiful scenery, and that should be able to let you relax. Morong Yishan agreed and walked with Feng Qinggu along a small path in the mountain. Those 3 days were enough for Feng Zhou to reorganize the Peach Blossom Monastery. First, she changed the Peach Blossom Monastery into the Peach Blossom Ridge, and she used everything within her knowledge to lay a spell around the Peach Blossom Ridge, separating the outer circle from the inner boundary. In this way, she would not have to worry about people mistakenly stumbling within the Peach Blossom Ridge, disturbing her peace. The Peach Blossom Forest would still be available for travelers to admire and enjoy, but she set one rule, that a fee would be collected to enter the Peach Blossom Forest. 3 days later, quite a number of travelers came to the Peach Blossom Mountain once again. When they found out that there was a fee to go into the Peach Blossom Forest, many of them were highly shocked. Just going up the mountain to admire flowers and we have to pay? What kind of a rule is that? Exactly, we all didn't have to in the past. With such a huge plot of big peach tree forest, shouldn't it be opened up? Why is there a need to charge? Some people were indignant as they stared angrily at the several black guards standing guard at the entryway, feeling that it was highly unreasonable for them to be collecting money and it was entirely unacceptable. Some others were more understanding, as the Peach Blossom Forest was after all private property, and as they were entering the private property of others to tour inside, it was reasonable that they had to pay for it. Putting themselves in the owner's shoes, if it was a place of their families, they wouldn't allow other people to come in to tour as they wished, or admire the sights whenever they wanted. And the blackguards were not that patient to explain it to the people, and one of them swung his gaze upon the man who was shouting and said in a deep voice, "Pay if you want to enter, if you can't bear to part with money then just stand aside." The complainants, having been called out like that, would naturally not want to admit that they were too stingy to spend money. Hence, they took out their money all red-faced and then stomped into the Peach Blossom Forest fuming. Not far away, Feng Qinggu was holding Morong Yishan's hand as she watched the scene in front, and she asked in puzzlement, "Did the owner of the Peach Blossom Monastery change? Isn't it said that this place is private property and it's not for sale? Who could be so capable that is able to buy over this place?" Check new CHers at novelbin.com. Meanwhile, Morong Yishan's gaze was fixed on the 3 Chinese characters with its willful and uninhibited strokes that read Peach Blossom Ridge, and his eyes were shining faintly as he could not help but say in praise, "Excellent writing." that wanton and liberal strokes in the characters were filled with a sharply uninhibited willfulness, and just by looking at the characters, it could be seen that the person behind was free and unrestrained. When he thought about it, the person who wrote these 3 characters that read Peach Blossom Ridge must be the new owner of this place. Moreover, according to the news, it seemed that the new owner of this Peach Blossom Ridge was the recently often heard of but never seen, highly mysterious ghost doctor. Hearing that heartfelt word of praise, Feng Qingge turned her gaze up with Murongyi Xian's, and upon seeing the 3 highly flamboyant and boldly written characters, even as a complete amateur with calligraphy, she had to admit that those 3 characters were extremely well written as well. "Let's get a move on." Murongyi Xian smiled as he said to Feng Qingge beside him. He had initially not been too enthusiastic about admiring flowers, but his mood was now much improved. Feng Qingge acknowledged and moved forward beside Murongyi Xian. Under a little structure within the Peach Blossom Ridge, Feng Jie was sitting under a peach blossom tree and brewing some tea as she admired the flowers, while Leng Shuang stood watch not too far away. A light breeze blew, which shook off a shower of red and white petals off the tree to cascade down. "Leng Shuang. Mistress." Leng Shuang walked over from behind. "Make a trip back, and tell my brother that I will only be back when he returns to the Guan family's young chief selections, and ask him to not get distracted but focus on his cultivation. Leng Hua will remain behind and accompany him, and we can all come here together at that time." "Yes." Leng Shuang acknowledged, but her feet did not move. She hesitated a moment before she asked, "Mistress, if I go back, you wouldn't have anyone to stay by your side to protect you?" Upon hearing that, Feng Zhou could not help herself but to laugh, and she arched up an eyebrow to look at Leng Shuang teasingly. "You really see your mistress as a completely defenseless weakling that needs someone to stick by my side to protect me?" Without waiting for her to answer, Feng Zhou waved her hand dismissively and said, "Go. You don't need to worry about me here." In the 3 days she had been here, she had gone into the space in the spatial ring to practice her cultivation, and her powers had improved tremendously. But she had concealed her cultivated powers so that people were not able to detect it. After all, her fame as the ghost doctor cum medicine concoctor were already highly attention-grabbing, and if people see her powers were growing so exponentially by the day, that would definitely cause people to feel threatened. Moreover, she also has an ancient sacred beast with her within the spatial ring, and although he was just in his infancy, he was not to be overlooked as well. Leng Shuang left and Feng Zhou stood up lazily, taking light fleeting steps as she walked out from under the little structure under the peach blossom tree. She was dressed in a full suit of red and was not disguised as a boy. Her hair draped loosely over her back, lightly secured by a red silk ribbon. She was not wearing any shoes, and her red dress did not cover her exquisite pair of fair tiny little feet. She stepped lightly along the windy meandering smooth pebbled path, her alluring tiny little toenails painted red peeking out from under her red dress, and without realizing it, she had come out quite a distance when she could suddenly faintly hear melodious music from a zither floating in from outside. "Huh?" Her gaze turned slightly and her eyes glinted with surprise. Following that, she pulled out a red face veil from within her sleeve to conceal her countenance, and she tapped lightly on the ground with the point of her foot, to glide through the air, like a sprite traversing among the peach blossoms, before quickly stepping out through the mystifying spell she laid. And with a single leap, the red figure sat lightly upon a branch of a peach tree, filled with beautiful peach blossoms in full bloom. Her snowy white pair of exquisite feet hanging off in midair, swinging leisurely, portraying a highly carefree and unconstrained sight. She leaned back languidly against the trunk behind her, as a hand stretched out to pick off a stem of peach blossom blooms, which she toyed with nonchalantly as she listened to the playing of the strings sounding from not too far away, and the corners of her mouth beneath the veil curled up involuntarily. A tune beautiful and elegant, highly pleasing to the ear, the clear pick of the strings, like the flow of water within the mountains, at times fast, at times slow, endearing and lovely. Such a classic piece for zither, she wouldn't think would exist in this mystical world that practiced cultivation of immortality. Phi ddeu up ts on n, o, v/e/ln, Com. Su Ruoyun, I have not even gone to seek you, why are you always running to come appear before me instead? Feng Jiu mumbled softly to herself, her slightly narrowed beautiful set of eyes glinted suddenly, as a strange smile lit within them. She was just about to get up and leap to the front when she felt a gaze she could not ignore fixed upon her. She tilted her head slightly as she pushed away the peach blossoms in front of her and looked. With that one look, the eyes immediately filled with smiles, sparkling brilliantly, overflowing with joy, like stars were twinkling within, suddenly mesmerized without a person knowing. It's her! Murong Yixian stared dazedly at her, his eyes suddenly showing surprise and anxiety that even he himself wasn't aware of. He stared at the figure in red sitting among the peach blossoms looking just like a sprite, looking at the snowy white pair of delicate and dainty feet dangling playfully in the air, seeing the little head peeking out from behind the peach blossom blooms and that pair of eyes which seemed to be speaking to him, filled with such an enchanting smile. He felt his heart pound and leap around, a kind of surprise tinged with an excitement that made his heart palpitate eagerly within his chest, the feeling slowly spreading throughout his body, unable to pull himself away as he got lost within. Big Brother Murong? What are you doing here? Hearing the voice behind him, he snapped back to his senses and instinctively turned his head to look back towards the voice. Qinggu? Why have you come here? Immediately upon finishing saying that, he seemed to remember something and turned his head back again towards the peach tree. The sprite-like figure of the girl was already gone, like what he had seen earlier had just been an illusion. He stared as the flower petals was shaken off by a light breeze, scattering an enchanting shower of falling petals, his heart suddenly feeling a faint twinge of unexplainable disappointment. You still have the cheek to ask me. I had thought to play the zither for you, but who knew you had instead come here to admire the flowers instead. She followed his gaze and looked, only seeing the falling flower petals scattering all over the ground. The peach blossoms here hold a high contrast of red and white blooms, and I had unknowingly lost myself looking at them. Murong Yixian said gently, with a faint smile on his lips, looking still slightly distracted. She was just about to say that the peach blossoms in the surrounding areas were all like this when Feng Qingji's expression suddenly perked up and she asked, Big Brother Murong, do you smell a strange fragrance? Your F48 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. Fragrance? The air is filled with the fragrance of the peach blossoms. Not that. Feng Qinggu shook her head and said, there seems to be another smell. As she spoke, she suddenly heard a buzzing sound from a distance away. She turned towards the sound and saw a large black swarm of bees fast approaching towards them. Her face immediately changed and she could not hold back a terrified yelp. Bees! The expression on Murong Yixian's face immediately changed as well when he saw the huge swarm of bees. He immediately pulled on Feng Qinggu's hand and ran. The tens of thousands of bees surged towards them and they were not what one or two pairs of hands would be able to ward off. And, by all reasons, even if there were bees here to collect the nectar, there shouldn't be such a huge swarm all of a sudden that would charge right at them. Arg! Feng Qinggu yelped in pain as she felt her arm being stung, quickly followed by another 10 over bees landing on her, terrifying her so badly that she began swatting herself all over. Go away! Just get away from me! Seeing that the surrounding swarm of bees were only stinging her alone, Murong Yixian was shocked a moment, before quickly removing his outer robe to go wrap around her. But before he could even reach her, he heard her scream while swatting herself heavily as she leapt several steps away to avoid the pursuing bees. Big Brother Murong! Many bees are stinging me, Big Brother Murong, eek! She screamed as she ran, and those bees followed behind her closely. Especially when she was passing through the area with the most number of travelers in front, she shocked all of them into squatting down and holding their heads to scream in terror, but they all soon discovered that those bees were only chasing after Feng Qinggu alone. Did she touch something she shouldn't have? How did she draw so many bees to her? When she ran past here earlier, there was a scent of fragrance on her. Maybe she applied too much scented powder. Stung by so many bees, that face would definitely swell up to become just like a pig's head. All the other travelers in the surrounding areas, regardless whether they were male or female, all stood watching as they saw Feng Qinggu running all over the peach tree forest, and a few ladies even watched on with a gloating look in their eyes. Everyone just watched as the swarm of bees pursued Feng Qinggu relentlessly, a few faster flying ones stinging her upon the face, eliciting several screams to erupt out of her. And when they thought about the pain if that had happened on their own bodies, they could not help but cringe from the thought. Arg! Big Brother Murong. Big Brother Murong, save me. Murong Yixian at that moment had been rather stunned by the sudden and abrupt attack and was helplessly flustered. When he suddenly remembered that bees were afraid of fire, he quickly took out his stick of glowing ember, intending to use fire to drive them away, when he saw Feng Qinggu run screaming about 100 meters away, to jump with a loud splash into vast pool that was used to provide water for the peach trees. Ouch! The crowd of people gasped, staring with incredulity at the scene before them. Murong Yixian regained his senses and saw the buzzing bees circle for a while more above before flying away. He hurried forward and pulled Feng Qinggu out from the water, quickly draping his outer robe over her tightly. Qinggu, how are you feeling? Murong Yixian was rather flustered when he saw her hands and face had swollen up, and he could not help but feel pained and guilty at the same time. Before they came out, he had promised Uncle Xiao that he would protect her, but he had allowed her to be pursued and stung by bees. Having nowhere else to hide, she had been forced to leap into the water pond to end up becoming such a sorry sight. Feng Qinggu did not reply and only lowered her head as she stood there shivering. Someone had targeted her. It was that strange fragrance. Who? Who was targeting her? Thinking about how she had been so wretchedly been chased by bees to run all over the peach forest and had had to jump into the water to escape them, she became so infuriated that her entire body was shaking. Murong Yixian thought that she was shivering because she was soaked through, so he quickly carried her up and sped towards the direction of the horse carriage. Seeing that Murong Yixian had carried Feng Qinggu away, the surrounding travelers who came to admire the peach blossoms started discussing fervently. None of them had noticed, atop one of the peach trees not too far away, a red figure was lying across a branch smiling happily to herself. The next moment, the red figure leapt, passing through the blossoms like a fairy through the peach forest, disappearing all of a sudden. Returning back into the inner boundary, Feng Jiu removed her veil, her mood joyous as she hummed a little tune. Skipping upon the stones shaped like goose eggs, she came inside and saw the old man still sweeping the grounds. She stopped in her tracks and glanced at him a moment before she continued on her way inside over the stones. After the red figure went inside, the old man sweeping the ground lifted his head and looked over in her direction. His eyes glinted, but his gaze did not change, and he went back to sweeping the floor with his head lowered. Ling Shuang came back in the afternoon, seemingly worried about leaving Feng Jiu alone within the peach blossom ridge. Hence, she had rushed back almost immediately after relaying the news. Feng Jiu tossed a swordplay manual to her and asked her to work hard on cultivation while she moved some herbs inside before shutting the doors behind her. When those doors shut, sometimes it was for an entire day where she wouldn't even come out to eat. Days in the peach blossom ridge passed peacefully and comfortably. Feng Jiu sometimes tinkered around with herbs, and at other times worked on cultivation, her days well spent, busy and fulfilling. No one knew it, but in less than a month after arriving here at the Peach Blossom Ridge, her cultivation had leapt up to reach the mid-levels of the mystical warrior stage. A state that others would take 10 years or more to cultivate before they would be able to achieve had taken her less than a month's time, where she had advanced through several levels in one go. Meanwhile, Feng Jiu was not aware that at that moment, in the courtyard back in the city that Guan Xilin and Leng Hua were in, a massacre had broken the tranquility that pervaded that place. "Who are you people? Why have you broken into our courtyard?" Dressed only in his plain white underclothes, Guan Shilin gripped his sword in his hand as he stared at the black-robed men, numbering more than 10, who had suddenly burst in forcibly. The boundary barrier around the yard had been broken by these guys and that had awoken them from their sound sleep. Visit no.v3lb/n.cm for new OVL. Ling Hua hurriedly draped his clothes over himself and came out. When he saw so many men holding long swords gripped in their hands outside, he jumped in shock. After all, he had never faced such a scene, and when he saw that the black-robed men had the two of them surrounded, their cold swords pointed at them, his heart was immediately terrified. A figure dressed in a full black long robe walked out from the back, his hands held behind his back, his malicious gaze fixed upon Guan Shilin, laughing chillingly. "People who have murdered members of my Su family, you think you can hide from me?" While a gray-robed old man following behind swept his gaze over Guan Shilin and Ling Hua, and his face creased up into a frown as he asked, "Who's the person who put up the barrier?" "So it is the head of the Su family." After hearing the black-robed man's words, Guan Shilin then managed to remember who he was. The Su family was like the Guan family. Both families could only be considered as medium-leveled family clans in the Cloudy Moon City. But the Su family did not have much dealings with the Guan family, and although Guan Shilin had never met the Su family's head, among the families named Su within the Cloudy Moon City who commanded considerable clout, would only be that one Su family. What does the head of the Su family mean by murdering your people? Could there be a misunderstanding behind all this? Although that was what he said with words, his mind was whirring at top speed. He was guessing that the matter must be somehow linked to Feng Jiu, but he did not dare admit it straight up at that moment. As for the gray-robed old man, Guan Shilin found him to be even stranger. He had never seen the man before, but he had been able to unravel Little Joe's barrier, and it seemed that that was no ordinary old man. When he thought of that, he moved near to Ling Hua behind him and said in a low voice, "You find a chance to escape. Don't let them catch you." Although Ling Hua had been rather flustered, he had managed to compose himself somewhat at that moment. Over the recent period, his body had been nursed to a complete recovery and his build had filled out rather well. But, he had never practiced any cultivation and was completely unable to cross swords with these people. If he remained behind, he would only distract the young master, and he might as well find a way to inform the mistress and his elder sister about this. Having decided on that, he moved himself back slightly. Misunderstanding? Ha 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 ha. What a great claim of misunderstanding. The Su family's head laughed out loudly before it stopped abruptly, and his bloodthirsty and malicious gaze fell on Guan Shilin. "My son, my second brother, with 2 elders of my Su family murdered by the hands of that wretched lass, and you think that could be resolved by merely claiming it to be in misunderstanding? Aren't you being too naive?" As expected. Guan Shilin's heart sank. It was Little Joe who killed the people from the Su family. But when did this happen? How come he knew nothing about it? Where is that wretched lass? Get her out here to receive death. The head of the Su family shouted in a deep bellow, his gaze looking all around. Even after kicking up such a big ruckus, besides Guan Shilin in the courtyard, he only saw another youth who did not possess any cultivation at all. "Head Su, we've both agreed to this. To not kill them first upon capturing them, this old man here would like to ask where she learned to set up a barrier like this." The gray-robed old man's voice was heavy, and he seemed to have come targeting on the barrier Feng Jiu had put up over the place. Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com. What I have promised, sire, I will definitely deliver. In the current situation, it is most important that we seek for answers on that wretched last location. Immediately after saying that, he ordered, "Capture them both. Run!" Guan Shilin shouted and pushed Ling Hua behind him while he blocked off the attack coming from the front. Clang! Clunk! Swish! The clashing of sword blades rang out clearly in the night air, as sharp arcs of energy swooshed past him. Guan Shilin held his sword before him to hold back the attack from the black-robed men, fighting in a desperate attempt to gain another moment for Leng Hua to make his escape. However, he was not Feng Jiu after all. Although his combat abilities had been increased, but against these men who were carefully picked out and brought here by the head of the Su family, it was becoming obvious he outmatched. Moreover, it was 1 against 10 and after just a while, his white underclothes was already well stained with blood. But for the black-robed men to capture him without risking having to take his life, was proving to be an arduous feat for them. Hence, the Su family's head had, after watching them for a while, shouted out, "Whole bunch of useless trash." He leapt out flying through the air as thick and intense mystical power gathered within his palm before he struck out. Bam! Whoosh! Guan Shilin was sent flying by his palm strike, and at the same time that his body flew back, a mouthful of blood spurted out from him, and before he could even stand up after crashing onto the ground, close to 10 long swords were already pressed against his throat, not allowing him to move in the slightest. At that moment, a black-robed guard came running to his side. "Family head, we've searched the place inside out and did not find anyone else. Only the youth had ran out from the back, but we have 2 of our brothers in pursuit." At that same moment, Leng Hua, who had run out through the back door, found his way blocked by 2 black-robed guards. When the 2 black-robed guards saw that Leng Hua was a commoner without any cultivation, they looked down on him completely. "You won't be able to escape. Just give yourself up." As he spoke, the black-robed man rushed up, reaching towards Leng Hua to grab his at his wrist, thinking to capture him and bring him back to the front of the courtyard. Who would have thought the hand he reached to in a grab would in turn be grabbed instead, and in that momentary slip, he felt his entire body being pulled and then pushed, to crash into the other black-robed man. "TSK. What the hell are you doing?" The other man was bumped in the head and he let out a curse reflexively. He pushed the man who had fallen onto him and saw that the youth had taken the chance to run further out. He summoned his chi and swung the sword in his hand, sending a wave of energy flying out from his sword. "Asking for death. Arg!" Leng Hua cried out in pain, and he stumbled a step as he felt the hot and burning pain across his back. He felt a warm liquid flowing down his back and his face immediately turned pale. But his steps did not stop as he continued to run forward. However, a black figure leapt up and easily passed over him to stand before his path. Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. Go on running. Why have you stopped? If we are not able to even capture you, wouldn't we be seen as a joke when we go back to them? The black-robed man gave a chill smile and tightening his grip on the sword, he struck, aiming to stab at Leng Hua on his left leg. But the figure of the youth that had been before him suddenly flashed and dodged his attack. Before he could even react, he found that his hand that was holding the sword had been grabbed by 2 hands and swung towards his neck. Swish! Arg! The black-robed guard only had time to gasp out in disbelief as he saw the sword in his own hand swung around, arcing towards his own neck. The speed that it happened, it was too quick for the other man to even jump in to stop it. Thump! With a heavy crash, the black-robed guard fell to the ground, his eyes staring, looking highly aggrieved. Around his throat, the sliced open wound was gushing out a geyser of blood, quickly staining the ground a bright red. Leng Hua was shocked at his own abilities. He had never practiced any cultivation and possessed only the Tai Chi he had learnt from the mistress. He had been practicing it daily in the mornings and nights all this time, and the strokes and movements have been deeply entrenched into his bones. At the moment of danger, his body had instinctively used Tai Chi in self-defense. Leng Hua knew that if he did not kill the other black-robed man, he would still not be able to escape, and hence, he gave up on running away, but turned around to face the other black-robed guard who was staring at him completely astounded. Leng Hua slowly lowered his body in a half-squat and he raised his hand slightly, reciting the Tai Chi mantra in his heart. Ease up the neck as the back straightens, wings loosely spread. Chest relaxed and the stance lowered, completes the form. Asterisk note from Cloud, I tried, best attempt for me to translate the mantra with minimal and little Google research. Don't smack me on the head. I must have seen a ghost. The black-robed guard saw that his companion was killed and realized that the kid was no longer running but was executing some soft and wispy form of martial arts. He immediately charged in with his sword and attacked. Meanwhile, at the courtyard in front. Speak! What is that wretched lass hiding? He had a foot stepping on Guan Shilin's chest which caused a trickle of blood to spill out from the corner of Guan Shilin's mouth. He let out a muffled groan but refused to say a word and just stared fiercely at the head of the Su family. Bring him back with us. I do not believe I will be unable to pry open that mouth. The Su family's head said in a sinister voice. Seeing that the two guards who had gone in pursuit of the youth had still not returned, his brows creased up together in a frown as he said, What happened? They couldn't even capture a little commoner who did not possess any cultivation? If they can't capture him, then just kill him. No need to keep that one alive. At this moment, a black-robed guard came running to his side. Family head, 2 of our comrades have been killed and that kid escaped. What? They've been killed by a commoner kid who has no cultivation? He bellowed in rage as he strode out in big steps and looked out the back door. His eyes swept through the surroundings and true enough, he saw 2 of his guards lying motionlessly on the ground. One had a red line gashed across his bloodied neck, another had a sword stabbed in the chest. When he saw that, he gnashed his teeth in anger and clenched his fists tightly. Humph. Very good, to think that a kid with no cultivation had actually killed 2 of my men. The elderly old man who arrived later stroked his long beard thoughtfully. A person obviously without any cultivation, but was able to kill a pugilist with cultivation. On top of that, there's even a barrier master here in this place. It looks like that girl is withholding some secrets. Thinking this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. What is the relationship between the man that we've caught and that girl? His gaze rested on the Su family's head and asked. When he heard this, the Su family's head immediately turned back and replied, That man we caught belongs to the Guan family, a middle-class family in Cloudy Moon City. However, word has it that he had died in the 9 entrapment woods. My guess is that that lass had saved him and they became close like siblings. So you're saying that if she knows that he had been caught she will step out and save him? Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com. Yes. Su family's head nodded as he let out a twisted smile. It's also good that the kid had escaped, he can bring news to her that we've caught Guan Shilin. I don't believe that she won't move once she's received the news. The old man furrowed his brow slightly and asked in a calm voice. If the Guan family knows that he's been caught, will they interfere? Ha! That is something you do not have to worry about. The kid we've caught is an abandoned son. Even his own fiancée has been snatched away by his own cousin. Do you think they are willing to thread these muddy waters and care whether he lived or die? After all, he's a person who has been cast away. That's good. Before we've lured that girl out, we need him alive. We also can't afford to have any unnecessary trouble. The old man said solemnly. Hearing this, Su family's head was inwardly shocked and looked at the old man, baffled. Senior, you're already an expert in boundary barriers, why would you be interested in the barrier set up by a little trashy lass? The old man glanced at him and scoffed coldly. This is my own business, Su family's head. Curiosity is not a good thing, knowing too much isn't good, the more one knows, the faster one dies. Being warned so curtly jolted Su family's head awake and he did not press further. After all, the identity of this old man was one whom he could not afford to offend. As for the other side. Leng Hua was panting heavily as he crouched closely in a corner after he had managed to escape. He was currently hiding at a back alley, gasping for breath. His whole body was soaked with blood, some belonged to the 2 guards he had killed earlier. This was the first time he had killed anyone. The situation before did not give him any time to think, and he could only act instinctively then. Now that it was over, he was feeling scared and his whole body was trembling. His heart was beating erratically. The fear lingered on and his heart would not calm down. After hiding in the alley for a while, only after he saw that there was no further movements and confirmed that there were no pursuers, he then clenched his teeth together and stood up. Taking advantage of the dark night, he stealthily hid under the veil of the night and escaped towards the direction of the Peach Blossom Ridge. He knew that the mistress had another identity as the ghost doctor and also had a good relationship with the black market. However, he could not go to the black market to seek help because his sister had always been the one who had accompanied the mistress, so no one could recognize him. Even if he managed to convince them to let him in, he was afraid that things might get out of hand and in turn, the identity of his mistress might get exposed. He could not reach his back and it was entirely soaked with his blood. He couldn't stop the bleeding, but he still pushed on. Every step he took was riddled with excruciating pain as his wounds tormented him. He always had a weak constitution, and coupled with the blood loss, his face was getting paler and paler with each step he took. Despite all these, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to keep moving forward. At the break of dawn, as the sun slowly peeked out while the sky was still tinged in darkness, the black guards who were making their rounds were chatting as they patrolled the mountain. Suddenly, they saw a shadow from the side and a few of them rushed forward in alarm. "Who's there?" Leng Hua had forcefully pushed himself all this way and his body felt heavy and sluggish as he continued on forward as he stumbled on step by step in difficulty. He fell down and struggled back up countless times. His back was completely soaked in his own blood. He had long become numb from the pain. His vision was also groggy as everything was now a blur. When he saw the black guards who were on patrol, he wanted to rush forward but his legs gave way and he could only helplessly call out in a cracking voice as his hands reached out towards them. "Help me, to see Leng Shuang, she's my sister." His voice was very weak but nevertheless, those black guards had heard it clearly. Leng Shuang's brother? Their eyes had a hint of surprise when they heard that. One came forward to check on his wounds while another rushed towards the inner region. Whether it was true or false, they still had to inform Leng Shuang on this matter. "What did you say? My brother?" When she had came out to check on the barrier, she heard the black guard report the matter to the captain. Her heart leapt up in fright. "Where's he now? Where? Bring me to him, quick!" Leng Hua should have been with the young master in the courtyard. Why did he come here? Did something happen? When Leng Shuang rushed over in a flurry and saw the unconscious Leng Hua drenched in blood, his blue robes completely dyed in red and his face was as white as sheet. She was flustered and her heart jolted in shock. She cried out, "Leng Hua!" She started screaming hysterically and wanted to rush forward to hold him but didn't know where to hold on to. She could only anxiously cry out, "Faster! Bring him in quickly!" Supporting him was the black guard captain and another guard who was following her from behind. When they were reaching the Peach Blossom boundary barrier, the two were inwardly ecstatic and thought that they could finally go in and have a look. However, just as they were about to reach, she stopped in her tracks. "Bring him over to me." She came forward and carefully leaned over as she supported Leng Hua and brought him in step by step into the Peach Blossom barrier. Very soon, the two silhouettes could no longer be seen as they disappeared into the peach blossoms. "How mysterious, we've been here for almost a month yet we've never been inside before. Just thinking about it makes me feel rather stifled." That black guard was muttering to himself. His heart was overwhelmed with curiosity, especially on the identity of the person living inside. The blackguard captain looked thoughtfully ahead and looked back at that blackguard and said in a heavy tone, It's not as if you've just started working as a blackguard. With regards to our rules, you should jolly well know it by heart by now. Things that are not meant to be known, don't ask, don't be curious. There's nothing good in knowing these things. Yes, sir. After being warned by his captain, the blackguard quickly lowered his head in shame. Leng Shuang had brought the unconscious Leng Hua to the room and checked his wounds. She quickly dressed his wounds simply and quickly went to Feng Zhou's door and knocked. Mistress, mistress. Urgency could be heard in her strained voice, and there was also a hint of panic in it. Feng Zhou, who had been sleeping, stirred and woke up when she heard Leng Shuang's call. She draped on her robe and opened the door. What happened? Her voice still sounded raspy, but her eyes were alert. Because she knew that Leng Shuang would not knock at her door at the break of dawn if not for an emergency. Mistress, little Hua came, but he's unconscious and soaked in blood. I'm afraid something has happened to young master. Read latest chapters at n/ve/lbi.co/m. When she heard this, Feng Zhou's heart sank. Where's he? Quick! Bring me to him. Leng Shuang had brought him over to her room, and once Feng Zhou entered the room, she was overwhelmed with the stench of blood that hung heavily in the air. She came to the bed and saw that his top had already been removed and he was lying on his tummy. His whole face was deathly pale. Looking at the long gash across his back, her eyes stirred and she quickly reached out to take his pulse. Leng Shuang, who was standing anxiously beside her, quickly reported, Little Hua's injury on the back is the worst one of all. The other injuries are all just superficial wounds and some abrasions. When I brought him in, the blood had coagulated, but he was already unconscious. Feng Zhou probed his pulse and her gaze rested on his feet. His boots were still on, however they were drenched completely in blood and there were also quite a few holes in them. She reached into her sleeves and took out a brown pill and placed it in Leng Hua's mouth. She then took another bottle of medicine and passed it to Leng Shuang. Take off his boots and help him clean up the wounds on his feet. Yes. Leng Shuang quickly held onto the bottle of medicine preciously and carefully removed the boots. Her tears started falling when she saw that his feet was in a terrible state, broken skin, blisters all over and blood everywhere. Hot tears could not stop as she tried her best to clean up the wounds, using her sleeves to wipe off her sniffles and tears as she went along. Seeing this, Feng Zhou comforted her. Although the wound on his back is deep, fortunately the blood had dried up, or else the journey here, which takes about 4 hours, would have already taken away his life. As for his feet, it's just some skin trauma. With the proper care and medication, he'll recover in a couple of days. There's no danger. She was now most worried about her brother. Leng Hua was now unconscious, so she could not find out what had happened. After listening to her words, Leng Shuang finally calmed down. After she had finished applying the medicine and wrapping up his feet, Leng Shuang realized that her mistress was already no longer in the room. She went out and saw Feng Zhou standing in the courtyard. She asked, "Mistress, may I go out and investigate what had happened?" Feng Zhou shook her head. "No, we'll wait for Leng Hua to wake up first. No one knows what had happened better than him." "Do not worry, young master will be fine." "Yeah." Feng Zhou nodded absent-mindedly. "When Leng Hua wakes up, call me." After which she returned to her own room. Once she entered her room, she quickly went into the spatial spirit palace, and with the flick of her wrist, a bottle of medicine appeared in her palm. This was a medicine that could enhance her cultivation. However, this was the first time she had refined this medicine, and she had yet to test out its efficiency and did not know whether there will be any side effects. The little phoenix saw her staring intently at the bottle in her palm, and he could not hold in his curiosity and toddled over with his little legs and asked in a baffled tone, "What's with that bottle?" "I want to enhance my cultivation and advance to the peak stage." She gripped the bottle tighter in determination. Little Fire Phoenix looked at her wide-eyed, bewildered. "Have you gone mad?" You are currently at the mid-level mystical warrior stage. Even if you want to charge up to the peak stage, even with the aid of the spatial spirit palace, you'll still need at least 6 months to achieve it. If you're going to forcefully push through and if something crops up, completely crippling your current cultivation is one thing, what if you even lose your life along with it? Do you know the gravity of the situation? Seeing that she did not have a single reaction, but only had her gaze fixated on the bottle in her hands, he quickly added, "There's more. Mystical cultivation also needs martial arts besides cultivating solely on mystical powers. Only when both aspects are joined together could a mystical warrior be able to bring out the best qualities and exhibit the greatest power. So even if your mystical powers have increased, with little comprehension in martial arts, it's also useless. Do you know that? Guan Shilin is in danger." She narrowed her eyes in resolution. "He is my brother, I cannot ignore this matter. But that does not mean you should stake your life on it." The little phoenix glared, his chubby little face fuming as he said, "If any accident happens during the level advancement, who would then go save him? Although my current cultivation is able to take on a cultivator in the pinnacle level of the warrior stage, I am still worried that if the opponent's power turns out to be beyond that, it would definitely result in an irrecoverable situation for us." Her voice hesitated a moment as she went deep in thought. "Moreover, I had set up a barrier on the courtyard and it would be impossible for anyone who isn't a barrier master to unravel it. Hence, even when Leng Hua still has not awakened to tell me everything, I know for a fact that the matter this time is definitely not ordinary, and the enemies I will be facing are also very powerful." All right, you don't need to take that medicine. If at that time you are really unable to deal with it, revered me here will then help you." Hearing that, Fengjiu's gaze fell onto the little figure, her eyes not hiding the suspicion she had against those words of his. "Little fella, although you are the ancient fire phoenix, but you are after all still in your infancy and still looking like a 3-year-old human child. If the enemies are people that even I am unable to deal with, what would you be able to do against them?" All new chapters NNV.com. There. She really feels that this pudgy little guy with his short hands and legs was just a little kid who looks just like a little prosperity doll and would not possess much battle power. After all, he still has not matured, has he? If they really encounter a powerful opponent that even she was unable to defeat, she sincerely did not believe that the kid possessed any capability to help. However, the little phoenix was immediately unhappy upon hearing those words. His chubby little arms folded across his chest and he plopped down to the floor on his behind as he glared at her angrily to say, "You shouldn't despise people like that. Revered me is not even close to being as useless as a human 3-year-old. Revered me is really very powerful." He re-emphasized the fact, seemingly afraid that Fengjiu did not believe him. "Mistress, little Hua has awoken." From outside, Leng Shuang's voice came in. Within the space, when Fengjiu heard that, she glanced another time at the pill in her hand and thought about it a moment before she kept it away. She then turned her head to give a reminder, "You be good and stay inside here to cultivate." After saying that, her figure flashed as she exited the space. Opening the door, she saw Leng Shuang standing there in glee. "Mistress, Hua has awoken." She nodded her head and strode towards Leng Shuang's room. When she came into the room, she saw that Leng Hua had already opened his eyes and upon seeing her enter, he was attempting to get up but Fengjiu pressed him down and said, "You still have injuries on you. Just remain lying down." "Mistress, young master has been captured." His voice was still very weak, but still much better than before. "You know who those people are?" she asked as she thought to herself. At least he was just captured, as long as he wasn't killed. That middle-aged man said they were from the Su family, and claimed that Mistress killed his son and 2 of his elders. Hence, he had come to seek Mistress to settle the score. Hearing those words, Leng Shuang was slightly taken aback. Her mistress kill people? How was that possible? Mistress powers was at most considered to be as damaging as an embroidered pillow. So how was it possible she could kill someone who was of an elder level of a family clan? When Fengjiu heard that, her eyes glinted, and it dawned upon her. So it's the Su family. That second master and all the several other people had already been killed by her, so how had they found out that she was the one that killed them? Did they find her portrait from the black market's bounty board and deduced it from there? Did they bring someone who was well versed with barriers with them at that time? And how did you manage to escape? Tell me everything in detail. The head of the Su family brought a gray-robed old man with them, and he was the one who broke the barrier. As for me... His voice hesitated. When he thought back to the situation then, he still found it all incredibly unbelievable. He then said, "Mistress, I found out that the soft and wispy Tai Chi is actually really awesome." At that moment, I was reacting almost completely by reflex, and if not for the Tai Chi that mistress taught me, I believe I would have died under the swords of those two men. When he thought back about it, he was still slightly traumatized in his heart. After all, in all his days before this, he had always been protected by his elder sister as he had a weak constitution and was often bedridden with sickness. Incidents that happened the way it had that night was completely inconceivable to him before this. But, after that night, a thought had formed in his mind with strong determination. He wanted to practice cultivation as well. Regardless, even if he wouldn't be able to compare with his elder sister, he will still cultivate. With that, he will not need people to always protect him, and if anything really happened, he might be able to protect them as well. Hearing those words, Ling Shuang involuntarily turned to look at her mistress, finding it all rather incredulous in her mind. That martial arts mistress practiced could actually take on an enemy. She had always thought that her mistress had practiced that just to give her body some exercise and had not thought that it would turn out to save Lil Hua's life. After hearing what Lin Hua said, Fengjiu nodded her head and reminded him, "You should rest well and nurse yourself back to health. You do not need to think about anything else." And she turned to go outside immediately. Ling Shuang followed right behind her, and seeing Fengjiu standing within the yard, she asked, "Mistress, what should we do next?" "I will be making a trip back there and you'll help me oversee the things here." CHCK for US Tirais on no/v/l/bin.c0m. Mistress is thinking to go save young master by yourself? Ling Shuang was rather taken aback, as she continued to say worriedly, "Those people hold powers even young master is unable to take on, and if mistress goes there, wouldn't it be delivering yourself into the enemy's arms?" She did not say those words aloud. But from what she could see, even if her mistress was highly proficient in Tai Chi, it would definitely still not be a match for a head of a family clan. Moreover, she was just one person and the enemy was an entire family clan. Even putting the disparity of their powers aside, the mere difference in terms of the number of people was already too large, so how could she allow her mistress to go seek her own death? Those are not things that you should be worrying about. You just have to do what I have asked and that will do. She turned around and went back to her room, changed into men's clothes, and put on the golden mask with the Madara flowers, and the air around her immediately transformed with her change. The air that surrounded her was sharp, her demeanor indolent, feeling as dangerous as the Lord of Darkness, mysterious. The aura she had always suppressed and hid all this time was released at that moment, one that people would not be able to overlook. She went out of the yard, and swept through the peach tree forest, her mystical powers surging, and with her queer mystifying steps, she moved so fast like a ghost, leaving not a single trace of her passing behind. Su Family Dungeon. Swoosh! Piak! Ong! The sound of the cracking whip brought about swooshing sounds as its tip tore through the air, every single crack of the whip accompanied by a muffled groan. The air hung heavily with the thick stench of blood in that dim and damp underground dungeon. Upon the crossbeam wooden stake, Guan Shilin was lashed, his body all covered in wounds, the whip lashes crisscrossed over each other, blood flowing down together with his sweat, soaking completely into the hopelessly tattered clothes hanging from his body. From the moment he had been captured and brought in here, the lashing from the whip had not stopped at all. He was so drained and exhausted that he did not even have the energy to shout out in agony, and he felt as if he was detached from his body, so numb he could not really feel the pain. He did not even have the strength to lift his head anymore, but the person waving the whip did not relent in the slightest as he cursed while he cracked the whip continuously. "Who let you kill me, son? Who let you kill my second brother? Who let you annihilate 2 of my elders? Who let you make yourself an enemy of my Su family?" The guard standing at the side saw that Guan Shilin was already on his last vestiges of consciousness as his head finally drooped when he fainted, and he said in a highly cautious tone, "Family head, the man has already fainted. Bring me the red-hot branding iron. Burn him awake!" The guard was startled, but he quickly acknowledged the order and went to the back to bring a burning red-hot branding iron, before he carefully handed it over to the family head. "I would like to see just how strong-willed you are," Family head Su said that in a chilling voice as the branding iron in his hand was about to push onto Guan Shilin's body. The red-hot branding iron was still sizzling with steam, and even the guard could not continue to watch. "Hold it!" A dominating voice filled with power reached him, which caused family head Su, who was just about to press the branding iron, suddenly hold his hand, to turn with a frown on his face to look at the person who had just come in. The gray-robed old man came striding in. Detecting the strong stench of blood within the dungeon and seeing the already unconscious Guan Shilin, his brows creased up together while his face darkened, looking highly displeased as he stared at family head Su. "This person is still of use to us. If you torture him to death and the girl does not come, who should this old man here look for?" Hearing those words, family head Su did not say anything but just handed the branding iron over to the guard at the side and said, "There is no need for Senior to worry about that. That wretched lass will definitely come. If she does not turn up, even if he has to turn the cloudy moon city upside down, he will definitely find her." Night fell, and the Su mansion was lit with lanterns bright as day. Many teams of guards crawled inside and outside of the place, setting up an inescapable net, just to capture the prey that might just appear here tonight. Hidden within the shadows to observe them for an entire day just to await nightfall, Feng Zhou suddenly saw a familiar figure in black. Her brows creased up, and with a flourish of red, she shot towards that figure. Leng Shuang had just leapt up upon the wall at the main doors when a hand suddenly closed over her shoulder, and another clasped over her mouth as she was pulled into the shadows. She was just about to retaliate when a familiar voice said softly, "It's me." At the same moment she spoke, Feng Zhou released her hand and stared with a frown at Leng Shuang, who had turned around, before she said, "Didn't I ask you to oversee the things at Peach Blossom Ridge? Why are you here instead? Mistress?" Leng Shuang's eyes lit up as she replied, "I was worried about you, and so I came here." Letting her mistress come conduct the rescue alone, she would not be at ease, hence, after she told Leng Hua to look after himself, she immediately came here following Feng Zhou. "Foolishness!" She spoke in a hushed tone, "If I had not stopped you, you would have messed up my plans tonight." Upon hearing that, Leng Shuang quickly lowered her head and replied, "I'm sorry, mistress. Go back now." Against those words, she quickly raised her head up and shook her head obstinately to say, "I will not go back. I will help mistress rescue the young master. Going in there, you might really be killed." Leng Shuang's gaze was determined as she looked at Feng Zhou, and she said, "Leng Shuang's life belongs to mistress, and even if I have to die for it, I will not allow mistress to go take the risk herself." Feng Zhou stared at the young girl for a long while before she turned her gaze away. "Since you are not afraid of death, then follow me." "Yes." Leng Shuang's heart was delighted and her eyes lit up. Feng Zhou led her quietly around to leap onto the wall over the doors at the back. Hiding within the shadows, Feng Jiu immediately saw that areas in the outer perimeter without any guards on patrols had boundary barriers set up, and if she wanted to go in, she would have to pass through those barriers. Your F48 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. There are boundary barriers inside. Follow me very closely, you cannot take even one step wrong. The moment her voice fell, she leapt down and led Leng Shuang into the boundary barrier. Meanwhile, inside the Su mansion, within a courtyard, family head Su was sipping on tea as he asked in a slightly worried voice, "Senior, can that boundary barrier really trap a person inside? Could it be that she is actually already here but just that we do not know it?" "It won't." The old man shook his head and said confidently, "Against this old man's barriers, no one within the entire Sun Glory country will be able to break through. As long as she dares to come, we will not need to lift a finger and she will definitely be trapped within the barrier, unable to escape." However, the two of them did not know that the person they were talking about had already walked out from the boundary barrier safe and sound. Once out of the barrier, they were immediately confronted with an approaching team of night patrol guards. Just as Leng Shuang was thinking that it was too late to hide, she was whisked away by Feng Jiu to the other side, quick as a flash of lightning as they moved, completely undetected by the night patrol. Once they came to a stop, Leng Shuang found herself stunned, her eyes wide with incredulity as she stared at her mistress beside her. Movements like that would still be beyond her even if she cultivated for another 10 years. "Go!" Feng Jiu whispered in a hushed tone, leading her towards the side. Along the way, although they occasionally encountered the Su family's night patrols, they managed to avoid them and the guards were not alerted. Leng Shuang finally understood what her mistress' words earlier meant. In here, the outer ring was set up with a boundary barrier, while the inner ring was crawling with night patrolling guards. If she had come in on her own, she would surely have been discovered by now. "Wait here." Leaving her curt instructions, Feng Jiu leapt out and clasped her hand over the last guard who brought up the rear and pulled him into the shadows. When the patrol had moved far away, she then asked in a low tone, "Where is Guanxi Lin?" The guard's eyes were widened in terror. Pleading with his eyes, he stretched out a finger and pointed out the direction. He kicked out, trying to struggle free, and upon seeing that, Feng Jiu's eyes glinted chillingly and she broke his neck with a snap of her wrist, before dragging him deeper into the shadows to dispose of his body. The duo moved out once again, towards the direction pointed out by the guard. They avoided all the patrols they encountered and Feng Jiu only stopped when they came near an area filled with rock formations of miniature mountains further inside. Leng Shuang looked at Feng Jiu questioningly, not understanding why they had suddenly stopped. Feng Jiu's eyes scanned the entire area before her and spotted 4 guards standing before a particular cluster of rock formation further up and noticed that there were several more people hidden within the shadows in the surrounding area. Her eyes showed she was deep in thought. She knew she would be unable to dispose of all the guards both exposed in the open and those who were hidden quickly enough without alerting them, and she concluded she could only use drugs. She flipped her palm and pulled out a medicine bottle from the spatial ring and silently slipped upwind. She dispersed the suds from the medicine in her hand as she scattered them into the night breeze and waited quietly. Until all the guards who were hidden and in the open had fallen to the ground, Feng Jiu then signaled for Leng Shuang to come out. "You stand guard here. I'll go inside and see." Immediately after her voice dropped, she swung the rock door panel open and went inside. Once inside, the damp and dank stench assaulted her, and the thick stench of blood mixed within made her brows creased up together. Especially when she saw the badly bloodied and mangled person tied to the crossbeam stake, her heart winced and a murderous aura of massacre spilled forth. "Big brother!" she called out in a hushed voice, but Guanxi Lin had lost consciousness and there was no reaction. Immediately after that, she quickly stuffed a pill into his mouth and cut the ropes before bringing him outside. "I'll draw the guards and you find a chance to bring him out of here." Leng Shuang, who was carrying Guan Shilin, nodded and reminded Feng Jiu worriedly, "Mistress, please be careful." Go quickly." Leng Shuang acknowledged, and seeing them leaving in another direction, Feng Jiu turned her gaze upon the main building in the inner perimeter, her eyes filled with sinister and bloodthirsty murder, and a low voice rumbled out from her mouth. "I will make you realize that there are some people you cannot afford to antagonize. Fire! Fire! Put out the fire!" Family head Su and the old man who were chatting in the yard had, upon hearing the shouts of fire coming from outside, immediately shot to their feet and roared, "What happened?" A guard came running and looking highly flustered. "Family head. Bad news. Many places within the mansion has caught fire and the flames are highly intense. The flames are spreading quickly and will reach here soon. Discover NW Chapter SNN0EL by.com." Hearing that, the two men's expression changed drastically and they rushed quickly outside. But when they came outside, and family head Su saw the situation, he almost fainted away. The enormous Su mansion, just its guards alone, would number about 100 of them. But before his eyes, all of them were lying upon the ground, not known whether they were still alive or dead. Only 2 elders and 4 of the Su mansion's team leaders of the Master Warrior grade were still conscious. And atop the wall of a doorway, a figure in red stood standing high up there, watching everything below. The red figure looked mesmerizing with his fiery red clothes fluttering in the night wind, his golden Madara flower face mask made more mysterious as it reflected the light from the raging flames all around. But, when he saw the golden Madara mask and that suit of red clothes, family head Su's face turned pale as he exclaimed, You are the Ghost Doctor." Ghost Doctor. A highly mysterious person who was both feared and revered. No one knew his true gender, and only knew that he was always dressed in a suit flamboyant and sinister red, with that golden mask filled with blossoms of Madara flowers in full bloom. Many major families within the Cloudy Moon City had sought an audience, but had all been rejected. Visit no.v3lb/n.cm for new OVL. The ruler of the Sun Glory country had asked to meet him, and had been rejected just the same. The black market spread throughout many countries held him in great esteem, and saw him as a highly distinguished guest. It was rumored that he possessed medical skills that could bring one back from the brink of death. It was rumored that a dose of medicine from his could instantly raise the power of warriors. It was rumored. There were many rumors, and this entity, who existed only in rumors, had come to his Su mansion today, and had appeared in such a manner. How could he not be expected to not fall into panic? That was a person whom the powers behind the black market wanted to protect. If any of the other powers around here knew about this, the Su family would no longer be able to maintain a foothold within the Cloudy Moon City anymore. However, as the fear gripped at his heart, a mad and crazy thought suddenly came to his mind. Kill him! As long as he is dead, the powers behind the black market will not know that he was the one responsible. Once he is dead, the Su family will not need to fear any form of reprisal from the black market. Kill him! I want him killed! He suddenly snapped back to his senses and shouted loudly, his finger pointing at the figure in red standing high up upon the wall, his voice sounding highly malicious and almost maniacal. She must not be allowed to leave this place alive. The gray-robed old man frowned and threw a glance at family head Su before quickly looking away, his gaze fixed upon the red figure, his eyes dancing with a glint of excitement and anticipation. No! This old man here wants him alive. The 2 elders stepped quickly to come stand beside their family head. Their clothes had been slightly burned off by the fire, and as they had just escaped out from the fire, their hair was also in a mess, their faces smudged, making for a rather sorry sight. Family head, there's knockout drugs within the fire. Everyone below the Master Warrior grade have been knocked out. Kill him now! Family Head Su bellowed in a deep voice, spitting out the words one by one, shouting out his order for all the 4 master warriors to kill that figure in red, and then immediately turning his eyes onto the gray-robed old man beside him, so overcome with rage he had slightly lost his reason as he questioned. "Didn't you say that he wouldn't be able to get past your barrier? Didn't you say that you will definitely know it once he enters your barrier? He set fire to destroy my Su family's century-old heritage. If I do not wash the Su mansion with his blood today, I shall not let the matter rest." The very moment his voice dropped, a mouthful of blood spewed forth from his mouth, as he was sent flying through the air by a single palm strike, to crash heavily into the corner of the wall before falling right into the blazing flames raging upon the ground. He did not even have the time to cry out when a loud crash sounded and the entire face of the wall collapsed, burying Family Head Su under it. "Family Head!" The 2 elders called out in shock, and the 4 team leaders' faces turned ashen, their eyes appalled as they looked at the gray-robed old man who had struck so suddenly. The old man's eyes were narrowed slightly as a malicious aura emanated from his body, his voice contemptuous and chilling as it slowly came out from his mouth. "Who do you think you are? You dare to question me?" His malicious gaze turned, which startled the 2 elders beside him, causing them to unconsciously retreat 2 steps backwards. One palm, and it had killed their family head, who was at the pinnacle of the warrior master grade. 1 palm was all it took to not even give their family head the opportunity to stand up at all, but had his life snatched out from him. Within the roaring blaze, under the heap of rubble, the family head of the century-old Su family had suddenly and unexpectedly died such an ignoble death. Standing on her high vantage point, Feng raised up an eyebrow under her mask, as her eyes flashed with a momentary puzzlement. Aren't those 2 people in cahoots? But he had struck out at Family Head Su and killed him? Killed with 1 palm strike. Her gaze fell upon the gray-robed old man, staring at the mystical energy gathered around the old man's palm that was visible to the naked eye. Grand Warrior Master. The gray-robed old man's powers was above a warrior master, a grand warrior master. It has to be that. To be able to take out a warrior master at the pinnacle with just 1 single palm strike, his powers would naturally have to be of a higher level than Family Head Su. But, a grand warrior master. The current Feng Jiu would have no issues dealing with someone who was at Family Head Su's level. But to take on a grand master warrior, and his powers were seemingly not just at the initial levels of the mystical grand warrior master grade, it was thought even 2 of Feng Jiu would still not be a match for such an opponent. Go, capture her for this old man. Remember, this old man wants her alive. The gray-robed old man remained standing there and did not move from his spot, his hands crossed over each other, hidden within his sleeves. His eyes were shining with excitement and anticipation as he stared at the flamboyant and mesmerizing figure in red, his gaze feeling so strange it gave one chills. Yes. Yes. No matter whether it was the 2 elders, or whether it was the 4 team leaders, even when they saw their family head murdered by the old man, they did not dare seek revenge for their family head. As deep down in their hearts, they knew the opponent's power far exceeded their by too much, and if they did not comply, the next ones to die would be them. When she saw the several men surround her and attack, Feng Jiu's eyes flashed briefly, and she drew out her dagger, flipping it over to hold it in a reverse grip. She summoned her chi and leapt, landing upon a roof not much further off. The men pursued behind her closely, with no weapons in their hands, almost as if they fearful of the old man, and the men did not dare to use any sharp blades against her, but unknowingly making it easier for her to kill them instead. "There's no escape!" One of the elders shouted, reaching a hand out to grip Feng Jiu's shoulder, with mystical energy surging, and his warrior master's oppressive aura pushed out in assault at that moment. The elder was thinking pin the opponent down first, before proceeding with the capture, but unexpectedly, his hand had suddenly instead been grabbed, and twisted behind his back. His opponent's ghostly movements, and the tricky movements of her hands, made it impossible for him to avoid falling into the enemy's hands. Before he could even try to retreat, an icy cold dagger had already been lightly pressed against his neck. When the other captors saw that, their hearts almost stopped, overcome with shock and incredulity. They all knew the third elder's powers well, but he had been so easily countered and pinned? Even fallen into the enemy's hands where his life would be decided by the prey? Don't kill me. Third elder was in a panic, unable to believe that the scene he had visualized had manifested in a blink, but the person being held in restraint was him instead. Too late. Fengzhou's voice was cold, as she pulled the dagger within her hand. A deep wound split open at the neck, and blood gushed out. Third elder! The second elder shouted out in shock, his voice trembling. Seeing the third elder who was as close to him as a brother having his throat slit, the sight of the blood gushing out drove a stabbing pain into his heart, and made his eyes burn. His pair of hands clenched up, the knuckles on his fists making a crackling sound, as an intense hatred boiled within his chest, like sizzling hot lava, threatening to burst out from his chest. The family head was dead, and among the four elders, he was the only one left. The Su mansion was also burning as the blazing flames raged, and it was expected that the place would finally fall into ruin. The Su family had fallen. And all of it was caused by the one person before his eyes. She must be killed. Only by killing her would he be able to vent out the fiery rage within him. Only by killing her would he be able to let the spirits of the 134 lives in the Su mansion rest in peace. Swish! With a cold steely flash, a long sword was suddenly snaked out from within his sleeve, its sharp point angled to the ground. His malicious and murderous gaze was locked upon the figure in red before him, mystical energy infused thickly with murder flaring out from his body. He was summoning out every single ounce of power within him to the surface, to commit himself to this battle to the death. Check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. At the moment they saw the third elder was killed, the bodies of the four team leaders stiffened, and instinctively wanting to run away, but their bodies had just ready to sprint away when several silver needles shot them in the back of their necks. The four men groaned and their bodies froze a moment, before falling limply to the ground, tumbling right into the roaring flames. Arf! AR! Screams of agony came out from within the flames, as the four people rolled, their bodies on fire, struggling to stand up to escape. In the end, they were engulfed and consumed by the merciless fire. This old man stakes his reputation as an elder of the Su family and will hereby vow. Even if I am to die, I will drag you down along with me. The second elder's sinister voice rang out, and his mystical energy flared, as chi of the sword shot out from his sword's point. The visible sword's chi was like a venomous snake, flying at a blinding speed towards his opponent. The speed that he moved at, the viciousness of his strike, was led by his strong determination to send his opponent to his death. Seeing that, Fengzhou did not dare to be careless as she imbued mystical energy into the dagger she held in her hand in response. As the sword and dagger clashed, the clangor resounded, as sharp and malicious gusts of chi spilled out from between the two, whistling loudly as it sliced through the air. Down below, seeing that the second elder's attacks were vicious and fatal, the gray-robed old man's eyes deepened, his face showing displeasure as he eyed the two people higher up on top. To him, the girl was too useful to him, for her to be killed just like this. But, when he saw that the girl was able to remain completely unharmed after receiving so many strikes from the second elder, the eyes that were gazing upon her unconsciously showed some surprise. After all, from what he had seen, since she had already shown herself to be skilled in boundary barriers and medicine, he had thought she would undoubtedly be unable to cope with battle skills cultivation on top of that. But against all expectations, she had surprised him once more. That's right. Surprise. He had thought that she would not be able to unravel the boundary barrier he erected, and the moment she stepped into it, she was bound to be trapped. But she had been able to pass through unscathed without even alerting him as the person who set it up, that had obviously told him that her barrier cultivation was more profound than he had imagined. And, he was even more certain, on her, there would definitely be ancient texts on boundary barriers that he had never researched before. When that thought came into his mind, his eyes lit up. Boundary barrier ancient texts. He had never thought that he would stumble across such a treasure within a measly 9th-grade little country like this. But since he came across it, he would never let it slip away. Together with the girl, he wanted them all. He concealed his excitement as his gaze fell upon the highly alluring figure, imagining the kind of flawless beauty that hid behind that mask, his heart harboring secret intentions. After he got his hands on the boundary barrier ancient texts, this eye-grabbing and flamboyant girl would then be made to become a repository source for his cultivation. Arg! A cry of pain sounded, and it could be seen upon the roof. The long sword within the second elder's hand had been sent flying with a well-placed kick. The long sword sailed through the air and fell within the roaring flames below. Having been kicked hard, his hand between his thumb and second finger was suddenly feeling numb and extremely sore, feeling as if the bones in his wrist had been broken by the kick. The pain spread through his arm and he was unable to lift it as it hung limply at his side, trembling slightly, his face pale as he stared at the red figure in front of him. Follow US stories at nvl/by/n.com. Against the bright glare from the raging fire below, the red figure looked even more dazzling to the eye, the jet-black hair blown up by the night's wind, as if a pair of hands had gently lifted up her hair, to fan out behind her, flying against the night. The golden mask with its flamboyant mandara flowers in full bloom, making her seem all the more mysterious, unfathomable. A bloodthirsty and murderous aura emanated from her body, highly intense, the aura so strong that it made his heart fill with fear. It was to be expected. If the enemy was just a nobody, the several elders that they were would not have fallen one after another under her hands, or even their family head had paid with the existence of the entire Sioux family all because of her. When that thought came into his mind, he clenched up his jaw tightly, and gathered all his mystical energies within to have them all surge to a point just below his navel. In a quick moment, his entire body bloated up very quickly like a rubber ball filled up with air, where the robe on his body split and tore from the sudden expansion, exposing the originally skinny body underneath. But, at that moment, that withered and skinny-looking body was still continuing to swell, as the energies expanded explosively, stretching his skin to the point his veins or arteries underneath were clearly visible but looking as if he was about to explode at any moment. I've said it before. Even if I am to die, I will drag you down with me. The second elder shouted almost maniacally, his head of gray and white hair flying in a complete mess as the chi surged all around him. His hands stretched wide open, and he leapt madly towards Fengjiu, the speed that he moved at, suddenly doubling from when he had previously battled Fengjiu. When the old man down below saw that the second elder was inciting his own body to blow up to kill the girl together within the blast, the expression on his face immediately changed, and he shouted suddenly in an anxious fluster and exasperation, "Damn it! I told you I wanted her alive. Alive!" He kicked his feet off from the ground and the gray-robed figure instantly rose, his speed several times faster than the second elder who had every single ounce of his mystical energies drawn to a full surge. Fengjiu had immediately raised her guard when she had seen the maniacal look on the second elder's face. But, when she saw that he was going to detonate his mystical powers to bring her down together in mutual destruction, her eyes had showed shock, never having expected that the second elder would go this far for the Sioux family. Immediately, she quickly retreated backwards, every single step taken trying to avoid him as quickly as possible. After all, the self-detonation of a master warrior at the pinnacle level was not exactly a small joking matter, and she wasn't prepared to pay for the slightest slip with her own life. However, as she was beating a retreat, a gray-robed figure leapt quick as a demon into the fray. She had not even gotten a clear glimpse of the figure before she saw him deliver a mighty kick into the second elder who was leaping straight towards her, sending him flying straight up into the sky. Arg! I refuse to concede. Boom! Ka-boom! Resounding through the night sky was the second elder's unreconciled voice filled with hatred trailing off. Before the voice ended, a loud boom of explosion was heard and the second elder's body exploded into smithereens high in the sky, giving out a huge ear-splitting explosion. The bright flare of light that lit the skies and the loud boom completely shattered the still tranquility of the night, waking up almost the entire Cloudy Moon City in an instant. Just as the cultivators within the Cloudy Moon City from varying regions were speeding towards this place, up upon the roof, the gray-robed old man turned to face Fengjiu, an amicable smile upon his face, but within that pair of eyes was a gaze tinged with a kind of excitement, coupled with a strange glint that stared at her as if those eyes were locked onto a prey. "Do not be afraid, I will be good to you." When Fengjiu heard those words coming out from the gray-robed old man's mouth, she felt an immense chill shoot through her entire being, and goosebumps jumped all over her, the corners of her mouth suddenly developing an uncontrollable twitch. Especially when that old man was even looking at her with a strangely excited glint in his gaze. The kind of disgust she felt was just indescribable. She gazed appreciating at him and rubbed her arms over the goosebumps that had appeared, saying, "Old thing, shouldn't you hold up a mirror and look at that old man that looks exactly like a dried-up orange before you speak? You are already a person who has one foot inside the coffin and you can still be so utterly shameless." The sarcastic words filled with such disdain caused the gray-robed old man's gaze to darken and even the smile on his face faded, whereby his body then turned to give out a malicious aura as he stared at Fengjiu. "The fact that this esteemed self is even willing to accept you as my cultivation respiratory is already thinking highly of you." "Cultivation respiratory?" Fengjiu screeched in mock horror and threw a measuring glance from the top of the old man's head to his toes with contempt in her eyes and said insultingly, "It wasn't immediately visible to me that such an old thing can still is such a lecher? But, you are already so old and aged, that thing down there is still working? What audacity!" His embarrassment turned to rage as he shouted, his chest heaving with anger, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets to stare at her in rage. The very next moment, the gray-robed figure leapt out quick as lightning, his thin and withered hand curled up to form claws as they reached out to grab at Fengjiu. Fengjiu's expression immediately changed and threw her sharp aura out into a flare. She did not dodge but had instead moved in to meet the challenge, her narrowed eyes vicious and bloodthirsty, her footwork with her strange steps bringing her body in fast. The dagger in her hand flipped, and imbued with her mystical power, she thrust it straight at the gray-robed old man. "Child's play!" The gray-robed old man snorted and reversed his hand, dodging Fengjiu's attack easily. As that hand parried the dagger aside, his other hand reached out to grab at her once more. Her hand grabbed by the gray-robed old man, Fengjiu immediately went along with the momentum and let herself fall to the ground. As she was freed from the old man's five-fingered vice grip, she raised a foot and swept it out at the same time, hearing her mystical power-infused foot making a sharp swishing sound as it whipped through the air. Just for that mere moment he was caught off guard, his shin was struck by that kick. His knee buckled and as he fell into a squat, he jumped back hastily, to put some distance away from Fengjiu. Fengjiu attacked again without a moment's pause. She knew deep down that the explosion from the second elder's self-detonation of his body had already alerted the various powers within the Cloudy Moon City and those people would surely rush here. At the present moment, what she wanted to do was to deal with this old man before those people arrive. Arg! The old man had barely just managed to regain his balance when he saw the dagger with its cold glint slashing right at his neck, shocking him into leaning his body back and kicking up with a foot at the same time. Unexpectedly, the girl had suddenly moved back and the point of the dagger that had been speeding towards his throat was turned, to be driven deep into the calf of the leg he had kicked up. The power from the vicious downward thrust and the force from his upward kick collided brutally, driving the dagger right through his leg. He could hear it when the sharp point of the dagger sliced into his bone and flesh, and that excruciating pain that hammered into his heart made all the power within his body explode out in a surge. Follow the latest novels n/velben.com. Ugh. A powerful blast of an warrior sovereign's aura shot out of the old man's body in a blast, the mad surge of the intense mystical energy viciously striking Fengzhou to send her flying outwards. Ow! Sent flying a few meters, Fengzhou was feeling an intense pain in her heart as blood spewed out through her mouth. Her heart meridian had been injured, which made her entire body's aura suddenly turn weak. Seeing the old man pulling the dagger out and tossing it into the fire as he approached her step by step, her eyes narrowed. She endured the intense pain wrecking at her heart and stood up neither frightened or panicked, facing into the wind. Raising a hand, she smudged the blood from the corner of her mouth onto it and knotted her hands together to form a complicated and ancient hand seal. Her cold voice at that moment then uttered a low chant that sounded highly ancient from far away, mellifluous and mysterious. By my blood, I free thee from thy restraint. By my name, I command thee, manifest in thy true form. Translator's note from Cloud: my use of archaic English is most probably not correct. Please overlook it, and I hope I at least got the general meaning right. XD. Well, truckers, that all for this part. See you all in the next video.